you're starting on a Shield Rune Beast with Aegis, Ags, Pipe, I understand you need to make this play to try and, you know, secure this Tormentor timing. You're going to end up losing it here, but it almost felt like you wanted to poke him there, get the response, and then maybe take the fight on the other heroes, but they just committed, man. That is a lot of HP to get through. Surprised they didn't lose more in a way. I mean, they did more damage that fight.
They certainly did.
I think it all went into one hero.
Yeah. And to get through a Shield Rune and a Beastmaster at level 16 with a pipe, so effective HP even higher than what it looks like on the screen. But they lost the Tormentor. They did not lose their Wisdom Rune, potentially. Looks like they're going to be able to get that. And, well, experience is pretty important for these guys, so.
You're starting to see this net worth gap open up for these top two cores on one dub, and especially relative to this Earth Spirit, who has to be a key initiator for Team Zero. There's kind of no way around it.
Yeah.
Like, you can start with an X, but this Earth Spirit has to be able to go in. His BKB is going to be able to give him some staying power, but the BKB is already up for Mankushi here. You're going to get another item on this Beastmaster for the next time you take a straight-up team fight. These heroes are just starting to power up and scale into their prime territory, which is like this 30-40 minute push.
Smoke catch. Ooh, ran into a Beastmaster. They've done that before. Decide not to repeat.
You have the pipe on the Kunkka, but this Beast is already to blink plus halfway BKB.
Those BKB timings are going to be pretty rough, because then the Blade Mails are going to be way less effective. And you also have the Bat Rider building into more sustain for his team and a Greaves build up. Smoke up from one dub. Heading to where Mankushi is, currently pushing out the bottom lane with his Manta BKB. He feels pretty safe to do this. Worst that can happen is him being forced to use BKB. Gets overgrowth, pops the Manta to dispel it.
I mean, as long as there's a snowball somewhere close to him, I do not think he's worried about getting all in. You also have double Solar Crest between the two supports here. Two better than one.
Can't have enough barriers, I think, in this meta.
Very strong ball lineup. Just throw all these buffs on the Luna, let him front line. You get the next Aegis here, you can easily go high ground early in this game.
And they are going to go high ground right now, probably just to try and force Team Zero back. As soon as they see some heroes, they're going to try and back away, but that's where the X marks the spot comes in. Drinking Buddies helps pull them out. And an easy reset. Okay, we got some heroes to TP back. Now we're going to go to the other side of the map.
Yep, I like that play.
And
force the smoke out here to try and regain some of the map. I mean, you can't just sit in base with everybody.
Yeah. At the same time, bottom and mid are so pushed in that their cores kind of have to address that first before they join the smoke. Gonna join it now, try and chase after some of the heroes they see across the river here. But it's Cheer Jr. who they're gonna run into. Got the smoke on him. X back into Brambles, try and pull him away with the Drinking Buddies, but they get pulled back in by the tidal wave. Now the overgrowth. Mankushi is gonna come in big time though with his Eclipse and his BKB. Can he win this fight for one dub? It's gonna be a 2-for-2 exchange and a chase for more. Looking, but not finding anything within their grasp. Not too bad for Team Zero, honestly.
I mean, the thing is, when you come in that fight, you're just getting melted by this.
It gets a little worse, though, as Cloud, on the onset of it, does manage to find a Primal War victim in Palma.
Did find what they were looking for at the start of the fight, which is the dust on the Invoker, connect the X, and bring the Invoker down at the start. This Invoker's very poor. Like, he's also not found a lot of the map. I don't think one dub need him to. Bat Rider's picking up the slack for sure.
Yeah.
But that's a great target to start on here, Team Zero, because you can take it down so fast. Mirana still does some decent damage, but when you are locked in close vicinity versus that Luna, it is a world of pain. I don't think Zero have an answer for Mankushi yet. I don't know when they're going to. He is absolutely out of control at this point.
And a Blink Dagger.
Not bad.
Now done for the Bat Rider, whose farm has eclipsed both the mids at this point.
Not a lot on these side lanes. Extra shard net worth, a little inflated, but
extra shard net worth, the Philosopher's Stone. I thought it was interesting when he had the Greaves queued up, but he's decided to forego that and focus on his role as an initiator. Blink, Force Staff. The whole kit in caboodle.
Be Vlad's for the Tusk. I think there's an argument you could have gone even more ores on this bat. Like, literally just buy everything in the game to buff up this Luna and you're happy. But some extra catch on the map does not hurt if you can get some freebies like this.
Yeah, especially given the chain stun that you can pull heroes back into, right? Yep. Like, you pull them back into a Primal War. Whoever you're getting out of that is 100% dead.
And there's not a lot of answers to this lasso in this game.
No. Right now, I mean, Erica's trying to get it with his Lincolns.
Can X somebody pull him back after, or you can, I mean, yeah, you can use this Lincolns, but like this Lincolns, honestly, it's okay because you're a universal hero, but it's not the like hyper damage Daedalus or something. I think you prefer to go as a carry in kind of a 1 Protect 4 lineup.
Yes.
Or Protect 1, I say 1 Protect 4, it might come down to that, but.
I mean, this is a lineup that's not utilizing the Solar Flare very well, which is something that you always like to point to, right?
I think Solar Flare might be the most busted ability in Dota right now.
I would agree with that.
But it comes down to how much are you getting out of it. You know, one hero with Solar Flare is great. It's a lot of damage, can carry a game. Multiple cores using it, very hard to stop. And we've seen some games where like you even have this support Mirana with Solar Flare buffing up cores and herself with, you know, a support Hurricane Pike Daedalus. To me, that at a certain point just feels unstoppable. Yeah. This is not one of those lineups, so Erica will have to get done what he gets done on his own. At least he got the Grove Bow. I mean, that's feeling good.
Gets tier 1 tower. Roshan roars from the pits as One Dove are going to make short work of him at 27 minutes.
This is the scary part of the game for Team Zero. Like, how do you repel the beast of a push that's coming into you right now? Level 20 Luna, level 20 Beastmaster.
Yeah, when you're at the Conda high-level Luna that like does half your HP with 1 Lucent Beam.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you do about that? Like, the only team fight you can take is one where you're kind of like smoked up and you just go for it right away. But if it's some sort of stalled out fight, those Conda Lucent Beams add up. It just makes it feel impossible to take an engagement.
I think your best bet is to kick the Luna in on a base defense.
Okay.
Like, roll on top of this guy, kick him into your base, force One Dub to commit in deep. You can maybe abuse some buybacks or something.
Yeah, use a Torrent Bow combo to get him to BKB, then you can overgrowth him.
Yeah, something like this.
I mean, you even have the shard from the Treant Protector to try and like force the BKB usage as well.
Downside is I think One Dub can also just start the fight. Just send this Bat Rider in, find whoever you want, drag him into you. Like, already you're just stuck in this chaotic event.
Which is why Team Zero, they're trying to set up for a fight. What they don't know is they're underneath vision right now. One Dub knows where they're at. They're like, wait a minute. What's going on here? They just all swept over to this side of the map. Yeah, there's a ward on the Tormentor that they were sitting under. So, honestly, things could have been worse. All they ran into was a Dark Will in the process of trying to meet Team Zero.
That beam just deleted his hero, man. Like,
yeah. It was pretty disgusting, and that's going to be a tier 3 down. Now with the Glaives beginning to bounce around. A very high-level Luna that's doing almost 350 damage a shot. Add in some Lucent Beams, and these heroes on the side of Team Zero are soft.
They just don't have enough firepower to rebut this push right now. You're just going to have to commit into the fight, or they're
quick Primal Roar! Beast, they're not going to let Kunkka take the first step into this team fight. They're going to try and bat back, and all in here from Team Zero to hold this one. Solar Flare, only going to last so long, but the damage is good on Munkushi. Unfortunately, it's not quite enough, and he still has the Aegis after all. They pull him back in into a Torrent, and that's going to be the first life. Second one, though. A lot of low health heroes on One Dub from this Magnetize, so maybe they have the room to be able to focus on him. A Tornado comes in, trying to get him. Tidal Wave, push back, gets off the Mante Eclipse, but they manage to burst him down. Not enough damage from Munkushi. Is surrounded by Team Zero heroes, and Shiro Jr. in his attempt to save his carry gets caught in the process. Now it's just all-out retreat from One Dub. Whoever can get out, almost nabbed him there. Not quite, but they could still find it potentially. ZZQ couldn't get the damage on Swedenstrong in time. Still though, 2 cores, a great hold from Team Zero, even if it does cost them a buyback. At least the game is still going.
I mean, that's the best you can hope for. You get a couple thousand gold out of it, you get a lot of XP. It's all your Earth Spirit and Mirana picking up the damage slack. Would have been even cleaner at the end, but the Solar Flare ran out. Like, it took so long to bring this Luna down twice. Your damage disappeared. Still, this Magnetize got to do what they wanted it to do the whole game.
Oh, yeah.
7E gets a good fight. Still, MVP of that fight, ZZQ, man. Absolutely perfect timing on this overgrowth. Puts the blink to use, just gets all their cores. He gets the Luna post BKB, no dispel for it. Absolutely doing some work with this tree in a high ground defense. And even got the bat catch at the end. It's not every day you see a tree being the one trying to catch a hero, but
yeah. Yeah, they've actually got a healthy number of disarms here. Between the tree shard, his overgrowth, and then you've got tidal wave coming in from the Kunkka as well. They do have some ways, both during BKB and before and after the BKB, they can kind of limit the Luna's effectiveness, which is great because they're piling all these auras on her, right? Like exactly. She is the primary damage dealer. Any disarms are worth their weight in gold, which I would wonder if they're ever going to consider Heaven's Halberd. Doesn't look like it. Beyond is going to go for a Aghanim Scepter, per usual for the Kunkka, and the Earth Spirit is opting for Shiva's.
Also have to keep in mind this Terrorize. Like, you can force one dub to clump behind the Luna, which is kind of the formation that you're going for in these high ground pushes. It's just the default. If you go on the Luna, you poke her, the rest of one dub commits in, they get hit by these big AoE spells like a Terrorize or Slain, can win you the fight. Ideally, they almost just want to fight letting Sweden strong. Just find a good core target with this lasso. Kill them.
This Ford is still here. Hopefully they get this Tormentor and get out real quickly. Oh, run, ZZQ, run! Anybody able to jump in here from one dub? They go and get something. It's the same victim as last time. It's going to be Ponlo.
And they have the back door down because the creep wave mid.
Oh, yeah.
Might just be another lane.
Living Armor is laughable at this onslaught that the Luna is able to bring to the table. Trying to X him back into a boat, and Torin completely off the mark there.
Not the combo you were looking for?
Not sure what happened there.
Did protect the racks, I guess.
Yeah, with all those missed abilities.
So I think Munkushi's gonna finish it off here.
Wait for, well, I guess Backdoor Protection isn't up. Tidal Wave into the arrow is not too bad. And give it up. Easy pickings for Munkushi.
Not confident of the fight without the control of the Dark Willow here. I mean, you basically have one go, right? Like, when you commit this Earth Spirit going and the Solar Flare, that's your window. You don't win the fight in that interval of 10, 15 seconds, it's over.
Yeah.
That's also a route one dub can take. Like, they can get the fight, get the Solar Flare out, and if they can reset, yeah, I mean, it's a way easier fight after that.
Well, they have the Shivas and they have the small crit for the Murata, so you've completed some items. This is going to be your best bet. If you don't go soon, your tier 3 is going to go down. Attempt to roll in, gets the kickback. BKB immediately activated, but the Earth Spirit is getting torn apart, man. It just got ripped apart by a horde of one-dub heroes. Turn around, Munkushi starts going to work on Beyond. They've already called GG. He wanted to GG out before he dies. They really didn't put up much of a fight, and that last one, man, that was rough.
I mean, great game playing from one dub here in this first game as they came in, they got their Luna strat, they really accelerated this Beastmaster. I think that was the biggest factor. Like, you're looking at what Cloud got out of this early game, out of the triangle, out of the lane phase. He's, what was he, level 15 at like 16 minutes or something?
Yeah.
It's really hard to, almost really hard to lose a game from that point. So there's a lot of issues Team Zero need to address, but ultimately it was just an early game and a pace issue.
Yeah, Beastmaster, still a monster. Still got to watch out for that hero. Cannot give him a free lane, and that's what happened in this first game for one dub.
It was a great game to watch for all of you 1W fans out there. Team Zero, it feels like it's a little bit of a downward slide for them right now. Wasn't too confident in their lineup. We were unsure exactly how it was going to go about. We thought maybe easier teamfight execution, though, at least Fear, but even that didn't come to fruition.
Yeah, I think the laning stages were going to start. They mentioned on the broadcast there with Avery, Beastmaster, not checked. And I feel like this is a hero that you have to check. Otherwise, he snowballs the game. He gets to the first Roshan. They walk around everywhere, get all the kills on the map. And you know, I want to go back to the mid lane too. Even called it before it even happens. Like, yeah, he really likes these like strength heroes that make rotations. They pre-picked Invoker, who hard counters the type of play style. And Zero still did it anyway. They just picked it. He just had no mana on this Earth Spirit to do anything on the side lane. So once this Beastmaster was a problem, you would expect a rotation from your mid to come shut him down. But you couldn't go anywhere from this mid lane because you just had no mana.
Yeah, to me, a good Invoker performance looks like this, and the net worth chart will look like this, where he's not top of net worth on his team or even above some of the enemy like cores, despite like running around and winning the game and having such a gold advantage. But that's why he doesn't have the gold advantage, just because he was making such a sacrifice for his team. Like, so many of the fights were initiated by Chira Jr. He was, sitting in Ghost Walk, like, just standing in the most annoying place humanly possible for Team Zero. I really like him on Invoker. I think, like, you have to be an exceptional Invoker player to play it, and, either it's, like, a guy doing, like, crazy combos and Manta-style stuff in the late game, like Thompson, which he probably could have done at some point, or it's like this, where you're like fully sacrificing yourself in order to give your team space, and giving space to a Luna and a Beastmaster. I mean, Beastmaster is pretty much like a carry from the offlane. For you said a lot of these summons heroes are pretty much just like offlaner carries.
You farm a lot, yeah, and you hit your timings and you go, just like a carry would.
Yeah, I mean, whereas for Team Zero, just didn't really feel that they were able to use their ultis in the early game. Like, even if you're behind a little bit from the lane, so I still felt like a lot of their moves, Conquer Boat, Dark Reload, the Fear, and you have the Trian Ultimate, they should be able to win some of those fights, but I felt like they just didn't really coordinate well enough to win those fights. They had the tools to win the fights, but the execution just wasn't there. And on top of that, because you already have kind of a rough early game, so those are the connections that you need to make work, because your lineup is based on team fight.
Trying to execute those spells a little bit better, or spell casting, spell usage, however you want to coin the term. It was phenomenal showing from that mid Invoker there, able to get the Beastmaster to have a great game, and then on top of that, this Luna. I know we've talked about it more and more, but this was a game where I felt we've seen her a little bit differently. They weren't actually trying to shut down this Luna, and now it goes, okay, we've seen games where people have tried to shut her down. She's done well, in fact, gotten wins for herself. And then you get a game like this where she kind of went unchecked, and she was able to still join fights and do so much for the team, Jenkins.
Yeah, Monkushi looked very comfortable on this hero. Like, you always question it at this point in the tournament. Like, we haven't seen these guys in a day or whatever, and so Luna has been kind of like the last 2 days, upper bracket trend. So I did question, like, how good are they at playing around the Luna, which I guess they didn't have to be, because like you said, the Luna was unchecked, but in terms of his individual skill and button pressing, he looked great. We saw the Manta dodge there in that last fight. That was nice. That was clutch. Means he's able to get the BKB off. They can't burst him full to zero. I feel like every time I saw him ult, it was actually a very good ult. He was using it on like a few crucial targets in a team fight, getting that damage. He would get the BKB off, the glaives off. Like, that was a good Luna performance.
Yeah, I mean, it fits his archetype of heroes. He does like playing the Gyro, the Razors, the Weaver type heroes that like to get active. I think the only people that are struggling a little bit are the ones that are just like the super hard carry type of player. But I feel like in general that playstyle is struggling right now. But Monkushi, he's not that type of player. I wanted to do a head-to-head here though of the Batrider and the Invoker. They were on the same team, but the net worth kind of fits what Jenkins was talking about. This Invoker was super poor, and they were up like 15,000 gold here. And I feel like what's really important is if you are going to play this Invoker, you have to have a position 4 like Sweden strong, who is going to pick up that farm on the map, right? Because Invoker isn't farming. He's running back and forth across the map. His pos 4 eclipsed him in net worth in this game, but having farm on Batrider is a good thing. Invoker doesn't necessarily need all that farm as long as you're good at pressing your buttons. So this is a pretty cool adaptation they make. Oftentimes what I don't like the Invoker falling far behind is when his support is also very, very behind as well. So if you are going to play this, have a greedy pos 4 player like Sweden Strong that can do a lot with items.
I'm curious because most mid laners are picked up now to work with the supports. You want to rotate together. That's at least 3. Hopefully you can get another core that did well in their lane to join you as well when it comes to team fights and rotations. But where are you finding the time for your position 4 to get this extra farm? Is it just because Batrider is a quick farmer that also fits into the recipe a little bit more? Or is there something else to it where the Invoker was running with someone else and the Bat was kind of off and doing something like the farming?
It like depends on the situation, but I think it's very important that your position 4 can push waves out, because Invoker doesn't push waves very well. If you are playing like a Dark Willow or something, it's not going to be as good. So heroes like Batrider, you know, Hoodwinks, these type of heroes that have good lane shove are absolutely perfect.
Yeah, Bat's pretty good at taking the garbage farm on the map. He's like Tinker in that sense. But in this game, Chiro Jr. was so active on the Invoker that there kind of wasn't garbage farm. And by garbage farm, I just mean unsafe farm. Like the jungle camps that are right in front of the enemies, the waves that are right in front of the enemies. Like Chiro Jr. was so active on the Invoker where he was pushing Team Zero so close to their base that Batrider could just kind of farm whatever he wanted and still be close to the fights.
And you also kind of need people to push out the lanes, because Invoker is like, you're not going to push out lanes, so in order to make the gank successful, the lanes need to be shoved out. And I think this is the difference between like the 3 mid laners that we're seeing a lot now, the Invoker, Nature's Prophet mid, and Monkey. Monkey King and Nature's Prophet kind of have that global presence, right? So maybe that it's not as important for them to have like a 4 that can shove out the waves because they can do everything. But I think for Invoker, it's very specific for him. He can't really do both at the same time. He has a very, very good power spike in the early game just by spells, but he does need someone else to clean up the lanes for him.
Here's this Beastmaster. We're seeing him on our screen here. The talk of the town a couple of days ago around Beastmaster specifically was, what build are people going on him, and when is the time to be doing this Ags rush that allows you to do Roche early, and when are you going, you know, with the auras as well, or when are you going something that's a little bit more selfish? Isn't necessarily always that aura buy that you want on the side of your offlaner.
It seems like the answer is now you're just pretty much always going for the Ags Rush. Like the
so we've now put the other build of
the Helmdawn build. I
haven't seen it yet.
Have we seen it once?
No.
I thought it happened once in groups.
Maybe it did. I wanted to see it more, or theory crafted it might be good.
Yeah.
But the players probably, I'm sure they've tried it and deemed this is just better. It's been tried and tested. It's been nerfed a little bit, but still really, really strong. And it seems just to be the build.
I think one advantage that this Aghanim Scepter into Aura's Beastmaster build has is that it allows you to build the auras for your team, but because you have the Ags, you're also a frontline tank and you're doing a ton of damage. Like this hero can roar somebody and a lot of the time full to zero them, especially if you're going for an eventual refresher orb. Like you're guaranteed full to zero almost any hero with a double roar. So you're getting utility out of the hero, but also scaling by building the aura items, which is very OP looking whenever you can pull it off. I think the only issue is when Beastmaster gets shut down early and doesn't get that snowball these days.
Yeah, no matter what build you go, like getting shut down early on Beast is bad. That's kind of why Beast is winning right now, because nobody is shutting him down. He's having free laning stages almost every single game.
What lends to Beast having a good lane, and what could you look then towards the inverse of that of ensuring he doesn't get a good lane?
He's a bit similar to Doom in a way where the Doom you want the Hoodwink, right? But right now I feel like the Beastmaster is good because there's a lot of Treants. Like we talk about Treant a lot. Beastmaster is really good against Treant in the lane, you know. So
he's right about that.
Yeah, so you kind of get the early game pass because if your opponent's picking Treant, most of the time it means that you're going to have a pretty decent lane. And I'm looking at this Mirana carry as well, and that's also another problem. Mirana carry always gives the offlaner like a free game, you know, because you're not very strong in the lane compared to the Wind Ranger or Luna, and that's going to be like another carry on the opponent team, you know, when you have this kind of weak. He can get his own farm, but she can't really stop the offlaner from getting his farm. And that's why the Beastmaster kind of got really big. It's not just about picking the Treant, you know?
I know that it's taken a lot of time to get to this conclusion, but we don't really want the Earth Spirit mid, despite it being something comfortable that Team Zero like to pick up. Maybe looking at a different carry for yourself other than the Mirana here to be able to contest if that beast is still open for them to pick up for themselves. Anything else you weren't really liking on the side of Zero?
I wanted to talk about the Mirana in general because, once again, this might be purely anecdotal, but the games that we've seen it, has it looked good? I feel like when we're seeing it win, it's on 4 position and you're scaling and being a carry anyway, but you're not like worth it for the enemy team to necessarily focus in fights because...
Could you ask the computer to bring up the win rate?
Computer, could you go ahead and load up 3D12 section B? That'll be the win rate for Mirana and also the the other heroes.
You have to stipulate the do you want it just for playoffs or all over to TI?
Yeah, that's going to be loaded in the C drive. That was the issue, is we were in the D drive there, but in the C drive, we can see that Mirana does have a 62% win rate. So very strong hero, strong flex. I think nobody is contesting the fact that Solar Flare is incredibly strong, but we keep going back to this Luna versus Mirana matchup. A single beam with a Conda in this hero is 50% HP. It does not seem like a winning carry matchup. Let's see. Let's look at this. Win rate of Treant Mirana, 33%. This is a hero that has a 60% win rate.
That's what I was going to bring this up as well. Like, every time I see Mirana, I see a Treant on his team, and I see them lose. At least I felt that way. And it does seem to be the case. I feel like Treant Protector right now as a hero with certain carries, like, it's not the way it used to be, and I think with Mirana, it's not entirely good either, because I feel like Mirana just kind of tickles right now. Like, yeah, level 1, you don't have much right-click damage, and you want to, like, really commit with your first Leech Seed and do a lot of damage, where Luna with the beam can allow Treant to get a couple extra hits in, stuff like that, and chase them down, where Mirana doesn't really add much to that. Because Arrow isn't really an ability that Tree can set up at all. It's almost a non-viable thing to even use in the laning stage.
As a core, yeah, you're arrowing like through the creeps because you want to actually CS. As a support, it's fine because you're standing on the side. But a core is standing in the creep wave trying to hit creeps.
It's tough.
Yeah, I was trying to look to see if I could break down the win rate of it as a core and then the win rate of it as a support, because you glazed over it quite quickly there, Jenkins, but there is that flex. It's either a 1 or a 4 that we're seeing, sometimes a 5, but mostly a 4 is where people like to put it if it does go into support, and that's where it's really shown. You're either scaling great when it comes to late game, or you're picking cores that do well with that Solar Flare, the facet for Mirana and the change to her ultimate there. So it's not like an ultimate for you, it's an ultimate for your cause.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty important point about the draft in the first game. They had Mirana carry, but the other two cores are melee heroes, Kunkka and Earth Spirit. So you can't really abuse the aura on your other heroes. When Mirana's not really right-clicking, then no one else is actually abusing the Solar Flare.
We'll look at game number 2 draft here. 1W getting that game 1 win. It does put them in a great position to continue their journey in the road to the international. Team 0, though, unfortunately, they're facing elimination. They could be our second team that we're saying goodbye to today. They're going to need to bring something out here, and for the game number 2 draft, Kunkka is what they want to open up with. Take out the Invoker. In fact, that was that first ban, the Monkey King, Tusk, Lunar, and then on the side of 1W, Omni being let through and nabbed for them.
Yeah, I mean, right now Omni Knight as a hero is not only strong, it's still a hero in Dota 2, that is very true, but Kunkka doesn't like heroes like Shadow Demon, Omni, Oracles, because like you X a hero, and it's kind of just like tells your whole team, we're focusing this hero. We're going to use all our abilities, you're going to throw Boat, and you just throw a Repel on that target. It makes you debuff immune, so you don't get hit by any of the Kunkka spells. This has been a counter for as long as time. It has changed a little bit with debuff immunity instead of magic immunity, but still has a similar like type of counter.
Yeah, I don't think you let Omni through and leave it unanswered. You know, obviously they wanted to take out the Invoker because Shira Jr. played that amazingly in the last game, but that means that they had to pick their poison for what to let through. Omni Knight is that poison, so they need some sort of antidote. We've seen Spirit Breaker looks decent. Like Spirit Breaker plus Beast was fine because it's 2 spell immunity piercing spells, and you could oftentimes like focus a target while charging through the Omni and disrupting the fight, or just kill the target like through the repel. So I'm interested to see how they solve it. There's the pucks that we've mentioned on previous panels, like silencing.
Steal it, Jenkins.
Steal it? You've Rubik?
Yeah, steal it.
Yeah, Ponlo could play his Rubik. I honestly think like that's a big reason why Rubik became very popular like a month ago when Omni became popular, is because you become kind of a better Omni.
Yeah, I mean, I think 7E's hero pool is starting to become a little bit of a liability to the point where he doesn't really play these pucks, right? And they have to ban Invoker because, like, just reading his top heroes, he plays Sand King, Earth Spirit, Slardar,
He's an off-lane.
Mango, Mars, Tiny.
He's an off-lane player.
He plays all of these, like, strength tanky heroes that kind of go in, where I just don't feel like Puck is on the menu. He doesn't play any of these Spirit heroes, right? So they have to ban this Invoker because the mana burn is just too much for his hero pool to deal with right now.
You know what I kind of would like for 1W, and you guys feel free to shut me down, is picking the Mirana here for the 4. You know that Team Zero aren't really going to be able to slot it into their draft unless it goes into a carry, and I do see it doing well as a support pairing.
I don't. The thing is like Mirana and Omni, right? It's like so greedy.
I think he's shutting you down.
Yeah, I actually wanted that.
No balance.
I want Winter to be confrontational. He hasn't been confrontational
Winter,
enough over
let
the
it
last
out
6 days.
of the system.
That's what
okay?
I want.
Get it out.
I'm trying to bait it here.
I defended Mr. Loomis earlier.
You did. I'm still angry about that. Fear Darkness 51.
Yeah, I mean, back to the balance here. You said Omni and Mirana. I kind of feel like it's always very, very crucial about the draft when you're thinking about your support pair. Like you want to have one guy that's greedy and the other guy is not greedy. Or one guy that's like a team fighter, the other guy is like initiator. And with Omni and Bat Rider, they kind of have that balance. Bat Rider can initiate, but Bat Rider is maybe not so good in like a CC form of build. He's very, very single target, just looking for a pick up, but Omni Knight is kind of a lot better in the team fights.
I like these 2 picks from 1W. Like the way that Tinker, Clockwork, Kunkka like to play is they kind of anchor, of course pun intended, Kunkka's a pirate, in one area, and if you take the fight there, you will not win. You're playing into March of the Machines, you're playing into Boat, you're playing into all of the Kunkka's water, Clockwork Cogs, all this BS that's just in one place. So they're saying, okay, well, we're going to reposition the fight into right in front of us, and your save heroes and all of your like ground targeted stuff is no longer going to be effective with the tiny tossback and the lasso. That is an interesting pick. We have not seen much Muerta.
Omni counter, right? In a way.
No, because
I mean,
you get magic resist now.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I was thinking about the GA only.
I mean, yes and no. You're not wrong. But I don't know how it counters Omni. So what you have to like look at it. Which one is more available, the Repel or the GA? I'd say the Repel is probably more available.
Slightly more available.
Slightly more available. So it's not a bad pick. The idea is okay. The only problem I have here is Morta's a really hard hero to make work. This hero is not like the normal meta right now. In paper, it should be like, oh, you're a ranged hero. You can farm fast. This hero just is squishy at all. Its stat game is terrible. It doesn't really buy many items that really helps that either, because you do need to go for the Gleipnir. You have to buy a BKB, same as all the other heroes, but it just feels like you're so squishy.
Yep.
Even if you have all your spells available, you just like are paper compared to like these Lunas and Wind Rangers.
Yeah.
You just like can just get in there, buy lifesteal as well. That's something that Morta can't really do too.
Yeah.
So
I mean, would you
this
say
hero's
like
overwhelming.
you don't really like to play into like Tiny and Bat?
I don't think so.
I mean, Bat is a really hard matchup.
Yeah, that one's right. I mean, he does all magical damage, and Muerta puts herself in ethereal form.
I mean, also like MKB doesn't feel particularly great to buy either, which you're gonna have to. They're cooking something here. We've been very negative on it, but we haven't seen it a lot.
We've seen it once so far
Yeah.
in this tournament. It was on GAMIN Gladiators. Darachu picked it up, and it was a win.
So it did have one dub. That's good.
It had 1 dub.
Not 0.
Not 0,
Yeah, not
but
0.
1 dub.
Okay. Good.
Well played, guys. You guys are the
We
best.
Figured that one out. Got to the bottom of
So
that.
what are we looking for? We're looking for an offlaner for 1 dub, and for Team Zero, it is a mid. There is a world where Tinker goes mid. People were playing it in the prior weeks to TI, but then with the nerfs, it seems like it's kind of fallen back to just an occasional support position here.
An occasional Kunkka mid too.
True. Yeah, we have pretty much the same
I
build.
mean, Kunkka versus Tiny is very much so. What would I say? It's a very boring matchup.
Nothing happens.
But it's stable, right? It works. It just guarantees both your Tiny and your Kunkka will have a game. So if they can find a gotcha pick on the last pick there, they might consider it. We'll have to see.
I mean, there's still a Timber, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there is. Which has been placed in first phase ban, gosh, for as many drafts as I can remember right now.
I mean, he's not so good against Bat, but he's good against like the Omni stuff, pure damage.
What's that? Is it Tiny the idea behind this hero to be like good versus Tinker? Because that hero doesn't really care about status or systems. I'm trying to think like why did 1W really want this Tiny based off what they saw? Because Tiny has not been a hero so far in this meta that we just see a lot of. Like, if it's like last resort or countering a puck or something, they really need that stun. But they already had some stuns going on, so I'm curious to like what both these teams are thinking about that 4th pick that they did.
To me, it was kind of like doubling down on the poking in and out of fights rather than like hard committing to anything against a Tinker who's just going to be heal botting everybody and like Kunko Water Park, all of this stuff. Because like Bat and Tiny are, they're in and they're out, and they're in, they're out, they're disengaging, re-engaging.
he just got completely shut down by that Invoker. They first phase banned it. I think they easily identified it was a big problem in that first game.
Yeah.
So if this Mars could start to run around the map with some power runes, do what they wanted that Earth Spirit to do last time, maybe this game could be a bit faster for Team Zero and they don't find themselves in a deficit. If 1Dub get away with a similar type of early game they did in that game 1 with this kind of lineup, I think they are going to be very happy running around the map, finding the pickoffs, building up some stacks for the Bat or, you know, Whirlwind Winter Ranger, which is something you have to think about as well. And just kind of playing that kind of pickoff style displacement into team fights is going to be very strong for them.
Yeah.
6-minute power rune is Illusion, not the most useful here for either hero, and should be secured for 70 if he can survive.
If he can survive. A pin back onto the Tiny. He does have Pombo helping him out here, trying to give him some extra HP, but it's not good enough. The toss, a crash landing, gets the kill, but Sweet and Strong is sacrificed for it. Chiro Jr. doesn't mind, though.
That was so much damage. The heal not enough to come through, and that is Team Zero bringing both supports to mid to try and get a power rune for this Mars. And he still dies. And he used the arena, so you can't really even make a move off this or something that's cheeky. Another solid start here for 1Dub. I mean, they are top of the CS chart, and once more, it is Cloud leading the pack in terms of net worth. He is big again.
Now, there was another reason that I think you like the Mars right now. You were talking to me about this yesterday. It's good for being able to lock heroes down, but there's another thing that's really good about it in this meta, right?
I mean, it's the anti-ranged carry idea. Like, if you're in a ranged carry meta, Mars is kind of an anti-ranged right-clicker. You just sit there with Bulwark, you redirect a lot of shots. Arena's really annoying for heroes like Lina, Mirana, even Windranger sometimes to deal with until you just BKB commit. I think he does have a lot of value in this meta as a hero. I mean, his win rate reflects it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so we'll see whether or not how effective that Whirlwind is going to be in these situations where Mankushi is currently putting it to use here to try and hunt down Pombo. A toss over to try and get respect within striking range. Doesn't actually work out. All he's able to do is throw the repel onto Mankushi to get him away. But no kill to be found here. Perhaps one at bottom lane where Sweet and Strong as well as Cloud are surrounding. Yes, sir, who will go down. Not getting anything out of this either because CZQ might end up dying here. Wait, 70 comes in, hits the pin onto Respect, manages to get that kill, and Chiro Jr. is going to find that the Mars is too tanky to do much.
All those rotations top end up leaving the Morta alone. One creep off level 6. No hope in that 1-on-2. Once more, I think 1Dub mostly happy with that exchange just because the Brews continue to accelerate and they got the big Morta kill, but that exchange top was at least good for Zero here. They get a lot of XP for 7E. He gets involved in this early game, gets the 8-minute power rune as well, which is a big one for this Mars. The resources are really important for this hero. Do lose your stacks, but you protect the ancient stacks at least and can start to slowly clear through them here.
Yeah, Ponlo's gonna start working on it, but he's not level 6, so he can't actually do it yet. Throws out one March of the Machines to make him a little bit weaker, but there's no rearm to throw a second one.
Very tough one. And this hasn't been a laning phase where the Morta's found a lot of action either. Kind of just been farm trading down here, but still in an okay position. Team Zero just want to protect their side of the map. The stacks will continue to be built up by Sweet and Strong on the side of 1Dub, going probably into the Whirlwind or maybe give it to the Tiny as well. Get a faster blink here would be nice.
It's pretty interesting. Twice now they've fed the Kunkka some stacks. A hero that I usually feel like doesn't need the stacks because he is able to play the laning phase so efficiently most of the time.
I mean, your mid's not taking it in this game. The Morta can't do it that early.
Yeah, that's true.
I think this situation, he's the only one who's clearing through them fast enough early, and you want to clear through them because you need the experience in this type of game. You need the experience in every game.
Yeah, certainly needed for the Tinker who, you know, we were casting that game yesterday where these longer games can be very favorable for the Tinker because of the amount of farm that you can get, but we saw from 1Dub in game 1, they played a super fast game. At some point in time, they came online and just started running over Team Zero. So what is Team Zero going to do to stop this? As the 10-minute power rune approaches, Chiro Jr. throws out the Avalanche, try and stop him, but it doesn't spawn there. 70 is going to try and make his way to the other side, but Omni-Knight is already there, one step ahead of him to claim an Arcane Rune.
I will say, it feels like everything happening around mid lane for 7E in these games has just been frustrating.
Yeah.
Like, all these little things are just not adding up to his game being smooth, and I think 1Dub are overall pretty happy with it. The one difference I think in this game from that first one is the objective taking for 1W is a lot worse. Like that Beastmaster just barreled through all the objectives. They took all the tier 1s off that first Aegis at around the 16-minute mark. They were clearing through Ancients, they cleared through Roshan. This lineup does not do all that as fast or smoothly. So if you're to 0 and you can defend your tier 1s in a game like this and fight around them, you're going to be pretty happy.
Particularly with the Tinker. Yes, sir, he's going to be caught in a lasso as he pops his ultimate and doesn't really get any damage done. The Brewmaster got off his primal split, and they're going to try and surround this Muerta as best as possible. The arena, look for the protection. Erica in some trouble, plays inside the arena and fights back where he can, but Chiro Jr. now jumping into this one, couldn't add enough damage. Looks like Pablo has been able, power shot, that's able to finish him off with the extra minute, take damage and a shackle shot, locking down both 70 as well as Beyond, throws out the spear, it just pushes Chiro Jr. back to the back line as Munkushi will take over the team fight now and looks to chase after 7E with the urn on him. Another shackle shot coming up soon, a toss, gonna be denied as the spear throws him back where he came from. And 7E is able to get out of there, but it's still 2 dead on the side of 0, and 1W bringing the pace that we were talking about from that game 1. 5 heroes at 11 minutes in, pushing in that safe lane.
Honestly, that should be a good fight for 0. Like, you're fighting under marches, it's a massive arena, you kind of dealt with the Brilliants, you kept your Muerta alive, but not enough damage to cut through all the early sustain from this Omni Knight. Seeds of Serenity's getting popped down. These are some tanky brawlers in Tiny and Brew as well, especially with Repel to back them up. I feel like 7E hit a 5-man spear at the end.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen a 5-man spear, but maybe that's what the tip's for. It's like, you got us, bro, but none of us died, so wasn't that good.
1W, they got 2 kills, but immediately after that, 1-0 is able to push in mid and take that mid tower. So, as you said, the objective taking a little bit more favorable for 0 in this game.
They're holding their map a bit better. Still, those tier 1 fights are going to be important, right? If you want to play this kind of Tinker Muerta slow farm up type strategy and just get your forward position really big, holding these tier 1s is really important, particularly the last 2 that are alive to control your Ancients a bit better.
I was about to say, safe lane tower is kind of inevitable.
Yeah,
right? It's
sure.
like a hard tower to defend.
I mean, they wanted the fight out of that more than the tower.
Sure.
It just didn't go their way. 1W actually want to take these towers down. Like, they need to be thinking about some maybe aggressive smokes with blink reveals to latch a good core, take him out of the map, and then convert on these tier 1s, start opening up the lanes a bit more. I feel like that is what would feel the best for them. And you're mainly looking at the Batrider blink, the Tiny blink to enable that. This Brew's going to be able to join any of these fights, but he needs the initiation. I mean, you can just smoke Cloud behind this tier 1 mid and like, kind of force the fight that way, but it feels a little awkward. Though Vessel already done a lot of early fighting power, and we saw the Dispels coming through in that fight. There were a couple shields that just instantly disappeared for Ponlo there.
Yeah, and as a result, Erica did die ever so barely.
Here's your Tiny blink reveal.
Smoke on smoke. Chiro Jr. with his blink dagger. What's he going to choose to jump here? Apparently nothing. The Avalanche completely whiffs, but ZZQ also can't really do anything by himself. He's a level 6 Clockwork. These heroes are tanky enough to deal with a battery assault, no problem.
About more than they were willing to deal with there. It does get a decent obs that I think will not get dewarded, but another power room contested. Another taken away from 7E.
He's really just not getting much love out of this, huh? Like, the one power rune he got was a regen, which is not a rune that you can make a good fight happen, unless you're a Storm.
I mean, it's been a battle of inches for 7E in this series. He's not gained a lot of them.
And he's fallen short.
That is true. Blink Dagger done, though. So his options open up a lot more here.
What do you do with this Blink Dagger? What's your play that you're looking for? You got a 2,000 net worth lead for 1W. You have taken the mid tower, smoke up, go to the enemy safe lane. That's usually the play at this point, right?
I think the Wisdom Rune smoke would have been really nice if you could have done in this game, but your timings didn't line up for it.
Okay.
If you could smoke and find this Wind Ranger on the map, super happy with that. Like, you can find him on Triangle, get some deep orbs out. I think it is doable in this type of game, where 1W are going to be kind of splitting the lanes looking for pickoffs. Your other route is to just go on the Brewmaster, because, I mean, he does have to push waves out. You're going to see him on the map. Like, Cloud's going to play tanky. He has 2200 HP. This is not the easiest hero to jump. You have to keep in mind, you know, the magic resist stashes this hero can bring to the table, particularly if he gets the haze off first. But he is the biggest target to bring down. You have some heroes that can control them and do it. It's just scary. If you don't see other heroes on the map, if you don't get lanes in, these kind of jumps are a bit spooky. And right now, if you're looking at the lanes, Team Zero are just not winning that battle. They don't see a lot. They're going to try and go for the brew down here.
You're being sandwiched. Cloud. He is not going to be the target, so he's going to be good to either get out of here or use his primal split. Sweden Strong is just trying to delay the damage, but I'm pretty sure he knows his life is forfeit, at least for now. Jared Jr. jumping in, though, catches the Tinker. Maybe just what they wanted, but he can't burst him down easy, though. Ponlo, he just gets out of there. The primal split comes in too late. He is able to toss up the Muerta, though, as the Muerta pops that ultimate, and they focus on ZZQ. ZZQ, with his dying breath, perhaps not dying, gets off a Cogs, sets up the... Oh, Jared Jr. is able to blink away just before it. Now the Gleipnir, just like last team fight. Munkushi's going to try and come in, but now he's battling up against the Blade Mail, has to back away with his Whirlwind, away from the Kunkka for now. Kunkka, now the Blade Mail is dead. 1W can go in and try and finish him off. A pin onto the Tiny, yes. With the Ghosts out, it's hard to be able to fight around that, but it seems like Team Zero are just running out of gas, and they are not able to keep this fight going. 7E, he will go down as well. They may have saved Erica's life, but it cost them so much more.
It's another fight where Zero are so close to pulling out some big kills, but I mean, you do 9,000 damage compared to 10,000, but you're the one losing 3 for the 1.
Yeah.
Damage is just getting split around a lot with these marches and AoE spells, and 1W, I mean, very clutch blink out from Tiny to dodge that boat coming in. Shiro Jr. really played that fight well. And they kind of kited out this Muerta ulti, right? Like, it got some work done, but if anything, I felt like the callings were more impactful. They're really hard for 1W to fight into, particularly if you can lock heroes in things like the Cogs, and then you're just getting permanently silenced. Cloud is just not the one getting targeted here, so this Brew ult is guaranteed going to go off at some point in this fight, and it's hard for Zero to commit in when they know this. Like, at some point you're, okay, maybe I hookshot him here, we can burst him. I don't even know if it would have done it. It's so tanky.
Back in real time where they have picked up both the supports, used the Whirlwind to kill Ponlo's Tinker, and now they've got ZZQ as well, but I think it is really just unfortunate that last team fight, they smoke into Batrider and the Brewmaster, and it's the Batrider they see first, right? They first. I think they hookshot him getting inside of Cogs. He's hit by calling over and over and over again. He just dies.
That's what you're looking for. Now he has a pipe, so
yeah.
Now I don't even know if he dies if you go on him with, you know, just up the haze on the magic resist. You're gonna have like 85% magic resist or something stupid. I don't think you're bursting him.
Yeah, throw Repel on there for another 60% magic resistance.
And, you know, we're talking about all this magic resistance they built in this lineup. Not fun for Muerta.
No.
These are not fun matchups. You can also just go into the evasion. Also very annoying for Muerta. This is why this matchup just kind of sucks all the way around. Not much you can really do to deal with it. You just have to become so powerful that you punch through everything. It's almost like you want him to go into the Brulines, so you can kill the Brulines.
Yeah, which is why the panel was calling into question this Muerta pick in the first place. It didn't seem like a great Muerta game with the heroes that were shown. And then obviously the couple of counters that came out after that just makes it that much worse.
I mean, let's be fair though. I don't know if any game is going to look like a good Muerta game on PvP, you know? Like, you kind of just have to believe in the hero and make it work with your line.
It sounded to me like this is a carry that exists entirely in theory and on paper, and never actually in actuality.
Yeah, a little bit.
There's a lot of theoretical dubs that apparently this hero can take, and no actual ones.
I mean, it's because when you look at her skills and you play the hero, you can see what it's capable of. It's so powerful, you know? And then you go in a fight, you get lasso and die.
Yeah.
All right, that was tough.
Or you get tossed up in the air and you're like, well, there goes my full ultimate.
But
meanwhile, you're watching Wind Ranger run around with her Whirlwind, killing half of your team.
Okay, but I feel like you're taking some of the points away from style here. There's something to be said for style.
Yeah.
Muerta's got a lot of it.
And we may have lost, boys. May have gotten 2-0 eliminated out of TI, but at least we did it in style.
It's not over yet. Erica
That's true.
Is finding a lot of farm here. This is a good Gleipnir hero. Gives them even more control, more lockdown. If you can get some BKBs up, we didn't talk about it, but if you can get some debuff immunity or magic resistance first 1W.
What a timing there for the Cogs. It doesn't do anything to save ZZQ, but it does help his carry get out of there.
I feel like I've seen this before.
Yeah.
This is the same play game 1, the 20-minute instant Tormentor contest.
Yeah, they're doing it without an Aegis, which is maybe cause for more concern.
Just a very heads-up play. I think it's one of those moves where it feels like anytime you can make it with directness, it ends up working for you, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to find somebody there in this 20 to 21 minute mark, and you're going to get a good reward if you don't. Team Zero just not ready to take the heads-on fight yet. They need this Mars BKB. They need more time for the Morta.
In order to get those BKBs, they've got to rat out the map a little bit. Again, they've given up their Tormentor, but will find their Wisdom Rune uncontested.
You have to think about how the map's getting split between this Tinker and Batrider. Both these 4 positions, they want to clear waves. They want to create some sort of pressure that forces the enemy team to respond to them.
They're doing a pretty good job of staying ahead of 1W as they...
But they're looking out on the
pickoff.
map. That's the concern here. This Tinker is not Omega fat. The space is starting to close, and you're about to lose Roshan here. Really need the BKBs. You're going to have to make something happen with the Morta and the Mars BKB. And 1W are going to have an Aegis to play with here, and a very strong Brewmaster, man. Cloud he's just turned it up this series. He has yet to die, by the way, in either game.
Very impressive.
I don't know if he's going to die in this game either. If he gets his Radiance, you're putting Evasion on top of the Magic Resist, on top of his HP, on top of the Omni Knight that can bail him out if you really need it.
Problems mounting up for Team Zero. And all they can do is try and farm their way out of them. This 1W gets the Aegis on Munkushi, and we'll see what objectives they're able to take with this next 5 minutes. BKBs are coming in, though, for Team Zero. That's the farm that they need. BKBs, they get it on Mars, get it on Erica here. Maybe.
I like the Afrenda placement, you know.
Yeah, I like how...
already planning, like, when he dies in the team fight, he can go straight go back to the Ancients and just pick up where he left off. You know?
Well, I was going to say both facets are so bad that the best one is using Ofrenda for like 20 attack speed or something. Caught the Tinker in action. This is why the Tinker has stayed behind an Omni Knight in net worth, because he is just not able to push these lanes like you would want him to, just constantly in fear for his life off this Blink Dagger Tiny, or the Wind Ranger running you down.
You're the one with the displacement, so you're not too afraid to just let the Brew frontline.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they did this last time, right?
Yeah, bring him back.
Try and bring them back. Team Zero.
They don't want to come back.
Yeah, they're like, okay, we're going to call your bluff here. But is it a bluff?
I mean, knock, knock. Anybody home?
Apparently not. Okay, now the Mars is going to start coming back. The Torrent does land. So are they going to try and catch these heroes at all before they get out? I mean, even if they did, it's just a simple repel, walk away.
Yeah, that's the issue. The initiation's not easy. I think they made the correct call. Just farm the map as much as you can. You're not defending that without the Tinker respawn anyway. Your one play was maybe to look for a spear back, but it's pretty scary going into Bat and Tiny, who can both just... Your Mars is dead on that initiation.
Yeah, when they have repositioning tools and you blink into them, you're probably getting pulled all the way out to sea.
But there's your BKB. We're at the BKB online. Your Mars one was finished earlier. Ideally, you would want to fight with this timing. It's a very powerful one for the Morta here. If Erica can get in good position and just be that damage turret.
What are you fighting for, though? There's no
you're fighting
big
for
objectives.
Non-elimination in TI, Austin. That's what you're fighting for.
I just mean, like, what's the point of fighting at this point in time? Can't you just, like, keep farming? Is, like, late game-wise, you probably feel pretty good about Muerta, right? Like, Muerta just gets stronger and stronger and stronger as time goes on. The level 20
you don't want to fight right now because they have Aegis and you're probably getting slapped outside of a really good position, but
okay.
I'm saying, like, this is one of those points in the game where you feel strong as that Muerta and you want to use it.
But you can't.
Yeah, it's frustrating that you're not in a position to be able to. Oh,
nice hook shot, TP out! He's good. ZZQ will survive one of these moves.
That's big, that's a lot of space.
Yeah.
That was 5 heroes. Committed a lasso as well. I mean, that's space for the Tinker and the Morta to...
Yeah, space for this 4-man to farm 2 camps together.
Get out on the map.
Yeah. Getting out there.
They get the Grove Bow as well. That's a big pickup here. 9 MKB. So that'll be his way to deal with the evasion on the Wind Ranger and the Brewmaster here. I kind of like it. It just feels absolutely necessary here, right?
Yeah, level 20 in MKB is where I think you can turn this game around.
This is a deep dive. Could be a
Toss
open
back.
fight.
It's not going to go very far, just to the creep wave. X marks on Chiro Jr., pulling him back into the boat and the pin as well, overlapping their stuns a little bit. The arena walls do protect them, though. Really not much being done there from either side damage-wise, but I guess with abilities used, one win feel like, okay, that's good enough for us to hit this tier 2. 1W will keep their pressure up.
Pierce the Veil committed is going to be down for 40 seconds. At least his ult isn't a massive cooldown. You didn't get what you were looking for. I mean, we've just seen over and over. It feels like 1W can go for these initiations, and even if they go wrong, they just walk it off. Like, there's no punish on a play like that.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. And that'll push the Brewmaster to his Radiance. More evasion to make this Morta's life miserable until you get to that MKB.
Swing strong. Blink Dagger, Solar Crest. He's looking at a Boots of Travels next. So he knows Team Zero have been trying to rat. We'll try and keep up with them.
It's going to feel good in this game. Just being able to push lanes, still join the team, set up some easier catch on the Tinker. He's trying to get greedy on the map. Every little bit counts here. Again, you kind of want to play this split map style until you are ready to group for big objectives with Aegis timings. Lots helps. And the lead, still 10k here for 1W. Feeling comfortable in this game. Except for the big Morta for threat that is looming.
Yes. The big Muerta threat.
You don't believe Austin. I can sense some doubt.
What do you mean sense? I was very clear from the start of this game.
I feel that you don't believe it.
From the very first sentence I spoke.
Some subtle hints of disbelief.
3-14, 9,000 net worth lead for 1W. And they have had a bit of a poke at the high ground just to keep Team Zero honest, but they're probably not really trying to crack open that high ground until the second Roshan, which does give us a window, perhaps, for Team Zero to get to the items, the prerequisites required. Hook shot used to try and get out of there. Couldn't get outside of the range of the shackle shot, though. ZZQ will not make it out this time around.
Somebody's got to make the space.
Somebody's got to die.
Daedalus for the Wind Ranger. And they only got 3 wisdom runes.
They got triple
Yeah,
wisdom
that's
rune.
just
That's
what
how
there's-
far ahead they are right now.
Yeah, that's a big influx. And this Daedalus, I feel like Daedalus is the big point for this hero. This Whirlwind with the crits is, well, it's just stupid. There's no other way to phrase it.
It's just what?
Stupid.
Oh.
I mean, it's an AoE attack spell that procs on every hit. The only other version of that that's ever existed in Dota, I think, was Medusa talent.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That is pretty stupid. I never thought about it that way.
Yeah, it's the same with lifesteal on this hero. Like, there's a lot of things that make this Whirlwind incredibly powerful in the late game.
What do we got? Minute left until potential Roshan spawn time, so probably not too much that's going to be happening. Any other, like, items that you see that are coming up specifically for Team Zero that would give us a little silver lining to this dark cloud that is 1W pushing into the high ground again? I mean, at this point in time, like, they're going to take this tier 3 just through chip damage. Tiny's coming in to finish it.
It's very slow. They don't mind sieging, I guess. I mean, it's just the Morta items. Like, that's really the big difference.
Look at this Tiny's damage, man. You laying at barracks for nothing. No contest.
Erica came back. This signals you have to get something out of it.
I mean, this is even worse than no contest. This is pathetic contest that you don't have heroes on the map farming away during this period of time.
I mean, you're going to have to, like, smoke out of here or something, contest the map, try and set the lanes up or get a team fight into next Roshan. Something on this trajectory. Refresher for 7E would be really big as well if you can get to it. Like, they're kind of close to some of these big items. Refresher Mars and MKB for Morta. You can win a team fight off that. It is a lot of control and damage. You're going to have Tinker just giving you the sustain in there as well.
Yeah.
A lot of it's how that team fight gets set up. If one dub can find good initiations with lasso toss, then a lot of that goes out the window, right? But if you can avoid that, start the fight on your terms, or just commit in on like a botched initiation or one where the hero doesn't just get all in.
So all the pressure on 70, that's what I'm hearing from this.
It's a
This
decent
smoke,
amount, yeah.
he's got to get a good blink initiation. They're playing for Roshan. It's not up, and it won't be for quite some time.
And there's the Vlads for the Omni Knight. This is the lifesteal for the Wind Ranger that I think is really nice to have, but if you can avoid having to buy Satanic yourself, just feels that much better. I like these support pickups here from one dub, really respecting their one positions in both these games and playing around them, buffing up the damage, giving them all the sustain and the survivability they need, and just letting them go to work when Kushi has been pampered, for lack of a better word.
He really has. Nice use of the X there. 70 goes through the gate to push out the top lane without any fear of being caught in the process. 1W. Now it's their turn to smoke up and try and assault Team Zero's positioning.
Radiance off, no position given away. Scouting with the gem, going in blind, Sweden Strong.
CCQ jumps up to the high ground. Sweden Strong just trying to see what vision is available here. Meanwhile, Chira Jr. is immediately going to pop his BKB and get the toss back onto CCQ. Beyond, nice tidal wave in on Cloud. No follow-up to it whatsoever. Team Zero are not even going to try for this, apparently, but they are going to get grabbed on their attempted retreat. It's going to be Beyond. Gets pulled to the other side of the arena walls and left for dead.
They want more here.
How much more are they going to be able to get? Oh, what? That Gleitnir animation. They had the net on the ground, but somehow doesn't catch the Tinker. He completes his TP. They get the BKB out of 70.
That's what they wanted.
There goes your Roshan contest if Roshan was up right now. A later Roshan means that perhaps Team Zero can still formulate a response, a defense of the pit. And the MKB is done too, so
That's
level
it.
20 MKB, we hit the timing that we said Team Zero could turn the game around on.
They have to be able to control heroes, though. Every fight has just been one dub controlling
Oh my god.
who's
I
committed and
forgot
who's
about
not, who can get out of the fight, who's stuck there, and there's just no one for Erica to hit.
Avery. It's not the level 20 timing. It's even worse.
Yeah, it's the 15
It's the
now.
level 25 time. Oh
Well,
my.
it's gunslinger damage plus gunslinger chance. Yeah.
I forgot about this. They pushed it back to level 25, so you have to choose between magic resistance or gunslinger chance, which I assume everybody takes gunslinger chance. But it just means the Muerte carry is like takes even longer to come up.
Yeah, it takes a little bit. I mean, that's the beauty of it, Austin. It's the,
Is it?
it's the journey.
It's
The glory.
It's a long ass journey, man.
Yeah, it can be. This is a long Roshan.
Yeah, well, I guess one win, feeling like maybe Team Zero is going to contest, but they're not. So one dub, this is
no
free for you.
interest in contesting here. So this will be an Aegis to the Wind Ranger, also finished in Ags,
Yeah.
and has an Omni Knight behind her. Whew. This is a tough carry for Team Zero to bring down right now. Kushi is thriving.
Yeah, I feel like Wind Ranger carry is so obnoxious because of this, where it's like, oh, we finally have MKB to deal with Wind Run, but now we also need MKB and you need detection to be able to see her. There's just
And you need BKB control.
and you need BKB control.
We've seen the lack of, control through debuff immunity really hurting Team Zero in these fights, and one dub are playing well around it. They have BKBs on all their big heroes. They have the Omni Knight to bail out anybody who maybe gets gone on before that. We saw how long Cloud was holding the Brewmaster ultimate in that fight too, right?
Yeah.
No pressure on him. at
No
all.
fear of being bursted, which may play against him in this next team fight with the MKB up and the level 20 timing. Double dead shot, of course. Very important.
Something. One dub. That is a value shield rune hero.
Hey, we've seen bigger comebacks.
By the way, Chira Jr., he just went for the burst build. This is Echo Conda plus Quiver. Somebody's going to die. I don't know how else to phrase it. Somebody is going to get hit by this, and basically you're just spamming that buyback button Oh, that is the best target to find.
Oh, but an X pullback off of the lasso. Good play from Beyond to be able to stop this initiation from 1W. And if they could kill the Brewmaster, can they do it? Keep him inside the calling, do the damage. Hookshot comes out a little bit more, but no, there goes the repel. It was waiting the entire time. Respected zero pressure on him whatsoever. My tidal wave to try and get out. And Arena as well. A full retreat out. Can all of these heroes get away? Wait, they all made it out. Okay, maybe they couldn't win the fight, but they also only kind of lost it.
Yeah? Only issue is you're going to get sieged now, and you're missing a lot of your big ultimates. And this Whirlwind back up in 6 seconds here.
Okay, but 4 more levels to go for level 25 more.
If you win a fight, you'll be there.
That
almost.
may not be true.
Gotta wait for this Pierce the Veil. It is up. Oh, man, you wish you had the toss here or something. You have a spear back.
They do have a spear back. A target that gets low. Deadshot doesn't actually bounce back to him. And boy, God damn, that damage. Woo! There's some heroes dying out here. And the Muerta. Yeah, one dub say, I ain't afraid of no ghost. We ain't leaving. This Muerta's no threat. We're going to take this lane of barracks. We're going to take the second and third lane of barracks, and we're going to take Megas. And there's not a thing you can do about it. Team Zero are going to be eliminated. Y1W.
A rough event for them. They had their highs, but ultimately unable to muster a good defense here in the lower bracket elimination game. But 1Dub starting to find some momentum. I think this is the kind of style we expect from this team. Some decently paced early game, getting the team fight online, and then just out executing people, turning Munkushi into an absolute 1v5 beast. And he just outpaced everybody in terms of the damage, the farm, the scalability. They had every single buff in the game behind him. Very well executed series from 1Dub, and I mean, they're going to be moving on.
Absolutely. It seems like they are getting a bit of a glimpse of the performances we saw leading up to this TI in the first place. And we'll see how long their lower bracket run can go with the panel.
I ain't afraid of no ghost.
All right, you're supposed to be a little bit quicker on that one.
Good.
It was
everything I dreamed of.
That was for you, Jenkins, and literally no one else out there. But 1W, all you fans, you'll be loving the fact that they got this 2-0 here. They are continuing on in their journey for the road to the international. Unfortunately, though, Team Zero, a team that started so strong in groups, is our second team we're going to be saying goodbye to right now. It was a well-fought series, but ultimately they didn't have answers. Maybe this carry Muerta was a little bit left to be desired there, Fear. You didn't have faith in it when it was picked up, and I'm sure you still have no faith in it.
Yeah, I mean...
That was a question.
I just had to double check the numbers real quick, and
oh, yeah.
They computed to 0 kills, 3 deaths, and 1 assist. That's not very good. And I'm not really blaming the player because I don't think this hero's good.
To be fair, he had a 33.33% kill participation.
Right.
Right.
And that's pretty good.
That's pretty good as a carry.
It's not that good as a carry. That's not good either, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not having any kills and 1 assist is not great. But either way, I think Muerta right now is just, it's really hard to play. And I think against a lot of the heroes that they did pick here, makes it even more difficult. Like, I get the idea behind it. They wanted to just go ahead and pop her ultimate, right? And then all of a sudden Wind Ranger can't attack you, but you also can't attack Wind Ranger, which is not great. And I think this Brewmaster last pick by 1Dub was a brilliant pick. We saw time and time again. This Brew would just ult and then get on top of the Muerta, and unfortunately Muerta's not one of those heroes like Sven or Gyro where you have a lot of damage at those lower levels. Sure, maybe later on if you get there and you're gonna do a lot of damage, but you just park all the Brewlings on top of the Muerta. She ultis, you Cyclone her. It's just a really tough matchup here. I kind of like the idea that Team Zero is going for. They had the Kunkka versus the Wind Ranger. We all are in agreement that's a really good matchup. And I think Mars is also good against the Wind Ranger as well, but they didn't draft any damage here. With Clock no damage, Tinker no damage, Kunkka doesn't do the damage, Mars doesn't do the damage. So much relied on this Muerta getting incredibly farmed and killing everything, but how do you get there?
Yeah, this replay right here, this team fight, I know it was right at the end, quite late in the game, but this really illustrated the fact that they're throwing everything out on this Brewmaster. He still lives through it, still has more than enough health, and then you're like, okay, there's just no damage at all coming out, and they've just used everything to completely retreat.
Yeah, it's not just like the Muerta being like hard to play. I feel like in general what what they are drafting is hard to play. The way they are playing Dota, unfortunately, after the group stages, they couldn't really keep up with the heroes that are being moved or changed, by the other teams. And the heroes that are strong right now, unfortunately for Team Zero, they can't really play it. That's why in the first game they did try, but in the second game they kind of just went back to what they are really, really comfortable.
Yep, the stats we're looking at a reflection of game number 1. We're just refreshing your mind in case you weren't really sure how 1W was able to get the win for game 1. We obviously just saw game 2 win for themselves, so a nice 2-0. I do think watching this gameplay, I normally like to be quite, looking on the bright side of a team once they do get eliminated out of a tournament, but for Zero, it's really hard to, knowing how strong they were in groups, and to see a best of 3 play out this way, Jenkins, I'm kind of grasping for straws here.
It's kind of your fault, to be honest with you.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, I think you mentioned, I hope this day 1 wasn't a fluke, right? And then they just bomb out after. You did say that, so you jinxed
I did actually say
fair.
that. I did say that.
To be fair, she said that for pretty much all of the unexpected teams.
No, I didn't. I literally only said it for Zero.
Nouns is doing great.
I literally only said it for Zero. Well, either way, though, with 1W being our winners, let's have our winners interview. Let's hear from them themselves with Nomad.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, indeed, I am here with Respect, who's earning some respect for himself and his team after taking their first big win on the road to the International here. 2-0. Is this what you expected coming into the series?
Yeah, we expected 2-0. We were confident. These 2 days were tough for us. We trained a lot, tried to fix our problems because we played very bad at the beginning of the International. Like, very bad.
Well, you certainly improved. So what do you put this down to? What was the kind of training like for you guys? Was it just playing? Was it planning? Was it looking at drafts, replays, everything?
I mean, everything at all. Like, everything. We talked a lot about, not Dota things, like how we feel in game, communication. We played a lot of scrims, watched a lot of our scrims, and how do you say it? Figure it out? I don't know how to say it in English.
Yeah, eat, sleep, Dota, repeat. It seems to be working well for you guys. Do you feel like you learnt a lot from your series against Cloud9, which you took into this series?
Yeah, we learned a lot. They outplayed us in every aspect of the game. Even not in game, even outside the game, our mental preparation for the Cloud9 series was not good.
Well, it's good to see you guys improving and learning those lessons. Finally from me, what do you think about your series coming up later today against Falcons?
We played scrims against them. We can win. Short answer.
Short answer indeed. And a surreptitious smile here from Respect, a little bit of confidence perhaps. Back to you guys, Nat.
Hopefully Respect is able to continue that confidence, because they'll be the final series for today. We're only halfway through our day. We've already seen 2 teams eliminated, but 2 more are going to be going home. Our second one here was Team Zero, unfortunately getting 0-2. They weren't able to leave the road to the International with a win under their belt in this best of 3. It's really tough to walk away not having that, but hopefully there's some more bright things that you can point out, Jenkins, that they're going to bring for the next season.
I mean, definitely, in looking at this team, I saw that there was a lot of losses to Azure Ray other than in the TI qualifiers, so I kind of expected to see something that was like some fluke comeback sort of stuff, but they looked amazing, genuinely. And like I said, on the first day, Ponlo really, really impressed me, so I was watching a lot of him. But then I noticed, his team was also playing incredibly well. Erica obviously has played on, Vici in the past, so that's kind of some old blood there, which I was hoping would help them with the emotions and stuff like that. But I think it's a little bit of a lack of experience that has led to this point. They're, bright stars with a bright future, but they need some ability to continue that forward as the meta is changing.
Yeah, they tried to fit into this meta, try and be able to make a little bit of a comeback, maybe a little bit of a run in the lower bracket for themselves, but unfortunately their journey ends here. We've got Pyrian on standby with one of our players to see just how they're feeling after this unfortunate loss.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I'm here with Ponlo from Team Zero. Ponlo, first of all, very sorry to see you guys go out of the tournament. Could you just give me a brief idea of what, in your perspective, went wrong in that series?
Probably, I mean, the last game we knew we would have some damage issues, like potentially, but we thought that we could delay the game, prolong the game enough that until our carry is online. But I mean, we probably just made some mistakes.
Sorry, there's a lot of yelling off camera there. It's all right.
We have I guess we have a weakness when it comes to early game skirmishes. I think we have shown to be a bit poor at that. Our strength comes in, my team's strength I think comes in the mid to late game, the shot calling around our carry, the way we team fight around each other and stuff like that. But this tournament is like more and more, I mean, after the Falcons and BB games, I think teams realized that our weakness is in our early game, and I felt like Bad Boom and Falcons were like kind of playing not to lose against us. They were a bit conservative, they were slow, and they let us play our game. But then after those two series, it felt like even in scrims, like teams were starting to like ramp the tempo up against us, and we kind of struggle against it.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, I know that one of the things you said before the tournament is that you wanted to make sure that when you came here, at the very least, you played Dota that you could be proud of and that your team could be proud of. You definitely achieved that.
I don't really think so. I think for me individually, I feel, I mean, I don't really like the meta for me. It's not really my thing. The hero pool in the boss 4. I tried my best to adapt and to do what's necessary. I don't think I was like good enough this TI, but I tried my best. So it's like I don't blame myself for it, but I don't want to stand here and lie and tell everyone like I'm so good, you know, because yeah, I just don't think so.
I know you can be very hard on yourself. Did you at least enjoy TI while you guys were here and competing? That must have been satisfying.
There were good days and bad days, you know, when you beat. The first day actually, when we played against Falcons, like I felt super good in the morning because it just feels like, well, we already lost. So let's just, you know, let's just see what happens. Let's just click some buttons, play. Let's just try to go kill some guy, and then if you kill somebody, you're happy, you know. And I think like that light feeling like made us play like better. And then probably after we won versus Falcons at Bad Boom, then we started to have more and more expectations of how good we should be. And then when we start to drop games against teams that we feel like we are better than, then like problems start to arise, and then conflicts start to arise, and then it just snowballs, you know. Yeah.
Well, a lot of people have enjoyed watching you, myself included. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the Team Zero fans out there who were supporting you throughout the tournament?
I don't know, I haven't met many, but I guess thanks for believing in us, believing in, maybe some of them believe in me, even when I don't really believe in me to do that good this tournament, but yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Okay, don't be so hard on yourself, Ponlo. We enjoyed watching you, but unfortunately we do need to say goodbye. But for now, I'm going to throw it back to Nat and the panel to discuss this series.
Thank you so much, Piran. You might have to give Ponlo a little bit of a hug there for me. He's being really harsh on himself, but he can, rest assured, walking away from the road to the international here. He's at least made a fan of me for Team Zero here. They definitely put up a good display. The expectations, sometimes it's hard to really amount to them. The pressure might come more internally than it does from the outside, but either way, they had a great start to this group. It is a very unfortunate end for themselves. We won't be seeing them here continue on in the road to the international, but we will be seeing 1W continue. They're going to be playing again later today up against Falcons. They need time to reset. We're only halfway through our day. We still have BB team up against Nouns, but before we get to this, just a little PSA, guys, and a little bit of a short film contest here is appreciate your supports.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Merci beaucoup. barracks are under attack.
Go green!
Radiant barracks has fallen.
Nice! Juggernaut!
Radiant's ancient is under attack.
Feel the chill.
This.
Gaming Gladiators, last year's runners-up, are back again to try and claim the Aegis, and doing so they've already taken EWC on their path here, and I'm now joined by Ace. Obviously, TI, and especially big for you as is in your hometown. I mean, you're literally 10 minutes away. What's it like to play here?
It's something that I honestly never thought would happen, because like Dota has not been that popular in Denmark for quite a while now, but like it's like so amazing. Like it's been so chill. We've also been boot camping here. Like it's just so chill for me. I just came here like 20 minutes ago. My brother just drove me.
Amazing. So, you know, are you going to be able to have all like your family and everything and your friends at the arena for the finals?
Yeah, I think like a lot of my family will come, and like most of my friends also, I think.
So obviously last year, you know, you had a phenomenal run last year, you know, game were the team to beat. And this year, I think kind of people started to maybe doubt you or count you out, but then you just come back, you know, prove them all wrong with a phenomenal past few tournaments. You know, how does that happen? How did you do that? Was that like the game? Was it you guys? Was it, you know, your opponents? You know, how did this come about?
Kind of a mix, I would say. Like when you win a lot, the game definitely keeps like nerfing your strategies and your heroes. There's so many frequent patches, and whoever wins what they play the most will always get nerfed.
Yeah.
And this just kept happening and happening and happening. And after every tournament, you have to like find new stuff. You really have to try it again and again and again. And you keep doing this for so long, it gets pretty hard to like keep it going.
Yeah.
So I think people got a bit exhausted by like trying after every tournament and getting the motivation all the time.
Yeah.
So I think that was like the main problem. But now also after not winning so much for a while, I think we just kind of got a lot of the drive back again. And now then it just worked out for Saudi.
How do you think about last TI and especially those grand finals?
There's been so many tournaments, but like we had a pretty crazy lower bracket run.
Yeah, and the grand finals versus Team Spirit and everything.
Yeah, that year was just like pretty crazy because feel like we were pretty bad, and like.
Oh really?
Yeah, like we went pretty much like straight to lower bracket. I think almost like didn't we have like full lower bracket run almost? But somehow we just managed like to claw through games and then make it all the way to the final against Spirit. In that final, we did not play what we usually play, like in the semi-final, every games before that. That's also something we had talked a lot about and like worked on. That like why did that happen? Like what happened in that final particularly? And I do think it's something to do with some players. They do set TI, they regard it as like way above everything else.
Yeah.
That can easily create like this bit of pressure.
Yeah.
That can go to like choky mindset and this kind of just happened for us. So hopefully. Like we talked a lot about it, but hopefully it's not really something that's gonna happen when we're gonna play in this final.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously it didn't happen or did it happen at EWC, and you learned to kind of beat it? You know, what was the?
Yeah, I mean, again, like we've been in a lot of finals. I think we have a pretty good final win radio. But again, like EWC, it's not really a TI. TI is just a bit special. And can create more pressure somehow because people really want to be part of the I have one TI club.
Yeah.
Get the rings or whatever you get, you know, all the stuff.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, what would it mean for you personally, you know, on home soil nonetheless, to be able to win it, to hold that Aegis, you know, what would that be like for you?
As soon as I knew that TI was going to be in Denmark, then I instantly thought, oh shit, man, like if I'm ever going to win a TI, I definitely want to win this one.
Yeah, in front of your friends and family as well.
Yeah.
That'd be incredible.
So it means a lot.
Who do you think your biggest supporter is going to be in the crowd? Who's going to be screaming the loudest for you when you do get on that stage?
Usually it's the people who's like sitting with the GG boys, like the org, and then they usually have like the Giga fans around, and then like they usually have some drinks and stuff.
Those guys will be the loudest.
Those guys you can usually hear, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, Ace, and thank you so much, and best of luck, obviously, TI.
Thank you for having me.
Hello, I am here with Saika, or a player you may have formerly known as Nightfall, has now changed his name to Saika. First of all, I've got to ask, what does the new name mean? Why did you change it?
I mean, kind of predicted people gonna ask this question. And I mean, just kind of got tired of last name, and if you translate from Japanese, it's something like sadness, but it also refers to some of Naruto, like best, from my opinion, like soundtracks.
So you guys, I'd say, BetBoom are kind of thought of as this EEU sort of super team. You've had some great results. Do you guys feel like a sort of super team, like a super group? Or do you think like, we're not there yet, we can still do better?
I'd not say we think of ourselves as a super team. Like a lot of people was saying it, I'd say back then, like 2 years ago, when we had like Pure in our team, and I was playing free, and it was kind of really like, you know, like dream team. Dota is a team game. It's like you need to have not only like good individual players, but also you need to be a great team to win. Speaking
of that, you guys have had a little bit of rebuild here and there, like obviously swapping positions a bit for yourself, and like you said, Pure leaving the team. So when you've got a team that changes like that, how big a difference does it make? Like, is it like going back to square one, or is it's not too difficult?
I mean, I'd say changing a player is kind of big difference, because every player has his identical like way of how he view game and how he view his position and how he wanna play. And for changing position, it's I'd say less, but back then it kind of gave us good boost.
So you finished sort of in the 5th, 6th slot last year. How are you going to improve on that and go further? What have you done to really sort of say, hey, we need to actually go even further than 5th, 6th, we need to get further in? What kind of preparation have you done for that mentally?
We're basically learning and growing with each year. If you're a good player and a good team, you're going to learn something as an individual and as a team, like some new concepts. You have to believe it's going to lead you to victory.
Fantastic. Well, I wish you all the best in the tournament. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, Saika.
Thank you for having me.
If they want to do better than top 6, they first have to make a deep run in that lower bracket, because that is where BB Team are right now. They did win earlier today, and that's why we're seeing them here again. We are going to watch their match up against Nouns. Will be a best of 3 elimination on the line once again, and we're at the half point of the day, and that means we changed our panel up. That means you're seeing me. I'm Shiva. I'll take you through the rest of the day together with my wonderful panel. I'm joined by Tigov, Effie, and Lacoste. Lacoste, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, but eliminations is really where the Dota starts getting more intense, and it just gets that extra little bit.
Yeah, it's the extra spice, but it's also kind of extra sadness seeing the teams, you know, it's the big dreams throughout the year playing Dota, and your dreams being crushed here, which is always tough. Been on the receiving end in my career decades ago, always. But yeah, I know the feeling. It does kind of suck, but it's also what you're going to learn for the next, you know, enjoy Dota, of course, and also what you're going to learn from some of these defeats.
Yeah, this is what you're going to learn.
Like I didn't learn a lot.
We have to talk about what BB Team has learned, because we heard Saika or Nightfall just talk about their year and how they're going to try to breach top 6. And Tigov, that has been a little bit of a struggle throughout the, I would say, years.
Yes. If we look back, 2023, when BB picked up the main core of the roster, they had Pure. They, across the entire year, they just finished, 4th to 8th, maybe even in the bottom 50%. Like, they struggled immensely. Sure, they got, 1 second, 1 third. And then 2024 season, they pick up Miro. You can see the shift has kind of moved them from the bottom 50% of a team up into the top 50%, picking up seconds, picking up thirds, but still, to this day, they're yet to get a tournament win as a team that is, the MMR that they have, the prestige that they bring from Eastern Europe. It's been 2 years now that the core roster of 4 players has not found, success.
And they are the highest MMR, Effie. They're supposed to do better.
I mean, they're a team people expect a lot out of because they're just so individually skilled. But I mean, Dota has shown us time and time again there is something that is beyond reach of MMR. When players play together, there's cohesion, there's synergy, and credit to BB Team, they have found a lot more cohesion and synergy this year with the addition of Miro, as the graph, Tigov showed us, pointed out. But even with that, it feels like they're always one step short of greatness. And there were so many tournaments this year. I can think of Birmingham in particular, where I watched them and I thought, this really could be the one where they finally get a first place finish. And they look so good up until a point where they don't, right? And they just fall short.
I've said that so many times.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the tournament.
the time.
They look good. In most of the tournaments, these guys, they look pretty damn good. It's just something that is missing, some kind of a magic. They're still not out, And I was wondering what this BB acronym stands for. It's the bottom bracket team. They need to make this miraculous run through bottom bracket or lower bracket. And so far, so good. Today, they had a great showing.
Or buyback team. No
Lack of
buyback
buyback
team.
Buyback. Yeah, almost didn't go the way they wanted to there, but in the end they do earn their spot to go up against Team Nouns. Now they have done this before, both teams coming from the same group. And if we're talking about how BB Team has been lacking the magic in some of the matches we've seen, they opened their series. The first series they played in the Road to the International was against Nouns, and that magic, Lacoste, seemed very much there.
It was insane. Like this first game, that's why I didn't believe in Nouns after seeing that first series, because they got stumped. They got 1 kill. This is the least amount of kills here at the Road to the International. I mean, how much can you have? You can have 0 or maybe equal to 1, which is pretty difficult to top. But overall, this is the series that also shows that Nouns, they need to be able to adapt. We've seen the importance of adaptation when they were playing yesterday. They were unable to adapt. Their most successful hero is Trend Protector. They're 4 out of 4. This is the strat that they've been running, and I think that Nouns got figured out.
Now the question is, will they prioritize the Stream Protector in the first phase? Because that's, at this point, the only place they're going to get their hands on it. We're in the draft, game number 1 of this best of 3 elimination. Nouns will be Radiant, second pick. BB Team has already first picked their Enchantress. In terms of bans, not really something that is instantly standing out to me. Effie, maybe you have different ideas about that?
No, this all looks pretty familiar. The Sand King and Doom got taken out. They seem to be by far Gunner's most high impact offlane heroes. Mirana, Yuma popped off on it yesterday, and this hero has just proven itself to be such a nuisance. And Nyx comes out as a counter to Enchantress. This happens quite often, but Enchantress doesn't get let through. But the reason people love to play Nyx versus Ent is just you follow her to lane, you eat her creep, and that already eliminates a big part of the threat. Also, when you're getting dove under tower by a centaur or something, Nyx is able to TP and also eliminate that threat. There is a bit of an issue though, is that these jungle heroes like Chen and Ent, they group up very early, and Nyx typically does not like to play into an early group up. So if Betboom kind of build around that idea that they're gonna center around each other, ball up early on, maybe Nouns won't get that much value out of their Nyx.
And they do like to do that. BB Team does like to ball up early and play fast when they get the chance.
I'm not sure if they do. I feel like they win their lanes.
That's how they won against Team Liquid 2 days ago. They smashed them in 18 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like
definitely draft dependent. Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel like BB, they, some games they have that philosophy of, win lanes, crush their opponent, and then other times they want to sit back. But I think they are one of the few teams in the tournament that when they think they've won the game, they seem to kind of like ease off just a little bit compared to other teams, which allows for opportunity for comebacks. Like, and all the tournaments we've seen them play at, how many times has like BB lost a game because like they've built up an advantage, they've kind of got this like confidence that they've already won the game, and then like one pick off or 2 here, and then suddenly it swings back around. So that's where like a Nyx Assassin for Nouns, even if the game gets difficult, there will be opportunities based on BB's history that maybe the X factor of the Dagon pickoff could help them recover what could be a difficult early game.
Yeah, it seems like BB, they've done the research. Luna and Trend Protector gone. Nouns, they did win 3 out of 3 games, and they paired this up in the safe lane. This has to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest, safe lane that there is out there. We've seen quite a lot of, Miranas, quite a lot of Wind Rangers paired up, but I feel, this one, it feels really good. Mirana doesn't have that much win rate anyway. What I would like to see maybe from BB team here is Lion +1. I think Save showed that he can play extremely good Lion. It also gives them something against this Monkey King in the lanes where you can stop him. They also have the spell mechanic, some early rotations from the Enchantress who can gank the lane. And also against Nyx Assassin having the instant Hex disable so that he can get Carapace off and kill him from 100 to 0. I think that'd be really nice.
That's quite the early Monkey King, though. I guess the hero's value has gone up significantly this tournament, and when you pick this Monkey King, you also have the security of whichever offlane that you choose for yourself won't be countered by the Monkey King. And all of the traditional counters to melee offlaners like Ursa and Slark, they're not very good right now, whereas Monkey King still is and can be flexed to mid.
I feel like Monkey King is becoming an equivalent of what Luna is in the draft, where you pick Luna and you don't feel that bad having it, right? Like from mid lane, you can play a lot of matchups. In carry, you can punish a lot of the melee offlaners that we see. So in regards to like draft strength, it doesn't really feel too punishing. So I can maybe see that logic, but also the speed in which you play, right? Like Nyx Assassin wants to find heroes and kills, therefore Monkey King, you get like Orb Corrosion plus like Deso or BKB. They're also chasing around the map looking for kills.
One of the things we said yesterday when we watched Nouns, we said maybe their playbook consistent of mostly the Treant Protector +1 and maybe mostly Treant Protector plus Cat Lady, be that Luna or Mirana. It seems like with now their opening with the Nyx Assassin and the Monkey King, they are playing heroes that they haven't played yet this road to the International, so they are showing that they have prepared something else. Oh, that doesn't inspire confidence, T? He's giving me a bit of a difficult face there.
Yeah, I look at BB's 3 heroes and I'm like, whoo, laning phase is absolutely like one-sided at the moment. Like Kotl plus Beastmaster, you got Illuminates going into lane, you got Wild Axes going into lane, you make stacks. Like Beastmaster, so far, like Road to International, we've seen games where you struggle to get items. This lane of, Kotl Beastmaster it's a free pass for Beastmaster to get to his first item.
You have stacks, you can eat, like, you're gonna dominate the lane. It's quite a lot of Damaggio, you have extra Chakram, but also if, let's say you get ganked, you have an extra hero in your lane, you can always fall back to stack, so looks really good, I would say. The question is, who do they want to pair up this Keeper of the Light with? In the previous series that they played, it was Storm Spirit GPK, having that Keeper of the Light, getting that extra mana, so you need to utilize a hero. I'm maybe thinking Storm is always going to be good because limited lockdown on their side, unless you get caught by Nyx Assassin or some Bundle Strike into Nyx Stun. I was maybe thinking Void Spirit. We've seen Void Spirit popping off recently.
And potentially any Spirit hero would work in the mix, but the Chen comes out from Nouns that we didn't talk about, and typically when Beastmaster used to be very popular and picked all the time, teams would have to ban Chen to protect the Beastmaster on lane, because a lot of the strength of this Beastmaster comes from his ability to play into Monkey King with his boars, which makes him one of the melee heroes who isn't too vulnerable to MK. But with Chen, who basically takes over his boars, that removes a lot of that lane threat and a lot of the kill potential of this Kotl plus Beast lane. So I think the Chen pick really protected Nouns' safe lane. And it's also a fly specialty hero. We haven't seen it in a while, but he is no stranger to Chen.
Yeah. There's something about the Kotl part where Beastmaster, I think if you didn't have Keeper of Light, the counter feels good, but because you have Keeper of Light, like, you don't really care too much about boar anymore, because it is all about the spam, the magic spam, the push. So it's like it's kind of okay, but I'm skeptical it's going to be the biggest lane winner that we've seen in previous drafts.
Center coming out for Nouns. Gunnar will be taking that one on.
A bunch of auras is what Nouns is looking for. Like Chen will get like a drum or the mech. Chen will then bring out a blink and a pipe, and that is when they're gonna really go. So Monkey King, be it carry or mid, will need to bring that 20-minute timing as well to just try and survive the roar, the illuminates, the pressure that BB applies. Because I just see a slow start to the game, but once they get online, they just hold each other's hands and walk around the map trying to break down BB.
Also, within the draft, Centaur should give Nyx independence after a few levels, where Nyx can, after just doing some creep shenanigans and manipulation and whatnot, he can go through the Twin Gate, try to maybe kill the Beastmaster or Kotl. He can rotate mid, he can just goof around in the jungle if he needs to, make scout out stacks. Like, Nyx has a lot of freedom to be independent because of the Centaur pick.
They do have the burst damage. Later on, you have Centaur, you have Monkey King, Nyx Assassin, if he gets to his Dagon. And also Stampede. I think this is a highly valuable spell that they just picked up against Enchantress, against Keeper of the Light. You want to find this Keeper of the Light. You do not want to see him use like 4 or 5 chakras on enemy carry or an enemy mid laner so that he gets multiple rounds of spells.
Nouns do need some range damage though, because they have 3 melee heroes in Nyx, Monkey King, and Centaur, and if this Beastmaster gets off to the start that we think he will, because he's going to have so much stacks that Coddle is going to make for him, an early Ags versus 3 melee heroes is very hard to play into. So they need some kind of damage coming from a distance to not commit too many bodies to taking down the Beastmaster, because this is the tempo hero that BB are going to play around.
5 seconds remaining.
Very strong Invoker pick as well. Effie mentioning like the melee aspect of Nouns lineup. You put in tornadoes and EMPs and deafening blasts from Invoker. That is, you know, a lot of fight control. But this is, you know, close to 4 specialty heroes for BB at this point. That it just comes online so quickly. Still with, you know, carry for, you know, their last pick.
On the bright side for Nouns, they have overall last pick, so they can decide at the last moment where their Monkey King is going to go. But now that they already see that Invoker, do you want to put your Monkey up against that, or will you opt for something different? It seems like BB team, they're banning out Puck, so they feel like picking an Invoker is enough to make Yuma be the one playing Monkey King.
They're going to be looking for a mid hero, most likely. Something for Copy. Copy's hero pool so far, a mix of melee and range heroes. The big one that he did play was Earthshaker. Problem is you're playing into Invokers, so you will not have that much of an impact, at least early on, where your mana is going to get burned. But overall for the game, it could be a really good pickup.
Mm-hmm. And I wouldn't mind the Monkey going mid versus the Invoker. Like, that's a fine lane for the Monkey. The only threat would be the Enchantress rotations, but he should be able to CS well. And then maybe a safer safe laner to pick here. Sounded funny, but it is like the ranged it is the ranged carry meta for a reason. You need your carries to be able to CS comfortably and protect themselves.
Let's see what that final ban is going to be for BB team. If they want to protect that Invoker a little bit more. No, they want to remove a safe laner as the Weaver gets taken out.
They wanted to remove Elusiveness, because they don't have that reliable stun Invoker. He needs some kind of a setup. Coddle, Enchantress, these heroes are very... like, they need something, some kind of a setup. They don't provide you with any kind of control. Pretty much your stun is Roar and Cold Snap.
Yeah. Okay, oh, yeah. I wanted the, like a troll or an out for a safe lane for BB to just farm freely while Centaur gets left alone. You want that carry that naturally needs a bit more time from laning to just, you know, exploit it. So melee carries that are independent wave pushers helps a lot.
Also, it's a hero that makes use of the chakra magic from Coddle in teamfights. All of a sudden, you are enabling this hero's like low cooldowns by having a stun that can be thrown out a lot. Also, the tempo coming out of an Alchemist, Beastmaster, Enchantress lineup is terrifying. The tempo that would come out of a Chen lineup does not even come close to matching what BB have right now.
Oh,
Razor.
I was thinking they might go down the Queen of Pain route, just for the speed in which you react to early pressure. Like, Beastmaster step up, you get that kill, but no, they go for the scaling option once again. You're going to have, you know, Razor, BKB, Monkey King, very quick BKB, Centaur with the pipe. Like, we expect BB to be aggressive, but still there's time for them to come online, right? Like, you need Alk to get to Radiance +1, you need Beastmaster to get to that Aghanims. So there is a window where Nouns should at least get the defensive items to take a good fight against the expected, you know, aggression that we see from this lineup.
It's also range damage, which they sorely lacked.
I think both teams got the drafts that they wanted. This looks to me like pretty much BB draft. 4 out of 5 heroes. It screams BB. On side of Nouns, they needed to cook something differently for this one. Razor, Copy did play it earlier, and I think Razor in this game has a pretty free reign. Once he pops a BKB, the only thing that can stop him pretty much is the Beastmaster. They don't have ways of increasing his damage. There aren't like these big things that they can throw on top of him, no IO or anything, but they have a Stampede, so he can choose which target that he wants to go for in a fight.
Yeah, it's just another story of Nouns have great scaling. They have good core-to-core matchups in Monkey King and Razor versus Alk and Beastmaster now. As long as they can get to a state where they have like 3 items and BKBs to play into BB, they can definitely take it. But BB have terrifying tempo. They're playing on Enchantress, early Ags Beastmaster. an Alchemist that's going to come out with a Blink BKB very early on. So there's going to be a period in the game from like 20 to 30 minutes where Nouns are going to be on the back foot. And if they don't lose by then, they have a good chance.
Yeah, Nouns just need to show that they are tactically aware of what's going to happen in this game. If they try and... They don't really make moves, right? Like Razor doesn't want to make moves, no one wants to make moves. So if they just sit down, farm, defend an odd tower or two, they can get into the game. But if they play BB's game, then it can be a little bit scary, so yeah.
At what point do you feel like if you're going to watch Nouns and see if they can weather the storm that BB is throwing out here, at what point are you going to be worried for Nouns?
If they don't contest second Roshan. If they give away like 2 Roshans for free and they're just still in that kind of farm state, then they probably could have a lot of
But they can give 1.
Yeah, 1's fine. You give up tier 2s, but like they need to have all the tools when, BB are expected to be barreling into your high ground around, maybe 25 minutes or so, yeah.
It seems very scary to deal with. You feel like they can do it?
On side of Nouns?
Yeah?
Yeah, but this game needs to be slightly later, I would say.
Okay, let's find out what's going to happen in game number 1 of this best of 3. We're heading over first to Milan, who's going to be talking to Nomad.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed. Milan, I mean, they've gone very comfort on the side of BetBoom. What do you think about that?
I think that's their style. We expected a lot of heroes that they picked. Like their team that tries their guts, they had ups and downs, but they have been like sort of stable team throughout the season. Like they had bad results, but these players are high MMR, they believe in what they do, and I think it's good what they took. It should be, but we try to counter it and we'll see what happens.
All right, and what's your mentality like after your loss yesterday? How are you coming into this one?
I think the games in the playoff against Spirit and GAMIN kind of showed us that we can play against anybody because we beat the TI champions and we had a close showing versus RIA champions. So I think we can play against anybody, but it's mostly about us. If we play well, then we have a good shot. So it doesn't matter who is the opponent.
Thank you very much. Best of luck in the game. And now we're going to throw it over to our casters, which for this one will be Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Nomad, as we have this best of 3 underway between Nouns and BB Team. Already a Boundless Strike on to save. He will survive on that glorious horse of his. Cinderin, what do you think of this matchup?
Oh, this will work. Oh, hang on. Did they get 4 bounty runs? Oh boy, that's not... sorry, that didn't really answer your question, but that's a pretty rare thing at this level, that one team manages to get all 4. I was like, how did BB just get a 1k net worth lead here? And well, on top of that, they also have 250 extra gold in the Alchemist, so they're off to a good start. The matchup itself, I think the panel was pretty spot on. The lineup of BB here can play extremely fast if the laning stage goes well, so Nouns need to be careful with not getting rolled over. However, we did see a similar situation in one of their games against Gaming Gladiators yesterday, where they managed to do exactly that with some good early movements to solve the problem in that individual game. So they've shown that they are capable of playing against high pace, and if their own lanes go in a stable manner, it should be an exciting game.
Yeah, and I think Nouns, despite losing their last series, I feel like feels like they're on the up and up, right? They have a lot of momentum. I think a lot of people were counting them out, and then BB Team on the other side, they're struggling with the same issues that have plagued them from time immemorial, Cinder, and even with Pure on the team. Apparently getting rid of him doesn't change anything. In fact, he's on Tundra and he's destroying right now. But it feels like they always come in with a lead, and you just never feel confident that they're gonna bring it home, It's just such a strange thing to happen over a 2-year period for the same team.
Yeah, the thing is, if they ever figure that out, they will be
the best in the world, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Legitimately.
This is a team whose Achilles heel is, losing an important game and then spiraling. And the way they lose that important game will most often be from a very advantageous position where they just mess something up and drop the ball and then don't recover. That's definitely been a bit of a mentality problem, I would say, for them, is the main thing for the better part of a year. But the good news for them is, in the last series, the one against Talon that they played earlier, they lost game 2 after being really far ahead, and then they stomped them in game 3.
Yeah.
So in that series, they showed that resilience, the ability to reset completely.
You would think over time, throwing that many leads away, you kind of get used to it, and you build a resistance of sorts.
Yeah, it does sound like an interesting scientific study. How I need to get some papers written on this.
Yep, absolutely. A lot of damage being applied to BB Team here in this bot lane. Better be careful with that Monkey King. That is a hero that can absolutely take up.
Oh,
We've seen it
big
time and
damage
time again.
save.
Boundless strike onto save. He's going to pop the fairy fire, so we'll survive.
So what we didn't talk about, they showed prior to the game during the draft, they showed that every single Chen so far in this tournament, I think, has started with the summon convert of the Satyr. And this game is no exception. So Chen, at his whim, can just summon a mana burning creep, effectively, and that is arguably in most cases the most lane-focused creep you can have. So obviously the reason why you take it, save. Good blinding light, but
eventually
he didn't
it
miss.
does happen. Yeah.
So what's the blind chance again on level? It's 40% on all levels. So okay.
And the fact that he gets that kill without even Jingu as a skill on the hero,
yeah,
pretty interesting. I mean, that just goes to show how amazing Tree Dance is with this facet. It is, we already talked about it the other day, but unbelievably good, as we're going to see a concoction onto Gunnar with the acid spray and the blood grenade on top. He is taking a lot of damage, and that should finish him off. So
he's a goner.
Ends up tying the game 1-1. Very good joke, Synderen.
Fly will try to open up the small camp here, interested in finding his way to some pulls. So as the panel was talking about, the Chen versus Beastmaster match was a classic counter pick, and it should give a very good start to Yuma. That kill on the Coddle, I think, was honestly unexpected, given the circumstances. You said there was no Jingu and Chen's creep was actually dead, but they just barely scraped by and got that. So that's the good news here for Nouns. Aside from that, mid lane is pretty much a wash between the Invoker and the Razor. I think that's the expected outcome on that one. And then, well, since Alchemist has started being able to just start with 250 extra gold and then got 4 bounty runes, I think Gunnar is not expected to win this lane.
Yeah, I would say so. Probably accurate.
But he's tied with Beast. So I guess from the side of Nouns so far, it's looking okay, and I think BB team are very happy as well.
Right, and we've been seeing this build on Centaur pretty much every game that I've seen, where they don't even bother with double edge until probably this next level here. Actually, maybe even not. It's typically the level 3 in Retaliate to be able to farm consistently, which means you're just not going to be getting kills in this lane. It's all about survivability and eventual farm.
I think it's the right mindset as well, that you're never going to be in a position to play this lane aggressively until Razor rotates, and that will be a while, so play for yourself. This is the selfish Centaur build, basically.
Now he's got Jingu. Miero has to be careful. Save is there with the blinding light just in time.
It looked like he was about to go for one more swing as he got blinded away, but just barely outranged there, but he's going to try again.
Yeah, he's
Yuma's
trying.
hungry.
Miero tries to cut down the trees. That was a good attempt. Blood Grenade going to slow him down a bit. 3 stacks of Jingu on Miero.
Jeez, he is in
There's
there.
the Boundless to activate it. Not enough to get the kill, but still. Miero is really hurting here.
He knows the limits. He likes playing on 5% health for 10 seconds straight, apparently.
Yep.
Well, he didn't die, so...
Yet.
Yes, that is correct. We'll be stacking up his Ancient Hero to a triple stack on the Beastmaster, obviously one of the... This is something BB team have done a very good job at. They also were putting a lot of emphasis on this when they played the Coddle Storm game earlier today. Tons of stacks. And this time it's both Save as well as Miero making stacks in 2 different camps. We'll see if Nouns, arguably with the best invasion hero in Dota right now in that Monkey King, will try to deal with that at all, if they're able to.
Arguably.
Yeah?
Is it an argument?
You could make a case for a hero like Storm, you know, if you have vision, you can always just jump in.
Copy.
He's
going to get punished really hard by BB team. And Miero
with a celebratory tornado. He was trying to KS it, but Saika hit too hard, so unfortunately for him, his carry gets the kill. A very sad outcome, of course.
Yep, very sad.
If you're a mid hero, you want everything.
Mind Flare is the biggest quality of life to Nyx in the history of Dota. I'll say that right now. This hero can farm anytime now. What do you think of the current Nyx in this meta?
I think the hero's really good. I think he's significantly underpicked in this tournament. He makes a lot of sense as a counterpick to Ench, of course, which is why they ran it, but I believe the win rate of it that we saw was quite good, but the number of games was very low. I suppose the main problem teams are facing is if you don't pick this into specifically Ench or Chen, maybe your laning is just too weak and compensating for it gets too hard. But that said, I still think it's reliable a lot of the time, and especially we're seeing the rise of Invoker, right? This hero was not played particularly much in the first few days of the tournament. Now he's starting to really see play, Sunstrike plus Nyx can kill any hero on the map.
Yeah.
It's even better than it used to be because Nyx now, as a support, reliably goes Dagon and does a lot more damage with Mind Flare. So if you remember back in the day what kills you could find with Nyx Invoker, you can almost add 50% to the health of heroes you can kill. So, I don't know, perhaps that's the strategy we'll see teams run later on if they can get the laning to work.
Yeah, that's always been his issue, is the laning. But you just don't lane now. You just go jungle. Easy peasy.
Yeah.
Which begs the question, why is Pudge not being played in this meta? My goodness. What a great hero.
Waiting for Boxy to run his signature I'm leaving lane minute 2 and going jungle play.
That was epic.
They crushed that game.
Indeed.
It's
well, GPK. He's in the cover of his Ghost Walk right now. Might be going through the gate, but he's going to run into Fly. Or is it the other way around? Yuma on the trees as well. The EMP already being shown, as Fly will likely just be sacrificed. He actually dies to a neutral creep, and instead all the damage being applied to Mr. Nightfall. He's getting all this regen, but it's not enough. He will drop. Unfortunately for Nouns, though, I think they're going to lose both cores in Yuma and Gunnar in the process. So they lose 3 heroes, although again, 1 denied by neutrals.
Yeah, this was, the panel didn't talk about this, but a really big upside to Stampede is that you, as Chen, you can just Stampede right into the neutral camp and die. That apparently was important there. Oh, he just narrowly dodges every spell there on Lelis.
Very nice.
But yeah, good defensive play there from BB Team, really covering up their Alchemist in this safe lane. Which is going to be necessary. This is a textbook Nouns play.
Lelis.
Well, he dodged every spell and then he walked back into them. Oh well.
Yeah, well, he wasn't expecting Banana Boat Team to come back into the triangle area, so they stuck around.
Yep. It's yeah, I was gonna say Nouns. I think one of the things they did really well against GAMIN Gladiators in the game that they won in that series was rotating from the safe lane through the gate. And I think BB Team have prepared for this. They've studied the movements that Nouns like to go for, and they were exceptionally ready for that rotation. They were already in position when Chen came through, as you said, and they were the ones to make the first move instead. Now that's probably not going to stop.
10-minute rune.
Okay.
Looks like it'll be top as the haste is bottled by Copy. Tornado already used from GPK, so he won't have a way to actually dispel this haste if they want to try to run at him, but that's a tall order at this point of the game. Looks like he's going for the Witchblade on the Invoker, while Gunnar Blade Mail this time around, which a lot of time we've talked about this before, but the Blade Mail against heroes with the uncontrollable outburst of damage, such as Windrunner.
Yep.
Not really seeing that here, like, unless you want to count Enchantress late game, I guess.
Something we haven't really talked about that item is it's also a farming item on Centaur, right? It's
true.
You farm faster, you get bigger throughout the game. It adds some utility in certain situations in team fights. It makes you a less appealing target in general. But I would agree, this is not the best game for it that we've seen. But it just goes to show, I think every game of Centaur we've cast this tournament, the player has got Blade Mail. So maybe it's just that good that the circumstances don't even really matter. And you just do grab this first, and then you have the 2 build paths with either being a mega tank with auras, or you get the dagger, or both, of course, if you're having a good enough game. And yeah, Gunnar is doing all right. This is a very even game for all intents and purposes, especially considering the Dire started with 4 bounty runes. They haven't really converted that to
right
more.
into the center if he comes to the low ground.
That's very close to being spotted. Not quite.
Right on the outskirts.
And Chen is doing Chen things, pushing this tower. Trying to force rotation, but PB Team are not overreacting.
I mean, for a Nyx assassin this game, who's your... I mean, obviously you're going to need assistance from your team to get a kill, but who can you kill at this stage of the game with a Vendetta +1?
I think Nyx plus Monkey King can absolutely kill the Coddle and the Ench, I think. Should be possible kills. The rest, probably a little bit too tanky and too much counterplay.
Yeah.
I guess with Alchemist, it's also a little bit down to luck with his Talisman of Evasion. As that gets turned into a Radiance, it gets a bit more reliable. But, oh, Gunnar is gonna poke Psych up here. Just actually will bait out the Chemical Rage. Don't know if they're gonna use that for anything. Oh, Miro!
Oh, Copy is gonna be found. Primal split, the Hand of God to keep him a little bit safer. He's gonna try to fight this through. The Stampede is gonna follow through, though. And now the cover of Fly is there, and they're going to turn everything on the Miero instead, so a nice turnaround for Nouns. You can see Yuma looking for additional kills here. This GPK will just casually walk away. And that's now a Maelstrom for Yuma.
Yeah, this is a funny dynamic, the Chen versus Invoker. Because they kind of offset each other, right? They were expecting that Sunstrike to be enough to get that kill, but then Hand of God heals basically the exact amount that the Sunstrike does. And then you're back to square one with, could Beastmaster have soloed that Razor? Clearly not. There was even an Illuminate over top, but it's level 1, so... Yeah.
And now the stacking. I mean, this should be very obvious that this is going to happen at some point in the game.
Yeah.
And we'll see if Nouns do anything about it. The problem is they need several heroes to deal with that. And meanwhile, Gunnar is going to be ganked. By
trouble. No Stampede.
Yeah, Concoction is coming for him as well. This is going to be a very easy cleanup for the battle bots.
There is that kid. There we go. All right, GPK don't miss twice.
Well, meanwhile, Yuma, he does actually disrupt this Ancient stack a bit. Uses his Wukong's command. Not going to lead to an initial kill. Not sure how many creeps they ended up stealing.
He's fast.
Yep.
He's got that Vendetta facet.
Can go through terrain.
Save.
Just going for the kill.
Oh, faking out twice.
Mind Flare wasn't enough, but hey, if you can get your Monkey King a kill at this stage and maybe the 14-minute Wisdom as well, it looks like it'll be a trade though.
Yeah.
They're scanning it out just to double check.
I wonder what the ratio is in the games in this tournament between the 14-minute Wisdoms. How many you've taken on your side and how many on the other. I feel like the 7-minute ones, the teams get their own. And anecdotally, I would say on the 14-minute one, there's more trades on the opposite side than you being on your own side.
Yeah.
I guess it's just a natural part of the movement out on the map with your first aggressive moves that you're likely to play around the other side, but it's kind of interesting to see that that's been a development, because this didn't used to be the case a month ago.
Yeah, and Wisdom Runes have been extremely powerful, especially the first two, for many months now.
Yep.
So it is interesting to see kind of a late development to this during TI. As Blink getting pretty close for Gunnar. As you can see, Miero has his Aghanim Scepter now, so the Drums of Slom online.
Very fitting for a BB Team Beastmaster to get the Bongo Bongo Ags. Makes a lot of sense.
They are Beastmaster believers.
True that. One of the teams that play it the most, as a matter of
fact.
fact.
It's been pretty strong hero. I feel like it must have a good win rate at this tournament. As you can see, Nightfall with the Radiance, and going to be going for the Manta into eventual AC. So not opting for a Blink, it seems, at least not yet. Do you think that's something that is going to be for the Beastmaster? Looks like that will be, actually.
Well, he is queuing on up on Alk.
50% win rate. That's actually surprising. It feels like it's been better.
I think getting Dagger on both heroes actually makes a ton of sense this game. You could argue that you could bypass one of them because you have a Quaswex Invoker, but the nature of these fights is going to be extremely explosive, so if you're the one who can...
Ouch!
Well, that'll do.
It'll happen from time to time. Of course, you're forcing so many sentries to be built. That's what you tell your team in the pubs as Nyx Assassin.
This is a second death in 16 minutes. That's
he's doing fine.
Completely
Absolutely
fine for Nyx.
And I think this facet that they take these days, where you can walk through terrain for the first 10 or so seconds, has been enormous for the hero.
Yeah,
now
because
coming from weird angles.
Not only that, but because it gives you flat move speed, right? It just sets your move speed to haste. Nyx can choose not to buy boots, which is what's happening here, right?
Yeah.
So Lelis is going 2 nulls into straight Dagon.
Looks like Nouns want to try to contest this. They're going to Boundless Strike onto the Beastmaster. The Impale to follow. He's dead. Down goes Miero as Save is being chased by Copy, showing that newly minted BKB. Nightfall does get off the concoction, though, as Lelis should be able to finish this himself just with a casual right-click from the Vendetta. Nice job from Nouns, capitalizing on the attempted Roche take, it looked like, from Beyond Burger Team.
Yeah, and they're going to steal it, too.
Yeah.
So... this is the biggest play of the game here. T was talking about on the panel how Nouns, yeah, you can give up the first Roche, but you absolutely need the second one. How about you just steal the first one?
Yeah.
That sounds good to me.
Easy peasy. Gleipnir online for the Monkey King as well, as Copy's going to show himself mid. Get tornadoed for his troubles. And BB Team now kind of on the defensive, it seems. Despite having this very aggressive lineup, I mean, just looking at it.
Yep.
You got the Beastmaster, Enchantress, Activator of the Caudal, obviously Invoker. Depends on how you build it, but then Alk, kind of a hero that wants to farm at the early stage, but then ramps up really fast. So we have a TP in from Miero.
Nice reaction.
Quick blink from Gunnar.
Yeah.
this talent might get denied.
The thing is, if you look at BB teams, the way this team approaches fights, you're saying it's aggressive, and it comes from the nature of, okay, Beastmaster's going to find a flank with a roar, or Invoker's going to come out of Ghostwalk and start the fights, but something that Nouns have really accomplished with their draft is they're making it difficult to find skirmishes on your terms. You're always paranoid about an invisible Nyx, there's always Monkey King that can be sitting in the trees, Chen's creeps are constantly pushing out waves at like low risk and high reward, so while it is an aggressive lineup, the way this usually works is that you take over a part of the map and then you constrict the enemy team. But they haven't been able to do it. They've taken one tower, minute 18. So I think that doesn't really fit the bill for what this lineup was hoping to do at this point. So I think if I'm Nouns, I'm pretty satisfied with still having 2 tier 1s up at this point. And if they can keep defending them a little bit longer, they're starting to approach some really nice timings. Now Yuma's going to get his Shard plus Gleipnir completed on the Monkey King. Centaur is halfway to the pipe. And Chen's Greaves.
Spike Carapace can always stun Nightfall because of the Radiance.
Yeah.
Did not opt to use it there. Would have been a tough kill either way. As we're going to see the Tornado.
Nice damage onto Copy.
Into the Chaos Meteor. Not enough for a kill as Lelis.
Want to dive though. They see Lelis.
He is spotted. That's a very tanky Invoker right now. And Lelis slowed to a crawl thanks to the Solar Bind. Yuma's coming in with the Gleipnir. Has his Wukong's command. A beautiful Boundless Strike onto 2 as well. They get 1. It looks like they'll get the second support as well. Although the Force Staff to the other side. The Ice Wall slowing them as well. As Miero actually in no man's land, focusing everything on this Monkey King. Now GPK and Nightfall are there to assist. The Aegis is down. Concoction hits 2. See, axes will continue to be thrown out. Yuma with the Shard already, it seems. We'll go to the end of the Boundless Strike to disengage completely. So in the end, it's an Aegis for 2 supports.
Oh, is it over though? Lelis is scouting. I mean, his teammates are relatively far away. I guess they don't really have anyone who can smoke up and connect on this, but Lelis still hounding him. Seems like he has some sort of plan, but that kill isn't really possible.
No.
All right, he's literally just scouting. Nobody cares.
He has a Dagon, but yeah, these 2 targets are without a +1. It's not happening.
So Lelis with a very interesting inventory right now. 2
on a sentry. Tornadoed up, and they dust just for good measure. Lelis heals up a bit with the Dagon, but it's not happening. BB team all over that.
Also fortunate enough on him to find Whisper of the Dread, which is easily the best neutral item you can possibly get on Nyx. Getting the extra mana pool, but of course the 8% spell damage amp is incredible on this hero. See if it makes a difference at some point. But yeah, BB team, they stabilize once again. And as with most Alchemist games, this is going to become a matter of, do you hit your stride in the next 10 minutes when Alk is, in theory, generally peaking over enemy cores? Because I don't think this is a game where Alk ultra late. This hero has become better, for sure. It used to be very polarizing. It's like either you win by minute 40 or you lose most of the time. Now that Alk scales better, I still think his core matchups in this game are really rough. Razor is tough. Monkey King is a very rough one later on. And as you mentioned, Spike Carapace is actually a really big problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the, like, back in the day before, I got to hold that thought. Tormentor will be taken out. I don't think Nouns are going to stick around here. Fly will get the Shard, although Saika, Mr. Nightfall, will jump in and they get 2 kills. BB team ready for that, as Copy's going to have to BKB and run away. That is really unfortunate for Nouns, and now a little bit of momentum for Bowling Ball team.
Yeah, that's a good hit. Sure, they do get the Tormentor themselves. That would have been even better if BB were 10 seconds earlier, but still, I think they're very happy with this. They're going to convert into tier 2, and this is what I was looking for from their team. I was saying 3 minutes ago that they'd only taken 1 tower. Well, guess what? If you take a tower per minute now, you'll catch up pretty quickly.
Yep.
They've got 4 down now.
Yeah, momentum definitely on BB team's side. Of course, 3K lead with an Alchemist. Who knows what that means these days?
True.
And Nouns definitely still in the game. And yeah, back to that Nyx conversation. I mean, back in the day, Cinderin, Nyx was basically picked as a counter to Radiance heroes to force them to buy something else, or Batrider. That was like his identity. That's it.
And Ember.
Yeah, true. Ember was also a good one. So with the Flame Guard.
And Puck. And Storm.
Several heroes. Quite good. Fly remembers this time.
He was actually good against OD as well, and sometimes you picked it against Lina too.
Okay. Keep going. Don't stop now.
But yeah,
GPK gets the tornado
only
off on the
Radiant.
copy. Cold snap into the ice wall. Man, he just cannot go anywhere.
All right, the pace is really picking up now. This is when Nouns need to keep their calm and find some sort of move as a team. Otherwise, BB is going to keep doing this to them. Because now that BB team are owning 2/3 of the map, this is the true challenge that I think Nouns did a really good job delaying until this point, but now it's coming for them. So what are you going to do? Are you going to take the fight head on? Are you going to try to find some sort of skirmishes with Nyx plus Monkey King where you hope that they spread out at some point and you find the straggler? Maybe Alchemist is farming alone, which is the case right now with Psyche farming Ancients. That would have been an awesome time to strike with those two in the smoke. I think those are the two basic options, is doing a little ganking squad with the two of them or looking for a full-on team fight. And it looks like team fight is the name of the game here. At least they're going to smoke up 4 of them, and Razor's about to spawn.
Well, BB team will be getting a shard to their name. It'll be save. By the way, we didn't even mention, he did go for the Solar Bind facet. The last game he did go for Recall, but that was
specifically with Storm.
Yeah, Storm Spirit specialty.
With Storm. I don't think he will do it under any other circumstances, actually. I think it's specifically only with that hero that Save will choose that facet. So, and Solar Bind is a really good ability. The magic resistance reduction has nice synergy with Beastmaster as well as Invoker, so he's offering a lot of burst together for them. Even Alchemist benefits slightly from it with the Radiance, but... Speaking of Radiance, has any other hero this tournament bought that item than Elk?
Ooh,
I don't think
that.
I've seen it. So this item has really fallen out of favor. You go back a year, we had like 10
they
different heroes.
spot Lelis again.
Yeah.
He gets off the Spike Carapace, but it's only a matter of time before he's brought down, and we hear a roar go off, and that's a dead Centaur.
Oh yeah, we've had Brewmaster by Radiance.
Wow.
Yep,
Well, basketball team is going to try to go high ground now. They have 2 kills to their name. It's a 3v5. Can Nouns defend? They're going to use the fortification. As Psyche, Mr. Nightfall, with the alacrity is something to fear.
This is just a lane. This lineup
I think
pushes
so.
stupidly fast, and yeah, as we
timing
said,
with his AC as well.
Yep. Couldn't have done it any better. There's so little margin for error when you play against Alchemist Beastmaster. In these mid-game situations, either you win the team fight, you have buybacks, or you lose your base. And now BB team can take a little bit of a chill. They can prepare for the next Roche if they want to. The early respawn is actually that's the guaranteed respawn in 2 seconds. So if they were to scout the top half right now, they are in a very dominant position to just get this Roche completely uncontested. They have awesome vision down the lane. Fly's doing his best to get some sort of control up here, but definitely not looking too great. It's together with Yuma. If Yuma gets caught here, they lose Roche. All right, they'll both TP out, so they're just conceding the area, which is effectively just giving BB a straight line to Roshan now.
Yeah, well, Yuma finally gets his BKB, so the position 1 and 2 for Nouns now have it. We'll see how much difference that's going to make at this stage, considering they've already lost Barracks at the 26-minute mark. Usually does not go well for a team that is occurring to, believe it or not, Cinderin.
I believe it. Oh, this could be big, though.
Centaur going for an Aghanim Scepter. We'll have to talk about that in a moment.
Amplify damage rune for Yuma.
They need it.
They actually need this, I think. So
they're making their way over to the north side.
One of these
Roche
trees is
is
not
up.
like the other.
Well, he's not a tree, so...
Not anymore. He was a moment ago.
Okay.
You need to pay attention when I'm saying things.
Concoction, Nightfall. He's going to try to run into the smoke. Might be stunning himself. Manta's it off, actually. Good timing. GPK stuck on a high ground. He's going to get Gleipnired. There's the Wukong's command, but he gets force-staffed out of it.
On the commandants instantly.
And the Wukong's, yeah, he didn't take the other facets, so it's done.
Oh, boy.
And so is
This
Fly.
is not
Just
good.
like that, it's a 5 versus 4. They're going to try to force this fight in the pit. A double impale into the double hoof stop with Lelis doing a ton of damage as well. Miero getting really low. Boundless strike into a double kill. BB team, they're going to use a buyback onto Mr. Nightfall. Yuma, oh boy. He's put inside the pit, and it looks like this will be the death of him. So BB team having to expend a buyback, but they still end up winning the fight in a way, and they'll secure second Roche.
Yeah, that's why they call them buyback team.
That's right.
They will get this Aegis onto Psyche. That was, honestly, that was a really good outcome for Nouns with how that started. I thought they were just going to get wiped. they threw Wukong's command out for nothing. Chen died first, so they're missing some of the auras in the fight as well. And then they still managed to get a really nice chaining of stuns.
Gunnar, don't die. We need to see the workhorse before the game is over. I beg of you.
He is
gonna pop the pipe.
Not
low
looking
to
too
a
hot,
crawl. He's dead. What's that?
He's not looking too hot.
Yeah, it's not good.
Or maybe he is looking too
Oh boy, Beach Boys team is really on a roll in this game number 1. But hey, we talked about this early game, Cinderin. If there's any team that will throw away a gigantic lead, it's this team.
I need to see this one before I believe it.
Okay. They're gonna try to go high ground for barracks number 2. This is the breaking barracks team now. They're gonna put down the Roche banner and apply a lot of pressure here. Remember, Centaur still dead for 15 seconds. Gunnar does have buyback, but I think you just give this up surely. Although, they will use Fort on this. But they will still give it up, it seems.
Yeah, BB team have just really... It's been really impressive to watch in this game how a part of the game that I think both the panel as well as us thought was going to be the hardest one, Nouns did a relatively good job at handling, and then BB team just really kicked it up a notch and completely. These last 10 minutes, they have just run the whole show. So the timing maybe came 4 or 5 minutes later than expected, but the ultimate result, unless Nouns can somehow pull a heroic comeback here, is going to be the same, which is just one more lane to go for those Megas. They still have the Aegis. BKB almost completed for Psycha. It's coming out now for the Invoker. So that's 2 new problems that Nouns have to face. And while they do have decent physical damage between the Razor and the Monkey King, I don't think it's going to be enough that they don't have to burn through their entire BKB durations themselves. And that's when Invoker is the king of the game. Yeah. This hero is, by many, considered to be the best hero in Dota, at least historically, when BKBs run out. Like, just the amount of control you have, you can completely dictate the fight with your arsenal of spells. And in a game like this, having max Wex for your Deafening Blast is amazing against 2 right-click cores. Ice Wall, of course, against chasing heroes, you name it. You know, they have the whole package. So Nouns, last-ditch effort coming up.
Yeah,
looking for a flank.
Into an Aegis, mind you. They're heading towards the south, trying to backstab. Save would be a pretty decent pickoff. They're gonna run into Toronto Tokyo instead, and he's pretty damn hard to kill, not gonna lie. Spike Carrier has already used. There's a Wukong's command. Nightfall just casually walks out of it. Lelis and Gunnar super low as the roar goes off onto the Razor, and this is just getting out of control in favor of BB team. Yuma, the BKB TP, will be successful, but the rest of his team are dropping like flies.
So we'll fly.
No pun intended on that one for once.
And speaking of bugs, let's kill the last one. I guess flies, you know.
Yeah, Lelis is dead to the hands of the Bumblebee team, and another buyback comes out, this time from Lelis, but I think the game just ends here, surely. For those mega creeps at the very least.
Hey, they have to throw every buyback at them here. Centaur has to buyback too. They can't wait 15 seconds.
But the Aghanim Scepter, Cinderin, we need to see the workhorse.
We really don't.
The cart would change everything. They get the range racks. There's the initiation from Gunnar into the Gleipnir, but now Gunnar, it's just, he just melts, man. He just absolutely melts. Already with the beefy Centaur dead, this will be mega creeps for BB team. They can just casually do whatever they want now. And, oh, they actually, I think they broke the tree there, so Yuma stun for an eternity, as GG's called. BB team all over this game number 1.
Yeah, they continue their streak against Nouns. As was talked about on the panel, these teams did meet in the first group stage, which was honestly the most one-sided game of the entire tournament, was that very first game these 2 teams played when BB team beat them 24-1. Seems like they kind of just have their number a little bit. Nouns are still struggling, even though they've leveled up throughout this tournament. This matchup does not seem good for them.
No, it does not. Shiver, what do you think of this game number 1?
Well, I think I kind of think we hit the nail on the head here on the panel after the draft was done. We knew the onus was going to be on Nouns to perform and to hold off BB for as long as they could, and we mostly knew that in between minute 20 and 30, it was going to be extra difficult. And unfortunately for Nouns, they did not do it. They could not hold, and it's BB team that take game number 1, so they are 1 game away from moving forward in this lower bracket. Credit to them. I believe we would focus a lot on Nouns, Effie, I think, this post game, because I do feel it was their performance that caused the game to be like this.
Honestly, I want to give them credit for the way they played the first 20 minutes, because they got what they could, where they could. They even contested the first Roshan and got Aegis on their Monkey King, but it reached a point where Alchemist just finished farming. He wasn't done farming around the time that this first Rosh happened, right? But at some point, you just get that Mountain Style, you get that AC, you get that Blink, that Radiance on Alchemist. You get it much earlier than Monkey King, who at that point had a Gleipnir, but he didn't have his BKB yet. So the second BB started to group up and play for their own picks, run into Nouns' side of the map, run into that Tormentor area, there wasn't that much that Nouns could do to fight back. And then on top of that, when you layer in when Invoker gets the BKB, who stops him really? He's not going to be able to be locked down in the ring. The Santoros stun won't contest him, Nyx won't contest him. So they hit their mass on BB post minute 20 and they finished it pretty cleanly.
And I want to point out GPK. When this guy is on, he's really on. Didn't die a single time in this game. 9-0 and 8. His laning stage was perfect. The way this game started is they picked up 4 bounty runes, got that extra gold with the Alchemist, of course, so the laning stage is much better. You can bring extra regeneration to the side lanes, you can bring some extra stats for the Invoker in the mid lane, and I think this is going to be the fight where he pushes Monkey King out of Wukong's command with his Hurricane Pike, because Monkey King, they too tend to go for the other facet, and immediately he's out. So, kind of, this is the most damage that you're going to deal. With your Wukong, this is where you want to hit them with the Boundless, Gleipnir, maybe Nyx Assassin Stun. Just not enough. It looked like an okay fight, but BB team did use BB here, and I think 2 of those, and got into a fight that kind of secured the game with the second Roshan.
Yeah, you got to give it to Nouns as well. Like, the start of this game was because of Yuma's laning phase. Like, he doesn't go for the Jingu, he goes for Spring and Boundless. He keeps applying pressure to the Beastmaster, and often when we see like 12, 11-minute Aghanim's on Beast to open up for a very quick Roshan, because of Yuma and Fly's laning phase, it delayed the Beastmaster Aghanim's, and then it opened up for like a 15, 16-minute Roshan, therefore Copy with his BKB could take the fight. But, you know, fundamentally, when Nouns itemized to get that one fight, there wasn't a plan B in their lineup. Like, Nyx couldn't find any pickoffs because BB, 5-6 minutes later just grouped up the entire time. Chen falls off when the enemy team's running at you. And then, Centaur Razor, they didn't really bring any damage. So it kind of felt like Yuma had to do everything. And that also was nullified by like Crimson Guard on Beastmaster, there's Blinding Light on Kotl. So yeah, unfortunately for Nouns, there were moments of brilliance, but their draft, unless the game goes 40 minutes plus, it is so hard to fight into this wall of aggression. Like, every highlight we're looking at right now is just BB overwhelming them post second Roshan.
Is there anything they could have done to, I don't know, slow down Nightfall's or Sekka's
Gentleman's
farming?
agreement in the old chat. Don't
hit
fight us for 10 minutes, yeah.
Look,
Because we need a little bit more time.
It was like this inevitable bomb.
They tried, because Lela's on the Nyx was always hunting for the Alchemist, and potentially if he connected on 1 or 2 more pickoffs with Yuma on the Monkey King, that could have opened up for Psyker needs an extra 5 minutes, 3 minutes to get that next item. But there was, if you really go back through the replay, like, Psyker was able to dodge some of these ganks, which then allowed him to, get to Radiance and Manta and Blink and AC. So it's like, with this draft, it's such high pressure on, if Nyx connects, game continues. If Nyx doesn't connect, then everyone just has to hit creeps and pray their opponent doesn't want to just, get to game 2.
Yeah, I guess you could make a case for if they were able to dodge BB's initial takeover of their map around minute 21 near their Tormentor. Yeah. If they dodged that and they didn't take any engagements until Yuma got his BKB, then maybe they would have had a shot because they would have been able to fight back before Invoker had a BKB, but it's impossible to know where your enemies are at all times, and it's impossible to dodge every gank. And you have to account for the enemies making a move on you and killing you a couple of times in that mid game. And what is your failsafe? What's your plan after that? Unfortunately, it feels like in that state, 20 to 30, BB executed their draft perfectly, and they didn't really give Nouns a window to come back into the game at that point.
I also wonder, we see here GPK stat, as mentioned, he had a fantastic game, Lacoste. We knew he was going to be the one playing Invoker. We have had Nouns with the privilege of counterpicking that mid lane. They went for Razor, they put Copy on that Razor in the mid lane against the Invoker. Could they have had a different, like a hindsight, could they have gone for a different hero that could have done a better job?
Considering the heroes that he played so far, I did mention the Earthshaker, which would be kind of worse for the lane, but maybe slightly better for the game. I don't think this is a pick issue. I think the whole composition of their draft and also the speed that their BB is playing, especially the 4 bounty runes that we did mention, it changes a lot because whenever we talk about BB, their laning stage, ever since this team formed, has always been strong. So you got to do something about it. And I think picking Nyx Assassin, like this hero doesn't provide you with much in the laning stage. Like he's more about, you know, might kill Enchantress's creep, might land a stun, but his lane presence is not as strong.
It didn't turn out the way that Nouns wanted for this first game. That is 3 games in a row that they have suffered against BB Team. Surely they can come up with something, T, that works a little bit better. Because this did feel like a theory-crafted lineup. We said at the very start, these were a couple of the heroes that they haven't gone for before. They knew what was coming. We said both teams seemed pretty comfortable with their draft.
Yeah, I think at least for the Noun success, you know, Copy's name has been, you know, mentioned multiple times, but you know, if he can play a Storm or a hero that, you know, punches into the game, like the Sand King game as well, like I think maybe Copy playing into the map helps Nouns survive some of their greed in their drafts. And when he plays a hero that doesn't really have that statement, like Razor doesn't move to an area and go, this is my location. It's like he pushes out, maybe farms a jungle camp, he links a core, he's not killing heroes. And I'd rather see Copy play a killing hero to bring everyone else to life, because if he doesn't, then everyone's just hitting creeps.
I think that, to be fair, the Razor was the reason they were in that game for so long, because if they didn't pick that range damage hero that can rush BKB the way Razor can, they wouldn't have been able to fight for the first Roche. They would have been entirely weak. Like, if that was a Storm Spirit instead, there was no way to play into them. And we talked about how they lacked range damage, because they had the Nyx, Monkey King, Centaur that were shown at that point versus a Beastmaster Ags. They had an issue that they had to correct, and unfortunately, Copy was the one who had to try his best to correct it for them. So if it weren't for that Razor BKB rush, honestly, Nouns would have gotten stomped a lot earlier. So I want to be fair and say I don't want to look at Copy's hero here. I want to look at the draft composition before.
Yeah, I think if Copy's having to play this specific type of hero, then I think Nouns are already losing the game. So I hope in the next draft they can set up the blocks a bit better, because Copy, you want him to have a little bit of freedom, where it's like, what do you want to play? Like, is it your Shaker game? Is it your Queen of Pain game? Like, is it your Storm, like the Playmaker game? Like, what can you do to just do something? And I think if you are trying to fill this void that Effie's mentioning, then you've kind of put your, you know, potentially star player into a very, very poor position.
Now, we heard our commentary team talk about it at the end of the game there. Is this just a really bad style matchup for Nouns' playstyle versus BB Team's playstyle, Lacoste?
It could be. Sometimes you have, you know, one of the arch nemesis. We've seen Gaming Gladiators against Team Liquid 2023, 2024 as well, that these are just not well-matched teams when it comes down to styles. And I think the same can be said here as well. Nouns, I said it coming into the series that they got figured out slightly. They've been relatively predictable. They try to make something new happen in Game 3 yesterday when they played. It didn't look too impressive. They got rolled over by Gaming Gladiators. So they need to go back what's been working out for them. But the problem is, I don't think they're going to be getting the hands. They might need to prioritize the first pick that they'll be getting. We talked about Luna being the hero of the tournament from the carry position, sitting at only almost 80% win rate. And they might need to, you know, go for either Treant Protector or some Luna, try to make a shift and get something that you've been very successful with in that first pick phase.
Yeah, as we can see here, this is these are the results of Nouns versus BB throughout this entire season. And first of all, it's looking pretty good for BB Team there. 6-1 is a great record, and every time Nouns has let them have the Alchemist, it's a hit for them. So maybe also just remove that one. It sounds so simple though. I will say it's probably not as simple as just ban out Alchemist, because that's not just the strength that BB Team has. And we did discuss it yesterday. Maybe Luna first phase, T maybe Treant Protector first phase. Doesn't sound very pretty, but maybe it could work.
Yeah, annoyingly for Nouns, their success has come from like 3 heroes in which there's enough bans to get rid of all 3.
Yeah.
Therefore, they are in a position where it's like their playbook is like, do we have depth for a 4th opening? clearly they don't because they're kind of scrambling at the moment for it. But
when you say 3 heroes, you mean Mirana, Luna, and Treant Protector?
no, I mean openings in regards to like Sand King, Timber, and Doom, for example. Like they're kind of that's what they've used to open the draft. And second phase, then it's like they hit you with the tree or the Luna to kind of round it out. But yeah, I think at least for Nouns, I just want to see like they have the aggression. Like their safe lane wins the safe lane.
Yeah.
Their off lane a little bit more sacrificial than other teams. And that's where it's like, if you just create these opportunities, it's going to play itself out. You're going to have kills and stuff, but like having a Nyx and a Chen and a Centaur and a Razor, it's like, this is not a draft to fight into BB. It's like, please don't beat us. We will eventually fight you. Like, I don't know. It's just, it doesn't look nice. Their previous drafts, like even when they lose, there's moments where it's like, okay, cool. You can play it 10 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever. But this draft felt like they were kind of defeated from the get-go. It's like you're letting BB dictate the entire game.
Yeah, focusing on BB team here a little bit, as they are the team now with 1 game up, a very comfortable position to be in FE. This is a team that we've had question marks with this event. We talk about the team a lot because they are so high skill, and we do have high expectations from them. Do we feel like the game that we just witnessed, are they coming to be back into form?
They don't look like they're in top form yet, to be honest, because the first Roshan that they took, their execution was a bit sloppy. They weren't ready for Nouns to fight back. Hopefully they can learn from that, but even earlier today versus Talon in that game too, they didn't have any buybacks, right? Which is not a mistake that you make at the main stage. So while they have been getting better throughout the group stage, I don't think that they are the BB team that we've seen at previous events this year yet.
Now, maybe going through the lower brackets is not that bad of a thing for them if they just need more playtime. We'll see if they get even more playtime, though, because, of course, if Nouns force BB Team to a game number 3, we'll have an extra game added. Goes for both teams. Nouns will be on the Dire side for game number 2, and BB Team on the Radiant side. First pick goes to Nouns, as we have a little bit of a change up in the bans. A Kunkka banned by Nouns. That is a rather drastic change up so far. Makes you wonder, Lacoste. Do they want to pick up Wind Ranger?
Potentially. I think they just need heroes to punch back early on, have strong lanes, get the heroes that can do stuff. I think T had a good point about having got a lot of these heroes that would not say fulfill the same role, but kind of makes it difficult to play. Between 15 and 25, you need to slow down the game, which is not the meta right now. We've seen some long games, don't get me wrong, but it's because teams are making the mistakes, they're not robots, and sometimes the game drags post 45, 50, 60 minutes. Kunkka, however, Miero is the one that I kind of like the most of all the other players. He doesn't necessarily go for Aghanim Scepter, which I think is a huge bait on Kunkka. It does look very underwhelming in some of these team fights. Even the fights that you're winning, the damage output isn't really there. So I prefer when Kunkka goes for, whether that's a Lotus Orb, whether you need, Blade Mail into Pipe, into Hex, or whatever is necessary. We've seen Nullifiers being built on Kunkka. So he's the one who understands the itemization really, really well. And I think ATF, when he talked about Miero in an interview, said pretty similar thing, where he said he respects him a lot because he's one of the best offlaners right now, and for a good reason.
And speaking of offlaners, Gunnar, who has been the key to their Nouns' success, his heroes are still left in the pool in the games that they won. I mean, like, they were opening with Sand King, they were opening with Doom. They didn't open with Mars, but he did look good on it at some games. So BB team have given them a little bit of flexibility in their offlane pick, where they don't need to be pigeonholed into a Centaur. And surprisingly enough, Nouns go for the first pick Wind Ranger over the first pick Doom or Sand King that they've been successful with.
Yeah, slightly intriguing, but again, lock down the Windrunner. They were scared of this against BB because they banned it in the first phase last game, so they clearly respect this hero immensely, hence why they've kind of shifted it ahead of the other heroes mentioned. But yeah, for Nouns, second phase, you've got access to Tree, Sand King, Mars. Of course, BB have only a single ban here, so you expect Nouns to have some of the heroes that have really brought success to them recently.
And don't forget, Lelis also plays Wind Ranger, has played at this event as well, which means either Treant or Luna, or maybe even both, will make it through, as long as BB Team doesn't pick up one of the two.
And Sand King too.
And Sand
King being ignored is very surprising.
Yeah.
I don't want to see this Wind Ranger shifted to position 4.
Okay.
It's good. A lot of players have been playing it, coming into Road to TI. I think it's a wasted potential. Sure, you might have a bad matchup when it comes to Doom before you get the Lincolns, before you have some Lotus Orbs from your team, and also you did mention Treant Protector. Treant Protector, this is something that Toronto-Tokyo, when he switched to position 5, he pretty much exclusively played these Clockworks, these Treant Protectors, these melee 5s. This was his hero pool, 2-3 heroes, not even kidding, and he plays it really well, so I want to see if maybe they want to get the hands of it, because they do have the first pick in the second phase.
Yeah, I feel like it's a ban or a pick here for BB, at least. It simplifies Noun's draft a little bit too much, and at least in the game 1, Noun's kind of struggled to keep up with the draft against them, but okay, they ban out the Omni.
Yeah,
and they pick it, yeah.
It's a great pick, because against Windranger, now you have 2 tools. If we're talking about the itemization, maybe later down the line, you want to have, some extra Satanic to have a Dispel mechanic, some Lincoln Spheres, but you're fulfilling your inventory, maybe Manta style. That's also been a common item on Windranger when it's necessary in some of these games. That's what carries like to pick up, but Nouns, they're probably thinking right now, do we want to run that Windranger as a position 4 again, which they have not been successful when they played against Gaming Gladiators yesterday.
I don't think they should. I mean, they can still pair this Wind Ranger with a Tusk or a Mercy or any kind of melee laner. Like, they're not in a position where their Wind Ranger is in danger. They go for the Tusk instead. This hero buffs up Wind Ranger's damage severely. He is the body for her in lane, and later on, BKB Piercing disable a means of save with Snowball, which buys you time versus Doom.
I'm not afraid for damage output. When Ranger's always going to get the damage. She's paired up with these heroes that you mentioned. I'm more worried about her survivability when it comes down playing against 2 of these heroes. What her damage output is also going to be when it comes down to you get doomed. Are you going to be in the fight? You need to run away. You pop a BKB. You get overgrowth on top of you. So quite difficult one.
Good thing though for Winona is after Maelstrom BKB, Manta is very good on you, and Manta is one of the best items against Doom, because when he goes to cast it on you, when you press Manta, it cancels animation, and he has to reapply it. He has to find the correct hero. So in the big fights, in those moments, you're able to actually kind of duke it out. And then you throw a Drinking Buddy's Tusk to drag the real Winona away, Snowball to destroy it. Like Manta is incredibly useful. And it is kind of it's helpful when your core can buy it against Doom.
Yeah, it buys you time for sure. Hoodwink comes out. I thought maybe we'd finally see the Sand King, but it's gone ignored, which is kind of unprecedented for this tournament. But Lellis has looked good on this Hoodwink. It's another strong laner to secure the side lane. So now you have this winning formula in the safe lane, plus a Hoodwink on the off lane, +1. It should make it so that they don't get rolled over on lanes for now.
I do wanna throw this out there, and I'm not happy about it.
I don't want to catch it either, but please.
Tusk off lane has been played so many times by now, and it is not good. I know, and they did not win a single game. But I feel like I have the job here to make sure that it's on the radar.
They're 3 for 3 on losses, right?
Yeah, or I think it's actually 3 losses.
Yeah.
3 games, 3 losses.
3 games, 3 losses.
I hope they don't. There are better offlaners out there who can, do stuff. I'm down for some Mars potentially to come out for Nouns.
Let's wait and see, Lacoste.
Huh?
Let's wait and see at least, Nouns, they clear. Actually, no, they should shelve it.
I believe in them, right? They played 3 offlane Tusks and they lost.
Yeah.
And they started playing real offlane heroes and they started winning. I believe in their ability to look
to adopt and learn
heroes.
No, I think what Lacoste was getting at after was the Mars makes the most sense for them, or even again, still Sand King is available depending what BB sees, but I think Nouns at least their offlane has struggled in the games that they've lost. I feel like the biggest issue has been the laning from their offlane. Once the game develops, then they come to life. They kind of emerge to be kind of pillars of the kind of the fight. But at least the first entry to the game, they have struggled. Hence why the Tusk offlane isn't always the best. And
it's gonna give you a team fight. It's gonna give you
give me the
choose where you wanna take that fight, and also it's a bit of a repositioning tool that you have when maybe you're defending the high ground, and also if you don't want to take a fight pre-BKBs, you get doomed. You can stop the aggression. So Gunner, we can see his heroes. Doom already picked. Timbersaw.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm just down for because I love the combination between Windranger carry and Mars offlane.
Yeah,
so
Whirlwind inside the arena. Yeah, it.
Super easy to execute.
The Sand King, though, was still in, as pointed out already.
I think it's very hard to ignore Sand King because though Mars would have given them a great teamfight anchor, I mean, this could still be, I mean, Sand King too, by the way, the flex is open, but while Mars would have given them a great teamfight anchor, they need the reliable aura buyer, and Mars isn't really an aura buyer, right? He goes like Blink, BKB into an aura to fight, and you need to have some kind of means to play into BB's lineup again, because their Weaver plus Treant lane is going to be crazy strong. You'd be hard pressed to put any offlaner versus these two. And Weaver is also a hero that kites at Wind Ranger. So if you're playing on your Wind Ranger Maelstrom BKB timing, she comes in Whirlwinds. Weaver's a carry who doesn't care. He Shikuchi's away. He's one of the best heroes at kiting her. So they're going to have a pretty scary timing on BB again, just like in game 1.
Seeing this monkey ban, this says to me that this Sand King probably gonna go mid, because it's a bad matchup. They already have Weaver, which is not gonna be flexed here, but also could respect Monkey as a hero. This hero is just insanely good.
And if it goes mid, the Mars you guys were talking about can still be an option.
Yes.
Because your Sand King from mid can buy the auras, which enables your offlaner to build the Blink BKB.
Strategically though, Nouns have shifted immensely from game 1. Like the pairing of Hoodwink Tusk playing onto the map. If they go to a Windrun lane, that should net a kill. They go to a Sand King lane, if they have the lockdown for a Weaver, should net a kill. A little bit more difficult, sure, but like at least they have moves to make, smokes to play with, which is kind of the a very different approach than game 1. I think I want to see Sand King mid though. I don't know if I want to see.
They will have to show. I mean, they can maybe have a hero from the
they don't
off
have
lane,
last pick, yeah.
but it's gonna be a bit of a stretch to find that good of a hero that is not melee, who goes to the off lane and is a flex and can go to the mid still.
But you still can go for the shaker mid, right? That we've mentioned multiple times. Like instant lockdown onto Weaver, then you layer with Sand King after that, with Bushwhack and a punch. Like you got plenty of ways to fight. So it's like, it's Mars off lane or Earthshaker mid. That's kind of where I'm sitting at now for Nouns. With Sand King then going to the opposite lane, of course.
We saw a great performance from GPK's Invoker previous game. Is that still something that's on the radar? I'm looking at BB Team's bans of the Storm and the Puck. Invoker still out there. Is that worrying at all or no? Oh no, it's not stolen. Let's see it then. Okay, what's the counter to Invoker that's still in?
From what he's played so far, that can be good. There's Void Spirit still in the pool.
There's also Queen of Pain, which would give them a lot of like bonus damage, bonus roaming.
I like Queen of Pain in most of these drafts. It also never comes out.
Yeah, I feel like I've wanted Queen of Pain like throughout the entire road. It's like no one really wants to play it.
We've seen it a couple times, like maybe 3 times total or something like that.
I'm so surprised that hero wasn't one of the heroes of this tournament, because coming into it, the pub meta, everybody was picking Queen of Pain because that Dagon build got buffed so many times. And a lot of the heroes who got nerfed made Queen of Pain stronger on lane 2.
They need a playmaker. They need a hero that comes online fast, because your Doom is a bit on the slower side. You have Treant Protector, so your damage is not there. Let's say Snapfire's XP rune gets stolen. You need somebody to play the game to keep this like Weaver in the game. It's a hero that can join early on, but she also needs some kind of a setup. The Doom can't just run in and or Treant Protector and say, yeah, good luck to deal the damage.
The nice thing with taking the Invoker from BB as well is if the game did go later, Invoker can become like another core to make sure Weaver doesn't fall off. And now the playmakers that we're mentioning, if BB do go for them, it puts them on a little bit of a timer where you can get kills, you can progress, but eventually you can struggle. And yeah, they go for a Pangolier. It is gonna try and break down the map, but at least for Nouns, when you look at the lamps, okay, there's like a light at the end of the tunnel. It's like we can maybe get there this time around. Like you have the early game damage, you have the ability to potentially outscale BB, but again, this BB lineup is lanes are strong, map play is strong, everything about it screams like they should maybe even just win this game.
Is it then the same archetype of game that we're watching here in terms of Nouns need to just, again, between minute 20 and 30 is going to be the toughest time. They just have to survive.
I don't think they're in the same situation as last game where they're playing into Enchantress, Beastmaster, Alchemist that come online early. Like, they are going to be playing an early aggression game off of the Pangolier, but Nouns can play into BB's draft quite easily. For Nouns, I'd like to see them just win the laning stage because they are set up to have pretty solid lanes, and then after winning the lanes, move your supports to the Invoker, play off of that a little bit, and then just farm your BKBs, because I think that Pango, while a good hero here, does fall off pretty hard in this game.
Yeah, I wanted to see something different from BB Team. I'm not sure if Pango's going to be able to do that. He's been, I would say, slightly underwhelming from the games that I've seen, and I do like what's announced. I think they made all the right adjustments. They're not going to lack damage. They have ability to punch back early on in the draft as well. I think we might go to game 3 here.
Okay, and are you expecting a bit of an action-packed game with that in mind?
Yeah, most definitely. You have these heroes who come online super fast, maybe a point in Exort for the Invoker. They do have the setup in the side lanes, so a little bit of oomph that could come out from the Invoker early on could secure them the kills.
I just want 3 games. I don't want lower bracket games where it's 2-0. You know,
Sure.
I want the lower bracket to be the most, painful experience possible, where, you really got to earn your way through.
Entertaining experience possible.
No.
Whether it's going to be entertaining, I think it's going to be entertaining either way, because we're going to watch some top-tier Dota. That's just the way it goes here at the Road to the International. Before we head to game number 2, though, we're first going to hear some words from the BB Team coach, Bulk.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, I'm here with Bulk. And firstly, did this draft go how you expected? And do you feel like you got the upper hand?
Драфт пошел по плану. Чувствую, что у вас есть преимущество.
Не думаю, что у нас есть какое-то большое преимущество. Мы не ожидали инвокера.
I don't think that we have much of I don't think that they have much of advantage, and they did not expect the Invoker.
I see. Okay, so they stole your Invoker, actually. Do you think we'll see Copy be able to repeat GPK's Game 1 performance?
Они скопировали плейстайл, взяли Инвокера. Как ты думаешь, смогут ли повторить успех GPK?
Надеюсь, нет.
Hope not.
All right, and what does your draft do better than theirs?
В чем ваш драфт лучше, чем их?
Да ни в чем, у них тоже хороший драфт.
Not much. They also have a good draft.
All right, cool. So feeling pretty even in this one then.
Чувствуете себя достаточно равными, да?
Yes.
All right. Sounds like we got a very exciting game on our hands, which means we're going to throw it over to our casters who are ready for this one. It is Sunsfan and Synderen to take it away with game number 2.
Thank you, Nomad. This is game number 2 between BB Team and Nouns.
That was...
Yes.
Those were some short answers from Bulk, but I'm just going off previous interviews that I've seen from him after drafts and tournaments. I think I want to say it's relatively rare that he finds drafts to be that even.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
That stood out to me a little bit. I know a lot of captains or drafters or coaches, when they get interviewed, will just say, yeah, both teams have good drafts, we'll see who plays better or whatever, but he usually has a little bit more to say about what advantages they have or whatnot. So I think he genuinely thinks this one's going to be a close one, and I feel the same way. I guess standout heroes, the fact that Nouns got Sand King at the end of the second phase. This hero has been banned against them in their last many games. And the Treant went through the draft, and that one got snagged up by BetBabe. Will lead to an interesting game here. So, hang on, a little bit of pressure here onto Saika in the bot lane, as a Gunner as well as Lelis will bring what they can. This lane, I think, so I found it interesting how on the panel they were a little bit split. How it sounded like T-Gov was favoring BB's lanes and Effie was favoring Nouns' lanes, which usually they pretty much agree that one team has the stronger laning stage. So again, perhaps that even more plays into the drafts are pretty even. I don't really have a strong favorite in the laning stage, but I do agree that it's incredibly important in this one because both teams have the potential to really accelerate.
Yeah, I mean, we've watched BB Team a ton in the past couple years, and this is basically their forte, is winning lanes and then getting a big lead and then throwing that lead away and then still winning sometimes out of that, enough to get a lot of top 3 performances. Is Gunner, Swarm applied to him. Is he just going to tick down to this? Yes, first blood to Nightfall. Yeah. Not often you see the Swarm actually get the last hit, but
they got the level 2 first. That's a lot of the time.
True.
This is how first blood goes down in these kind of side lanes, and it was by so little too. Gunner almost level 2 and Lelis just now cracked level 2, so that one extra deny sometimes is all it takes. And yeah, Weaver plus Treant is a dirty lane to get level 2 in first. Both heroes get so much stronger on that level 2 timing, and they will grab that for themselves. So a nice start for Saika here on the Weaver. We'll bring him to the top of the net worth. Pangolier Shannon.
Hell yeah!
One of your favorite heroes has a really bad win rate this turn.
Oh, it's because he's been nerfed for 10,000 patches in a row.
And not only is his win rate not great, he generally has been picked very late in drafts and still lost.
Yeah.
You know, the patches where he would sometimes have pretty high win rate, he would be picked overall first or maybe second. This time with even more information, the hero still isn't bringing home the wins. So I guess that's one concern here, just statistics going against BB Team in that regard.
Yeah, I think Barbecue Team, they picked both Pango and Doom, and Doom has been struggling big time in this tournament.
True.
So we'll see if they cancel each other out into a win.
Yeah. I guess, okay, which force is stronger? Is it the low win rate heroes or is it BB versus Nouns?
Yeah.
What is the...
That's a
Because
great
they're
question.
3-0 against them so far in the tournament.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a good matchup for Nouns. As Copy getting really low to GPK. And GPK has been pretty strong so far today, Cinderin. He had a crazy Storm Spirit game, which is kind of his signature hero, if you will. But this time with the Pangolier, we'll see if he can bring that to another level as well. Miero on the top lane playing the Doom, which we talked about, has a very low win rate. What do you think it is about this hero that is just not working, yet it's still, in theory, so good that teams keep picking it?
I feel like it's starting to get a couple more wins recently.
It did get a couple, yeah.
Yeah, so
increased probably from like 10% win rate to 15.
It's better than that at this point, surely.
Yeah, maybe.
I think he's competing with Pango to who can reach 25 first. What is it about it? Well, I think in part, in some of the matchups that has been picked, teams have been quite good at kiting out the Doom ability. So once it gets cast, they're resetting, they're using their own items. The BKB, they just full reset fights very well. Teams are picking decent saves a lot of the time. Nice body block on Yuma here from Miero. Will actually probably get him killed.
Yep,
what
Yuma
a nice kill.
burning down to the Scorched Earth. Blood Grenade to follow, though, from Flight. Gets blocked by his own creeps. No, not able to get any sort of trade there.
So yeah, teams are doing a better job at dealing with being doomed, and I also think there's a decent part of this hero historically has been since the changes to Scorched Earth, he's been better at laning Gunners. Actually dead.
Yeah, the grasp will take him.
Oh boy, this is a 2k lead minute 5.
Yeah.
This is not looking hot already for Nouns in this matchup. And BB Team, well, they have made a name for themselves for, I want to say two things. One, insane laning, and two, converting it half the time. But against this team, they've converted it 100% of the time.
So far, yeah, that is accurate.
So this is obviously a very, very good look for them with this start.
I mean, I would say because of their history, BB Team are maybe the most interesting team in Dota.
Decent damage on Toronto Tokyo. They're bringing it back the other way.
Gunner, oh dear. Third death for him is coming. Nightfall takes it. Yikes. This is not looking good for Nouns. On the other side, I mean, we've seen this from time to time from the Breakfast Bunch team, and they're off to a good start. 4-0 lead right now. Only 1K, but it just feels like all these lanes are going quite... I mean, how's this mid lane going? So Copy 28-5 versus GPK 32-8.
Yeah, it's even, and I think that's generally how this lane is going to go. The main thing Invoker offers in this regard is you're going to keep mana burning Pango, so it's hard for him to rotate. But you're not going to prevent Pango from getting CS Fly.
Yep, level 3 Tusk against level 6 GPK. Okay, Snowball. See if he can time it correctly. Is he actually going to get out of this? Yes. Fly is flying everywhere.
So GPK definitely could have secured that kill by just breaking his ult with Swashbuckle. Maybe he had cooldown? Actually, I don't know if he had used it previously to CS in the lane, but that felt like there was a kill waiting to happen. But nice escape from Fly. Toronto Tokyo scouting out some jungling shenanigans here from Gunner. Recovery plan happening. That he's level 3, Weaver is level 6.
Cookie connection into the Scatter Blast. Yuma has the level advantage, but it is a 1 versus 2. Infernal Blade already used, so he can just TP out quite easily.
Sending him back to base is already a major win here.
Nightfall wants to go for the Wisdom Rune or a kill. Looks like Fly will secure the Wisdom Rune. Lelis, in the meantime, will get some Drinking Buddies action and get away safely. So in the end, Nightfall just a little bit of damage.
I want to say we haven't seen Carrie Weaver have the best track record this tournament. but obviously this hero is one of the highest tempo carries you can possibly have. If you have a good laning stage with this carry in your team, it's one of the best at just continuing to just run the map. Mid lane, GPK.
He's
no
out of mana inside the shards.
That's a big
Nouns pick up a huge kill, much needed, because things were definitely spiraling a bit.
Yeah, and they get a D-ward too from Fly here, so a little bit of an extra snack for him. He just made 500 gold.
Very nice.
Will be rewarded with a pair of boots. Yuma.
Yuma, he's gonna go. Okay, the cookie actually misses. He goes to the south, which is the perfect direction. Will he find the distance? Fly, in the meantime, will make his way over, and yeah, he actually gets out. So not able to make a kill happen for the Bubble Boys.
Ironically, I think they would have actually killed him if they didn't cookie at all. Because they would have still been able to force Yuma to windrun, and then you connect, and then you cookie for the stun during the windrun. But they kind of rushed that one a little bit with Treant coming in from the north. I think that was a pretty solid setup, but even BB team will make mistakes.
What do you mean even?
I mean, in the early laning stage, which is their
Okay, early laning stages,
Yes.
sure. Because I was gonna say late game, that's their forte.
If this is late game to you, then
No, I'm just
Your
saying in
win rate
general.
has to be
No, you
pretty
were making
bad.
a general statement. All right, we're gonna have a fight right now.
you're misinterpreting it on purpose.
TP from Lelis.
Uh-oh, Miro.
Yeah, Miro. He's gonna get stuck in the ice shards. Actually, he's going on
Nice
the aggressive
cookie.
cookie onto two, but the snowball with 3 heroes inside mitigates a little bit of damage
Uh-oh.
to GPK. Coming in with the rolling thunder. The double jump doesn't fully hit onto Yuma, but I think they'll have the damage to secure the kill at the very least. So 1 kill with all these heroes up here, although it's not over yet. Tornado clips only 1, and Fly looks like he's gonna get run down. So double kill for GPK.
Full on team rotation here from the side of BB team, and they will convert this probably into a tower. I find it hard for Nouns to defend this. Gunnar has low resources in the bottom lane. Lelis is on a quarter health, currently limping his way up there on the Hoodwink. And yeah, I mean, maybe... No, I don't see it. BB team will be expanding their lead here even further. This is the makings of a potential one-sided... Okay, they will bring heroes.
Yeah,
there's
now
Lelis.
they want to fight. Lelis dies before the fight even begins, it seems.
I mean, that's the thing about showing up as a third health position 4 with level 4, right? If you get spotted by literally anything, you just food. So now they just got a bonus kill and Nouns wasted TPs. They seem, honestly, they seem very stressed out. You can tell that the pressure is on, not just in this individual game, but also tournament life. You're 1 step away from playing in the arena. So this game means the world to them. And under this amount of pressure, that's one of the scariest things about playing against BB team, I want to say in any stage of the tournament, is they really force you to keep your composure early. And a lot of teams, when they fall behind, they can struggle a little bit with finding the solutions. Nouns, I feel like have done a pretty good job at that this tournament, but this one is looking really grim already. They got to figure something out soon.
For sure. I mean, we talked about it time and time again. The bread and butter of BB team is the laning stage, and they have won handily. But we'll see what Nouns can do to try to get back in this game. 4K deficit, 7-1 advantage for BB team. As we can see, Nightfall closing in on the Maelstrom, just needs to be delivered. And, I mean, we sometimes see the Gleipnir right away, which it looks like that is the case. Obviously, if you're having a really good game, you can just opt for that. No defensive items needed quite yet. As save going to be spotted, but the Bushwhack will not hit, and now Lelis being pursued by Nightfall. But Burrow Strike, Gunnar trying to walk away. Lelis gets Mortimer kissed, and Poppy.
That's a good cocktail.
Yeah, he's dead as well. So 2 more kills for BB team. Although they lose.
Fly finds a bit of a trade.
Fly, okay, faking the TP. Great juke.
Yeah, he wanted to stick around and get some experience mid. I think this is a reasonable choice. He is kind of low on resources now because he's stuck around though, but probably still a decent choice. We're going to now see GPK pick up a very early Blink Dagger. So obviously Pango has a couple of different build paths. You can go Auras, you can get the Diffusal, you can get what seems to be Blink Ags here coming his way. Has Diffusal just fallen completely out of favor? Am I missing something here? Is that not a thing on Pango, or... This is your hero.
They don't buy it anymore. As we're going to see the jump. Miero gets off the Doom. Snowball.
He got buddied.
Where is he going to? To the Doom himself. So eventually the Invoker will fall. Fly actually does get out. But Just everything going the way of Bed Bath & Beyond team right now. They should be able to take this tier 1 as well, if they want, or at least pressure at the very least. Fly takes an Infernal Blade for his troubles.
Of all the things you could have thought of, you thought of Bed Bath & Beyond.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You really are one of a kind.
Why don't you just focus on the game?
Fortunately, you're one of a kind. That's more than enough. Saika invading the enemy ancient camp. He'll only take one before he leaves. He realizes the rotation is coming, so he will back off. And it's these little advantages that BB team will keep striving to take now with this early laning stage. Just that little extra steal away of a camp, the little extra information with the Treant. You've definitely got plenty of space to work with, and you don't. That's what's also awesome about the draft they have, is they have a couple of nice pairings that can skirmish while also being strong in team fights. Yep. So the Treant plus Weaver is actually a very strong killer duo at this point in the game, but Treant can also just show up to a team fight, turn it around. Weaver is a really strong team fighting carry because of the Swarm right now. And then you also have Doom +1 generally results in a kill. Pango +1 generally results in a kill. So the way you as Nouns need to play the map right now is really complicated, because you can't just take the simple approach of, okay, if we dodge this type of fight or these specific heroes, we can do this or that. All of the possibilities when heroes are off map are actually terrifying. So what this probably results in is, with the Sand King Dagger, I would imagine that Nouns will want to try to look for a full-on team fight where they can use their big spells, but
wow.
BB team just don't give it to them. Okay, are they not
could
gonna
have
steal?
They could have had the Wisdom Rune for sure,
They
but
are
playing it safe. You can see Fly actually took the opposing one.
Huh.
Nouns could have gotten away with 2, but
This is, especially Weaver, feels like a very safe candidate to try this with when
For
you have
sure.
backup, but okay. Maybe they don't know what 2 × 7 is.
potentially, you never know with these players. They drop out of school early, you know, they play Dota all day. It's what we call brain rot, I think, in the business.
The brain rot boys.
I should have wrote that one down as well. As copy. We'll eventually find, surely, this Wisdom Rune is still there. Again, we talked about it. The first 2 Wisdom Runes are by far the most important. 6K lead now for BB team. And they are smoked up, looking for a fight.
Yeah. If it's on their terms, I really think both teams have extremely strong team fight possibilities, and it's so much about vision. And that's where having Treant and Weaver can be a real X factor. Toronto Tokyo will place one between the mid tier 1 and tier 2 tower to try to set up the fight on their terms. And Nouns don't really have good vision here. They have vision to the left of the lane, but that's not where any of the action is going to be. So they'll have to rely fully on the information from their tower, which unfortunately for them doesn't see through trees. So
maybe in the next patch.
A nice angle here, and this is just going to be a full-on free tower for BB team. Uncontested tier 1 mid. When are Nouns going to make their move? 2 kills in 16 minutes, and this is with Sand King Invoker.
Yeah.
These heroes are meant to be dominating
Gunnar,
at this.
he does have Blink, so
yeah, he's had it for a couple minutes, but they haven't really.
They haven't tried to do anything.
They haven't found an
surely
angle.
they're aligning it, or trying to align it with something else. Because this game's just going to fall further out of reach the longer it goes if you don't make a move.
That's the vibe I'm getting too, is that they are waiting for something, but I'm trying to wrap my head around what exactly it is, because at this point, if they're playing, they have to play to win here, not play not to lose. I don't think that's the right approach against the Doom lineup, is to just give him the whole map. The way we've seen Doom lose a lot of his games is that teams bring the fight to him and just overwhelm him before he gets too strong. In this case, BB team are just doing kind of whatever they want, and Nouns seem very timid. It's a stressful game. There's definitely some mental aspect going on here as well, because this is not the Nouns that we've seen in the Gaming Gladiator series, and also I feel like in Game 1 they were being more active and taking more initiative on the map. This has seemed very tame.
Yep, feels like they're playing a bit scared right now.
Yeah, that is not the way you win this.
Well, we can see the Belch brothers working towards the top side into the gate. And I mean, still 3 minutes till daytime. I mean, I feel like they could get Roche whenever they want, but maybe they have a different feel for the game right now.
Well, you could argue that if you're playing against an Nouns team that isn't making the most moves, then that is where you offer them a fight. So you don't have to go to Roche. Their lineup's really good there. Invoker, Sand King in the pit.
Gunner, ooh, okay, just in time,
Nice
blinks
reaction.
out, Rolling Thunder. Not going to fully connect until now. Mortimer's Kiss is just out of range, but it's going to go for Lelis instead, and Miero jumps in. Gunner, he's going to get Snowball safe for now. Back into the Doom, but the Scatterblast just rips off his head. Fly will be next on the list for BB Team. The rest of Nouns get out. And I think they're about to discover the Wisdom. Oh, dear me. Did we forget about this one? Oh, dear. Doom wasn't even used this fight. Back to the fountain, and
He's okay.
Yeah, he's good.
It's pretty close, but 100 health to go.
Yep, that is a level 1 Doom, so level 2 would have surely done it.
What do you think of Invoker's cloak?
His cloak?
It looks like a bird.
Oh yeah, he does kind of look like Skywrath, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, this is the one that is from the Crownfall, right?
Oh.
I think.
I don't know.
He's giving me superhero vibes, but currently only in looks.
I was going to say,
this the superhero plays to match this cloak.
Yeah, definitely a rough game for Nouns. BB Team all over them like bread on butter.
Yeah. Mid tower.
No comment
Nouns.
on that, huh?
Nah.
Bread on butter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not good enough. Can do better. Actually, maybe not.
That's true.
10,000 gold for the BB squad.
This is getting worse and worse for Nouns.
Yep. It's a bit of a broken record at this point, so it is really just a matter of can Nouns somehow open something up. They have yet to take a tower. We're 20 minutes in. You're playing against Treant, who hasn't even skilled living armor, so you can't put the blame on that. They have just genuinely, the waves have been pushed out all the time, and BB Team have played a very constricting style, which is, you know, a very powerful way of playing Dota right now.
So Tokyo was spotted, will use his overgrowth, only going to find Fly.
Yeah, he thought there were way more heroes there. It was clear he was overgrowthing and backing off, and now they're like, wait, that was only Tusk?
Yep, 2 ultimates used.
And he is...
Fly. He's a goner.
Back to the fountain.
Now Aghanim Scepter for GPK. That, very good Ags for that hero, of course.
And I think this time around, BB Team will not forget the Wisdom Rune, because they are actually going to stay here for a bit. They're going to steal the Tormentor.
Now, who will get the shard is the only question. It'll be saved. So the cookie will have a little Mortimer's Kiss for everybody.
And it heals 200. It used to be a talent on Snapfire.
Yep.
And now she gets it through the shard, and also...
It also
now
used
take
to
the-
jump you further, and they got rid of that.
Yeah.
Which could be a quality of life, depending on your perspective.
Definitely had its moments that it was not ideal. I would say it made it better defensively, but a lot of the time worse offensively, because it was harder to hit the right distance. Sanjin Yasha now completed on Saika. An item we see sometimes, but I want to say among the carry pool, a somewhat infrequent pickup. Maybe once in every 5 games there's one of these. But he likes it here, wants to get the status resistance, 25% against all these stuns. And despite that, will still aim for a BKB by the looks of it after his shard. But that is just another successful objective for BB Team. And
Yep, and with that Aegis, I mean, there's still 3 tier 2s for Nouns. This does feel like it's so way later than it actually is, just because of how much of a shellacking it is right now.
Gunner stuns and gets out.
Yeah. One of the few good things to happen to Nouns this game.
One of them didn't die.
Yeah. That is precisely correct. I mean, this tier 1 bot is still up.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to take as well. There's so many uncertainties for them. They have decent vision. They have some vision on the left right now that is actually showing the Weaver as well as Treant. So with that info, Nouns could go for an aggressive play here. They're pinging it right away. Now that they saw Weaver Tree over there, they're maybe assuming that BB team will try for the Tormentor, which they would be right in assuming. And perhaps they can rely on that to bring them back. But BB team have overcome their fiercest demon. Even the Tormentor can't stop them now.
Oh, wait, you
Gunner.
spoke too soon. Gunner with the Burrow Strike. Gleipnir's going to miss because of the Yules. It actually blinks out. Might be okay. GPK in the meantime. They might find him anyway.
Oh, did they not see him there?
And he's dodging quite nicely,
they
but the
did see
cooldowns eventually will come to bite him, surely. The last right click is indeed enough for Baseball Team, who now have a 12K lead, 14-2 advantage, and the Aegis still for quite a while. And Copy, it feels like he's been running around the map in Ghostwalk the entire game. That's what
Nero has
like.
BKB.
Yes,
Doom
he
and
does. Will be dooming. One of the high ground is Copy. Actually does get out. Fly in the meantime will be met by Nightfall, who kills the Courier first. And we'll get Tusk after
Little
the
extra
fact.
snack.
Delicious.
And Miro will get that kill with the Infernal Blade damage over time. Yeah, I think calling them Baseball Team right now is actually, it feels like what they're playing with Nouns.
Yeah.
It's a very, one team is the bat and the other is the ball, and we would like to see both teams have a little bit of a bat.
Bat on bat action.
Yeah, would be nice.
All right. Nightfall out of mana. Obviously still the Aegis for 2.5. We'll eat a Lotus. And get Greaves for good measure, so he's in fighting shape again.
Announce. It looks like, okay, they've had enough. We have to force something. The unfortunate thing is, I think the conditions are even harder than they were earlier. Now you're fighting into Aegis and an additional 7,000 gold than 5 minutes ago. I guess you have a little bit of a timing with your Windranger BKB.
Gleipnir under 2, and there's
she needs to get it off, though.
GPK with the Rolling Thunder. Nightfall getting quite low, but time lapses, and now Gunner, isolated from the rest of this team, gets an Epicenter off, doing quite a bit of damage, but it's going to be a trade for a Treant Protector at the end of the day. So a 1-for-1. And I don't see why they need to stop now. Yeah, Lelis is likely a goner. Copy being focused by GPK. Mortimer's Kisses still has that. As the Gleipnir going to hold him in place temporarily. Copy just barely gets away. The dust not going to clip him. Fly, though, not going to be so lucky. So big Brontosaurus team with this Aegis should be able to get this tier 2. And we'll see how much more they can get after the fact.
And I will say, the way this is looking right now, it is looking like a brutal beatdown.
Brutal beatdown team. That might be their name, actually. They've definitely had some closer series, we'll say that. But again, Cinderin, of all the teams to throw this lead away, this is the one. Will it happen, though? What do they need to do for that to happen? GPK would need to be transformed into GP Keck, and then Nightfall would just need to BKB TP despite having the advantage. Just all their usual suspects, you know?
Damn, you have really embraced memes. You used to be so against it. I'm proud of you. You've come a long way.
Well, you need time to, or you need things to fill the game sometimes. When it's an 18-3 game, surely you gotta find something deep within as Lelis gonna break the smoke. And he is dead. Yep, Copy.
Yep.
Nightfall doesn't have that, he actually kills off the Hurricane Pike holding Courier. That's gonna be pretty annoying for Copy. At least he gets out with his life, though. He has had that Ghost Walk activated for seemingly most of this game. Is that just me?
I mean, he's got 153 CS, so it's not like he hasn't.
No, I'm not
creeps,
saying. Yeah, it's just every time we look at him, he's Ghost Walked. It's a great spell, though, of course.
I mean, as easy as it is to harp on them not really looking for fights, you also have to understand just how difficult it is, right? There's a reason that Nouns are struggling to find fights on their terms and playing keep away, because the vision from Treant, the vision from the Weaver, the aggression that BB Team have been able to bring since the laning stage has made it really tricky for them to actually handle this. But ultimately, you just have to be like, we've talked about this in previous casts in the past, sometimes a 10% play is the best one, because the alternative is 0. Like, you gotta take a fight that's very hard to execute where specific things need to happen, because if you don't,
this happens.
You wait another 10 minutes and it's 5%, you know? So I will say, I understand that Nouns, it's an elimination game and it's really difficult and they're struggling with it. They have to try for something, or you're just gonna keep bleeding. Now they're gonna bleed Gunner down here.
Oh my, all right.
Yeah, the Weaver is pretty strong. So
yeah, I would say so.
He has a lot of net worth.
Copy, in Ghost Lock. He's dead.
He's bye-bye.
Easy kill for balloon busting team. And they are just everywhere. They've really just been on top of things today. Game 1 was pretty stompy as well, Sinner, but not this. This is taking it to a new level.
And I think at this point, the sample size is starting to matter, right? This just seems like a really bad matchup for this team. Nouns were on a recovery path. They came out of group stage 2 and 4. They're not looking too hot. Then all of a sudden they 2-0 Spirit. They have a good series against GAMIN. And then they get back to face the team that absolutely obliterated them on day number 1, especially in game number 1. And this series is just seeming a little bit like a repeat. It's unfortunate for them that they get the same matchup again, but that's how it is sometimes. You're gonna have to try to learn from your previous series and improve, and if anything, it seems like BB Team have figured them out even more. This is easily one of the most one-sided games of the entire tournament, and we're approaching the top 8 spot here. And there's a clear separation in this matchup between the two. Okay, Nouns. Hail Mary.
They need it.
It is now or never.
Fly breaks the smoke. Instantly stunned. There's a shackle, but Psycho pops the BKB. Miero follows suit. He's going to use the Doom onto the Windrunner, attempting to TP out, but no. No TP for you. And now a double kill for Nightfall as Fly takes a tumble as well. So that was the move from Nouns, and it results in 2 deaths.
Would have loved to see this fight break down 10 minutes ago, just to see. Maybe it goes the exact same way, you know? Like, maybe this... I just feel like this was even harder than what it could have been. Clearly, after 10 minutes in this game, I feel like BB Team were in a commanding position the whole time, and it was going to be difficult to avoid this outcome. But it always sucks a little bit to go out with this much of a whimper. I feel like this series does not do Nouns justice.
Yeah.
If this is the first series of Nouns you watch all tournament, you're like, man, how did this team make it to this stage? But they've had some really good games along the way.
Yeah, I think this
series
is
just not it.
This is just a really bad matchup for them.
It just is. But the question is why? Because they weren't necessarily... In this game, the lanes went poorly, so I get it. Like, you're against BB Team, you lose the lanes, and they roll you. That happens to many teams. But in the previous game, the laning stage actually went quite well, and then still... Well, gonna go on to save. He's very tanky. He still has the cookie, too.
Yep. They even pop Epicenter, and they just cannot find anything. Instead, they're going to take Mortimer's Kisses as Miero. Not able to get to the high ground, but GPK will come to save the day. Nice attempt from Fly to save him, but it's not to be this game. Game number 2 has Big Bonanza written all over it. So 2 deaths already for Nouns.
Yuma's in,
Nightfall
instant
looking
overgrowth.
to clean everybody up. Copy desperately trying to at least find 1 kill in this fight for them. As Saved still remaining alive. He gets shackled, finally brought to his knees. But it's a full team wipe, as Nouns miserably lose this fight. Ultra kill for Nightfall. And this, I believe, is the beginning of the end for Nouns at TI.
And in a patch where we have talked about how the net worth between teams is often quite close, even when one team is seemingly ahead by a meaningful amount in the flow of the game, this one is now approaching the good old magical 1,000 GPM lead per minute. As BB Team is now 31k ahead, minute 31. This is good old absolute stomping of a game. And for this patch, even more so. If this is what we were used to being a one-sided game, think about now just how incredible of a display of domination this is. A clinical game. They barely made a single mistake. The only moment I can think of was that little bit of a mess up with the cookie top, right? I have to go back 25 minutes to a little bit of a mistake on a 3-on-1 gank that did not lead to a kill. Aside from that, it's basically just been everything the way they wanted.
Yeah.
Just so clean. Saika now 12-0-9 on that Weaver, which is, you know, we've seen some very strong carry Weaver games. We've also seen misses, and this is a great illustration of why this hero can be an incredible carry, because when things go well early, he has been absolutely crushing them in every move.
For sure.
And this is a gone. Roshan as well. Feels like it's just a matter of time before BB team go high ground and get team wiped.
You know what the sad thing is? Maybe it's not even, it wouldn't be sad for Nouns in this. It's actually somewhat believable. I could actually see it because I have seen it many times. I mean, but like you said, this is a it's seemingly insurmountable lead.
Borderline unlosable.
Yeah.
But what a comeback that would be.
Yeah, another Tormentor about to be in BB Team's name. Do they even have any shards to get? Yes, Miero will get the shard that I believe Gunner received the other day for Doom that actually helped them win that game.
Heal on Scorched Earth whenever it deals damage, 60% of it. Toronto Tokyo will find Gunner.
Yep, I hear a Rolling Thunder. He's going down the path of no resistance.
He might get out here, actually.
He blinks.
Phase boots.
The ball is coming for it. Oh God, not the fountain anywhere, but the Lotus
known
Fountain.
Edge on the map. Apparently there was a wall there.
Yep.
Yuma in mid, forcing the BKB here.
Doom applied.
They're killing him anyway. He's just
from
dead.
Nightfall. He's going to tick down eventually. Remember, he still has his Aegis as Gunner taking a beating. He's dead as well. That is the Aegis. Mortimer Kisses being strewn apart. Toronto Tokyo with a big overgrowth onto 2. And now the Shikuchi in with the extra Geminate attacks. 4 dead for Nouns. And BB Team looking to close this game out in style. Better believe in us, team. There's a couple buybacks for Nouns. And they're gonna go for the barracks, it seems, as GPK with the Rolling Thunder. Velas is still spotted. Now he's just isolated in a corner. Very Blair Witch Project type of activity here, looking at the wall and dying.
That's not 2 Bs.
That's because it's on Nouns, Cinder, and pay attention. It's gonna be a full team wipe. An eventual GG as they put the Roshan's banner next to the fountain. That's gonna do something. They're styling over them right now. Deleting circlets, save. That happened unironically in the last series.
Did he actually drop his own circlet and destroy it?
No, it's somebody else destroyed it by accident.
No, I mean just now.
Yeah, right now. Yes.
Oh man.
2 barracks down. 2 full lanes down, I should say, in favor of BB Team.
And it's just a matter of time before they force the bye-bye.
Bye-bye, team. Nice.
The enemy high ground. Saika, by many considered one of the bad boys of Dota.
I like how you're finally embracing it. Right at the end of the game. The end of the series, I should say. Yeah, Bushwhack into the sharpshooter. What can Nouns do to defend this? Probably nothing, as it is 45K. I don't think we've seen that type of a lead.
First time this tournament for me.
Yeah.
At least.
And this will be the old mega creeps as Nightfall will pop the BKB in retreat. So Nouns will continue to hold on, hoping that BB Team will have the worst throw of their lives.
Well, knowing
their history, you never know what lies at the end of this game.
GAMIN gives them 2%. 1%.
I mean, I can't blame them. If it's a 1% chance, you take it at TI.
I thought you meant like, don't blame that's 1% because it's BB Team. It's like, as if the graph actually cares about the team's history or something.
GAMIN knows BB Team's history, all right?
As much as you love to harp on previous errors they've had in closing games out, you gotta give credit where it's due. This has been extremely clean the whole way through.
Yeah.
They've sieged down 3 lanes of barracks without losing a hero. There's been absolutely no room given to Nouns in these fights. They haven't found a single avenue to exploit any weakness, because fairly, the Radiant hasn't shown any. So
I never noticed that the shard actually physically shows when you click on it, and then it just disappears because they don't have any anymore. 50k lead for BB team, just rounding up here.
Yeah, so...
You guys round up in Denmark?
No, that's an American-only thing.
Okay, yeah, I figured.
What's round? A circle?
Yeah, technically true, I guess.
Okay.
A balloon. Big old balloon. So Nouns resigned to their base. I mean, surely, we'll see how much PTSD BB team have, because they could obviously just finish this game right now, but there is Roche they could wait for.
I mean, you could also bask in the glory. This is effectively like the last, you know, the last course of the Tour de France, where you're just driving around and drinking a glass of champagne because you've already decided that you're the winner of the race.
Yeah.
That's what BetBoom are doing right now.
They're saying goodbye to NA. This is the final hope.
These guys don't drink, so they pop the smoke instead of the cork. And it's time to go.
Will be the recipient of this gank, if you want to call it that. 50 seconds of no buyback, a big overgrowth to Toronto, Tokyo to send NA back home. Nice attempted save there from Fly, but it is not to be. Like we've said, well, it's two Bs twice, actually, because of BB team. As Gunnar desperately looking for one more kill. GPK does fall. But it's an ultra kill for Nightfall as the GGs finally come out. And BB team will continue on while Nouns will not.
5, man.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay, so...
Riveting.
The thing that's worth keeping in mind here, looking forward in the tournament as we do say goodbye to Nouns, first of all, I think in many people's minds, they exceeded expectations. They had a couple of really good series, and this could have been more than what it ended up with. For the side of BB team, this was a team that people thought might just completely falter after what was a bit of a bad group stage. They've really heated up now, and they look like a team that could go far.
They do. We say that all the time, but we've seen banana bread teams so many times before, Shiver. What do you think now?
Oh, what do I think now about Banana Bread Team, BB team, moving forward in the lower bracket in the road to the international? Can't wait to see what they can do in the grand stage. That's right, because they now secured themselves a place in Royal Arena, and their opponents we don't know yet. But I do want to point out that for BB team, there's a chance that their next round is up against Falcons, and for both of those teams, it would be such a disappointment to not be in the top 4 that I'm already imagining the spies. This is if Falcons makes it through. I'm getting way ahead of myself. Let's talk about this game too. It was a little bit of a beatdown. The cost. This was not a pretty picture. It was for BB team.
It was. They look great. On their heroes, pretty much no mistakes made in the game. We talked about this being a really bad matchup for Nouns. Bibbidi Bobbidi team, they did beat Nouns in the groups, having only 1 kill. And this game is pretty much the same. They had a couple more kills, but overall, when we see the drafts, this is not a bad draft by any means from Nouns. These are the type of the drafts that had quite a lot of success. If we talk about, you know, Invoker, Tusk, Wind Rangers, this is a very strong draft. Maybe some things could have been changed, but it comes down to gameplay. I think also a little bit of an inexperience knowing what's on the line, that if they lose the game, they're going to be, you know, eliminated from Road to TI. They're not going to be playing on the main stage, and I think it got into their heads.
Yeah, I think we should call a spade and just say Nouns got completely outclassed here. I mean, this entire game was dependent on the laning stage going well for Nouns. It didn't go well. They got completely outmaneuvered. I mean, they were caught off guard by an early level 2 on that Weaver Treant lane. They give away the first blood, that lane snowballs. Their mid lane went even as it should, and their top lane, which on paper should have won with a potential rotation, just got super pressured by BB team. And this is what this team is famous for. They are known as the strongest laners out of all of the tier 1 teams that we've watched this year. Every team is terrified to go up against them just because of their laning prowess. And this was Nouns' boon at the end of the day. They just could not recover from that abysmal laning stage.
Yeah, like 10 minutes in, there's a 4k lead already for BB. They've demolished everything. Their 3 cores are sitting at top net worth. They're looking to play the map. They're crushing the map. And yeah, unfortunately for Nouns, we praise them immensely for like the prep they bring to Spirit, but then the series after, it feels like they kind of fell off a little bit, where their prep just wasn't hitting the mark. Like the drafts that we're seeing today, like we know what BB's strong at. It just felt like Nouns didn't try to draft to counter BB's strategy. It felt like they're drafting for themselves, but they just didn't have the the laning prowess, like Effie was mentioning, to be able to bring their own ideas to life. Like I think they had to respect BB a little bit more and try and play into what BB was doing and what makes them such a successful team.
I will also say, I think that this version of BB team that we're seeing in terms of how they played this game and how we saw them playing earlier today already against Talon, it felt like, first of all, it felt like the game could be shorter, but that is credit to BB team. It felt like they gave their opponents today, both teams that they knocked out, they gave them a lot of respect. And I'm slightly distracted by Saika's scoreline of 20-0-13. That's insane.
Pretty good. This guy, he can pop off. Also, this time around, he's not using one of his classic moves. No BKB TPs out. He's using a BKB to take the fights, which results in multiple kills, 20 kills on this guy. This is a mean farm machine. When we talk about certain players, he's always up there, breaking some, GPM records, XP records as well, when he's playing certain heroes that he feels very comfortable, and Weaver is one of those heroes.
Weaver is one of those heroes. Guess what? The Pango that GPK got, that we said might fall off, did not fall off. GPK crushed it, and he's probably also going to crush this interview.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed, I'm here with GPK, and we're going to have a conversation because this series, I mean, absolutely ridiculous. First series, a little shaky. Next series, very good. How was that to play for you?
Как для тебя прошла эта серия? Вся она в целом была такая очень забавная. Рассказывай.
Ну, против команды... С кем мы играли? Против того, на самом деле, должно было быть 2-0, просто мы вторую игру затровили. Но против Наус, наверное, это просто для нас очень удобный соперник, поэтому как-то просто вышло.
So when they were playing against Talon, they thought they will have 2-0, but against Nouns, they're just a suitable opponent for them. That's why it ended like this.
Okay, well, very well prepared for this one. Did you feel like you're playing better in the lower bracket? Does that help you guys?
Чувствуете ли, что играете лучше в нижней сетке?
Я думаю, в принципе, когда мы играем в плей-оффе, мы играем лучше, нежели, group stage.
In general, they do think that they play playoffs better than the group stage.
And why do you think that is? Do you need the stakes to be high for your team to kind of perform at their best?
Как ты думаешь, почему так? Думаешь, что для вас важны эти ставки, чтобы они были выше, чтобы вы играли лучше?
Я думаю, нам нужен именно этот прежер официальных игр, что каждая игра что-то значит, а когда ты играешь в групп стейдж, где, матч ничего не значит, то сложно именно full фокус поймать. Для нашей команды так.
So playoffs for them is more significant. That's why they get more focused than in the group stage.
Excellent. So obviously now you've made it to the main stage. Is that going to make you guys play even better? And are you excited to play in the arena?
Теперь вы уже официально на мейн-стейдже, считайте. И как думаете, будете играть еще лучше на арене?
Я думаю, нужно посмотреть, какая арена, а так я уверен, что мы будем играть еще лучше.
Well, let's see how the arena looks, but yeah, he's confident that they'll play better.
I'm sure it's going to look excellent. GPK, thank you very, very much. Best of luck on the rest of the tournament. And back to you, Shiva.
Thank you very much. Can't wait to see the performance in the Royal Arena, because BB team does move forward here, as there is Team Nouns who is not moving forward. I do feel like we got to give them some credit as well, because this series, I feel like Effie wasn't very, very indicative of the impression they left this international.
Yeah, I mean, it is sad to say goodbye to them, but they've done an incredible thing on their way out. They beat Team Spirit 2-0, which are the defending champions of TI. They sent them to lower bracket. They put them in lower bracket with so much competition. And because of what Nouns did, there's a scenario where we just don't see Team Spirit, the defending champion, on the main stage. So they should be proud of themselves. They brought some great Dota. They may have faltered today, but they left an impression on a lot of fans all over the world.
Yeah, most definitely. This is a team that has nothing to be ashamed of. They had some good performances. They fell short in this one. As we said, kind of slightly got figured out. But results, I mean, Team Spirit, this is the biggest upset of the road to the international. Might be the biggest upset of the whole TI. It really depends how it's going to be played out. But these players, they have bright futures ahead of them, that's for sure.
They really do. And for some final words on Nouns, we're heading over to Pyrian, who is standing by with Gunnar.
Yeah, thanks, Sheebs. I am here with Gunnar. Gunnar, that was obviously not the result you guys were wanting, but you were saying that BB team, probably one of the worst matchups you could have come up against in this position. What was so tough about this series?
I think they just have really good lanes, and I feel like in this tournament we've kind of not had the best lanes, but we've played really well post lanes, and yeah, they were in our group. We got 2 by them in the group, and then now we get 2 again, so yeah, just hard matchup.
Very tough matchup, but thinking back to better times, you guys 2-0'd Spirit. You took the first game off GAMIN Gladiators. You must have thought at that point, we've got a bit of momentum here. Did losing that series to GAMIN suck away some of that momentum, do you think, or was it just this matchup that cost you?
I don't know about the momentum. I think the second game versus GAMIN kind of hurt, because I think we all thought we could have won that game if we made a few different choices, but I don't think we went in today with a bad mentality. I think they just were the better team today.
Fair enough. So looking ahead to next season, obviously you guys are hopefully going to stick together. I think this is a really good team. What are you hoping to achieve next year?
I mean, I definitely want to make stage at TI. It was really special last year when I made it. So I definitely think for me it kind of sucks for Cuppy and Yuma, because I was really hoping to be able to play on stage with them. But yeah, I think especially the last 2 months we've worked a lot together. We've improved even through this tournament. I think if you look at us a week ago, we're kind of a different team now. So I would hope that this is the start of everyone just getting a lot better and improving as a team.
Fantastic. I certainly hope so. And I know you guys have a lot of fans. Basically, the whole NA region had their hopes on you guys. So is there anything that you'd like to say to the NA fans and the Nouns fans?
Thank you guys for supporting us. It means a lot, honestly. And yeah, sorry we didn't get the results you guys wanted, but we'll still keep fighting for NA. And NA Dota is never going to die.
Indeed, and we hope not. Shiva, back to you guys.
And may I just remind you guys that this is a team that for the longest time in this season did not make it out of qualifiers against another North American team, and finally made it in one of the most important qualifiers of the year. And I think this is just the start of their growth, because I feel like they haven't had that much time to grow as a team in an international stage.
Yeah, no, I think that's incredibly commendable what they've achieved, because to come from a region which unfortunately is relatively starved due to kind of the way that it is set up, to then get here, and I mean 2 years in a row the organization has created upsets, have created the storyline that everyone else remembers. It's because of what this team does. So again, it's the future's bright, and again, I feel like Dota teams nowadays, they don't really do crazy shuffles anymore. So from what Gunnar's mentioning, I hope it is true that we at least get to see a core of them stay together, because I think that is how you really kind of improve as a team, and yeah, fingers crossed that the future of NA is, slowly getting better.
Yeah, and as bright as Gunnar indeed says and implies it is. Gunnar also mentioned that especially in the laning stage against BB team, they struggled, and Purge would like to take a deeper dive into that point.
That's right, Cheever. Yeah, the laning stage was pretty rough in the second game, and I just wanted to look at some of those examples, why it happened, and how it cascades and ultimately gets you very, very far behind. Yuma, as the Wind Ranger in this match here, had to deal with this cookie combo with Scorched Earth and Inferno Blade. And if they're able to layer the stun from the cookie into the slow from the Scatterblast, all of a sudden Wind Run, all it does is give you evasion, and that's not really enough to keep you alive in that lane. It happened a couple times. Here we are at 6 minutes, 40 seconds. He tries to dodge it once again. The slow comboed with the stun gives a lot, and he ends up having to TP back to Fountain to heal to prevent from dying there. A mere minute later, he again gets dove, this time with Toronto Tokyo rotating around. And Yuma does run away and ultimately disengage, but another minute later, another skirmish happens that looks okay for Nouns at first, until again a great cookie stuns them all. And he starts getting out of there, realizing that GPK is coming, but he gets ran down again. So just gank after gank and pressure after pressure, and he does dodge some of them, but ultimately it ends up being a lot. And then on the other side of the map, this is a crucial moment for Gunnar. He did get killed in the first blood. Watch what's happening. This little creep here is getting kind of low, and he wants to secure it to guarantee some golden experience. He ends up burrow striking forwards to get the last hit while harassing the Weaver, but unfortunately his opponents hit level 2 right before he does, and that unlocks the bugs for the Weaver, and they get the nice rundown with the blood grenade, so that costs him a lot. Weaver ends up getting a ton of net worth, and ultimately that translates to a super fast Gleipnir. 15 minutes. It's really fast, but Shiver, this is not as fast as Hector's 13-minute Gleipnir. So it could have been better.
Is anything as fast? Did you know that Hector got a 13-minute Gleipnir? It's impressive, to say the least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did as well. Thank you very much, Purge. As we see BB Team moving forward here in the lower bracket, they look at the moment a little bit like a Grim Reaper here. The cost.
Yeah, most definitely. Also, I wasn't listening. I kind of zoned out. I was going to look like a Grim Reaper. I heard Grim Reaper. BB Team. Oh yeah, most definitely. This is the Grim Reaper himself. Saika, aka Nightfall. This is the guy that is gonna take you far in the tournament if you secure his laning stage. And he's very aggressive. He's super aggressive. You can see some XPM. Dyrachyo is up there because Dyrachyo is popping off. But for BB Team, this is the team that we expected to go far. We always do, but they need to make this miraculous run through the lower bracket, and so far so good for them.
So far so good.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, they are a top tier team, but I do want to say that even today's games that they played, while they did look very sharp, very strong in their drafts, and very strong in their laning, they did not close out games at the pace that they could have, with the exception of maybe a few that
I think
come
it's
to
too
mind.
safe?
I would say so, because that's something that BB Team have been criticized for over the entire year, is that they don't make any high risk, high reward plays. They'll play a more disciplined, they'll play for a later stage in the game. Even in this game 2 versus Nouns, they were crushing them in net worth, and it took them a really long time to close it out. Versus Talon, the same thing can be said, where they even made a key mistake with no buybacks, which led them to being stomped. So while they still do have all of their individual strengths and their powerful laning, I still haven't seen them play confident enough to close out games early the way that GAMIN do, another strong laning team.
I mean, just the lower bracket, they got to go through maybe Falcons. If Falcons beat 1W, after that, then they might have to go up against a Tundra or a GAMIN. After that, it's maybe an Extreme or a Spirit or a Liquid or a C9. It's the journey to get to a good position for any team now in the lower bracket. It's it can't. I don't know. I don't want to say it, but no, it's yeah.
It must be one of the spiciest lower brackets we've seen.
We've ever had. Yeah.
Based on based on the year form, often in lower brackets, it's 1 or 2 teams did well, but this year we've had 3 or 4 teams do extremely well. We've had strong teams hold it their own, and it's you can see it here, right? Let's say Tundra Gaming dropped down, right? For BB to do well, or even Falcons to do well, you have to overcome teams that have consistently had top 2 or top 3 finishes. This is probably one of the hardest journeys to get there. And if Spirit is to make the run that Nouns created, because they put them into the lower bracket, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lower bracket games into a best of 5 game. The journey to get to the grand finals is intense for any team now in the lower bracket.
Yeah, we also saw already with Spirit and Extreme, one of them won't even make it to the Royal Arena. It's a crazy run, a crazy competition, a great competition. And you know what also is a great competition? The short film contest. And earlier today, you were already able to see a submission there when Nat introduced it. There's another one coming your way. Stop toxic tipping.
Tipping started as a compliment, but quickly became toxic. Even spreading into the real world. Bringing out the worst of mankind. Hurting the weakest heralds and the greatest immortals. Turning men into bullies. But even the mighty fall eventually. And from the ashes of humiliation, rise as a hero, seeking redemption. On a quest to end their toxic... Whoa, chill, relax. Chill, dude. What are you doing? No, don't do it. That's just normal tipping, man. This TI, we can stop toxic tipping. No, don't do it. God damn it. Not all types of tipping. Jesus.
I love the extra effort put in the names of the people that tip. It's very satisfying to watch that. And I just want to have a quick quick poll here. I myself am a positive tipper. Lacoste.
I'm a changed man. Back in the days, there would be, a lot of this old chatting, toxicity, rivalry. But now, it's all about that PMA mentality, have a good laugh with the buddies, make friends in the community. But I'm still down, especially in the professional scene. I'm all down for this toxic tipping, voice lines, a little bit of all chatting, nothing too crazy, because that's always been part of Dota. I mean, when we talk about, some of that toxicity, the question mark when you're denying, it gets into your head when you're playing. It definitely does. We've seen what OG did.
That's true.
With the usage of the voice lines.
That's true.
I'm a retaliatory tipper. Means I am peaceful, I'm still until I'm tipped. Then I.
Oh, there we go. The flip.
No, but that's the laws of physics right there. Okay, that is inertia. You've tipped me, and you've begun. You are the one who unlocked the tipping battle. So when I get tipped, I wait until the game looks good enough. I still don't want to lose.
Yeah. Make sure.
And I'll remember. I will remember who tipped me, and I will get in there.
It also depends how many games in a row you did lose. If you're like on a 7 lose streak, you might tip back immediately. You might get it out. But if you're on a win streak, you're just there chilling. Hands off keyboard. You can't hurt me.
Positive tipper?
MMR means literally everything, all right? I recently got, to like mid 10K, the journey there. I'm playing my games. If I see something, an opportunity to help me win that MMR, I see someone who doesn't use repel, boom, get a tip, continue on. That person now thinks I didn't hit repel and I didn't get tip and their carrier's annoyed and they might give up, boom. Effective tipping helps you win literally everything.
We
Not
found
heroes,
the
tipping.
toxic tipper.
No, a bit. No, to be fair though, I don't really tip, but it's like depending on the situation, it feels good. I think I'm with Effie though. Like if they tip me first, I'll do everything in my power to like ping a facet, do a voice line, hit a tip. But it's like if you unlock it, I'm there, but I won't start it.
I know there's someone who really likes toxic tipping, and he's going to be featured in our upcoming Best of 3. Another lower bracket series coming your way. We earlier today saw 1W beat Team 0. They eliminated them, and therefore they earned the right to go up against Falcons, who are in the lower bracket. And I want to talk a little bit about Falcons because, first of all, yes, they're in the lower bracket. Second of all, I do think that Amar does like tipping a little bit.
Yeah, he's, I wouldn't say OG of the tipping, but he kind of invented some of the new stuff. This guy was dropping the mantles, like he took it to a next level, and I'm always going to give him respect for that. It's always fun to watch. They create, this kind of a environment where it is okay to do it, but once they start losing, a lot of other teams will also start tipping them and everything. So it creates a tipping meta, which I really like.
Yeah, but the thing with Falcons is I feel that most teams that go against them and get tipped by Amar, they are amused enough by him to partake. Like, maybe it was taken a bit personally at the start of his career, but now people just see it as part of his personality, and he actually brings out the spice from teams we don't see doing it very often. Like Extreme Gaming, when they play against Amar, the tips are out, the pauses are out. It seems like they're having fun in that all chat.
It also helps a lot that he can take it as much as he can dish out, which is very positive. And it does indeed just bring out a little bit of extra banter, as we also are bringing out the draft between these two teams, 1W and Team Falcons. They had such a vastly different year. And Tigov, they're up against each other. I have to ask, I mean, it looks David and Goliath. I feel like we've been here before.
Yeah, we have. I mean, Falcons has been in this position, well, not in this low bracket position too often, but their worst placement in the entire year was 3rd place. They have played a ton of games to be at TI. Of course, they played 211. 1W, not making it through qualifiers, getting to maybe the odd event or here. They played half the games. But interestingly enough, 1W has the same hero pool amount as Falcons. Falcons basically perfected what they wanted to do. And rinse repeat, 1st place, 2nd place, 1st place, 1st place, 1st place, 3rd place, 1st place. Like, they've done everything. Whilst 1W, even at this TI, they're in like the top 3 teams for like hero versatility. They're still trying to find like what is their recipe for success. And again, you could see it through the stats now.
You could really see it. Also a reminder that both teams at the moment have secured top 12. Winning here will secure top 8. And as you just heard from Tigo, Falcons is 1st places, 2nd places, 3rd places. That's basically all they've had. So for this team not make it to that final day would be seen as a disappointment. We'll see how hard they swing here against 1W, who is, as we saw, obviously the least experienced team, the lesser experienced team, and we already have the opening picks. Falcons come out with the Tusk. We have the Monkey King coming out again, Effie, in the first phase.
Yeah, these two picks aren't surprising. Some of the most popular heroes in this tournament. I do want to say, though, that while 1W did look good earlier today versus Team Zero, they kind of had a really good draft in those games where it felt like they played off of it easily and won. But in other games that I've watched 1W, it really feels like after the laning stage, they lose all sense of identity. Like, it takes them a while to make a confident play or do map play, and they just default to farming very often. They will default to just trying to get their carry to, a critical mass and play off of that, and that would be very bad for them matchup-wise versus Falcons, who are all about map play.
I mean, you kind of described like a tier 2 team to a tier 1 team, right? Like a tier 2 team, if they win their lanes and the draft dictates like the natural map progression of Take Towers or Roshan, they are skilled enough to follow that through. If they don't hit that beat, then they struggle trying to find like the plan B. They seem to have to like find it during the game, and that's where you kind of have moments of brilliance way down the line. Of course, Falcons and other teams like this, they don't often need to think because they've played so many games that it's second nature. If things are going wrong, they already know the next 3 steps to fix the game.
And what Effie mentioned, like they had the most success when they played these type of drafts, where they are playing for Munkushi. Pretty much the only big team that they did manage to beat so far at Road to the International was Extreme Gaming. They did lose, I would say, pretty convincingly to all other teams. If we look at the Cloud9, they played against GAMIN Gladiators as well. They didn't look too crisp. These are like 30+ minute games, but in most of these games, you could feel where the game's gonna shift after like 15-ish, 20, and it takes them another 10-15 minutes to close out the game. And this is their bread and butter, pretty much, this Wind Ranger. Munkushi plays it really well, and I want to slightly touch upon the bans that Team Falcons did. I see this Leshrac coming into the tournament. I expected this hero to be picked up more, but never did happen. They do have good win rate with the Leshrac. They did run it 2 times on a support role as well, which I did expect to be picked up more, but they are the only ones who kind of, I would say, are not familiar with meta that did develop, so they're still playing some of the strong heroes coming into Road to TI that they practiced in the pubs. So I want to see how Team Falcons will respond to that other than the banning.
Probably just a Mirana of their own on Team Falcons. The Kunkka does come out, which is a very popular hero for all of the damage mitigation and also offlane pressure. X plus a very strong position 4 like Batrider can result in a lot of kills, especially versus heroes like Wind Ranger that are mobility dependent. You just X her back after she win runs, you can beat her up.
And with the Batrider, you have like repositioning tools. I see these like 3 heroes. This to me looks like a Team Spirit draft from Team Falcons. They've been very successful with these heroes. Wind Ranger, if this is a core Wind Ranger, you don't like to play against bad BKB piercing ability. You have 9 seconds of Whirlwind, so you want to get stuff done. You get punched for 1.5 seconds. On top of that, maybe a bow damage mitigation. Their damage is going to be in trouble. Same goes for Monkey. He doesn't like to play in any of these heroes.
It's just very defensive as well, right? If the game does get difficult, snowball saves, you got the damage mitigation from the Kunkka that you're mentioning, the Batrider. It's actually scary to try and find moves into this lineup if you aren't just 5,000-10,000 gold ahead, because at any minute they are going to turn around the gank, hide behind the tree line, and punish you trying to jump in. Also, they like to buy Solar Crest. Like on Tusk, he can buy Solar Crest. Batrider support, we've seen some go Solar Crest and Blink. Some just go Blink 4 stuff and ignore it anyways, but you have ways to also prevent the early physical damage that Windrunner and Monkey King want to bring to the game.
I never liked when you have 2 cores who are dealing same type of damage. Sure, there is some magical with your Power Shot, your Maelstrom Gleipnir procs, but most of the damage is going to be physical, and you're playing into meta where Crimson Guard and Solar Crest are one of the most popular items. You have damage mitigation from Kunkka again, so it feels kind of like you're shooting yourself in the foot with these 2 picks. Sure, you can maybe flex some of these heroes to position 4, but I do think that these heroes are strongest when played from position 1 and position 2, so I wouldn't like to see them changing it much.
Yeah, the flex here wouldn't be great either, because it's not like you're flexing them into a good support matchup. So you're not going to be winning versus Tusk or Batrider. And the clock comes out. This is probably Wind Ranger's laning partner. The issue with this clock for me is it just doesn't really trade well on this lane versus Kunkka Bat. Like, it is a body to protect Wind Ranger, but it doesn't win the lane for her. Like, Bat Rider is very safe in those power cogs, and Kunkka just, if he stands on a creep wave, he's not threatened at all by Clock's presence. So this lane that really needs to win for 1W to justify this very early Wind Ranger with no potential flex from mid.
Yeah, I think this Clockwork was a bit of a mispick here. It's not good against Tusk. It's not good against Batrider. Maybe you when paired, like they needed something, some of these stronger position 5s that can be paired up with the Wind Ranger. I think there were other options. I would prefer, Marcy, but they seems like they do have a little bit of a pocket picks here with the Pugna. These two teams, they've never met in this year. These are like newly formed teams when they were called Clean Sonic back then, but they still like never played against each other.
So Sweden Strong's been playing some Pugna position 4, and in this type of game where we're seeing decent lane with Clock Windrunner, we've seen Monkey King naturally want to play into the map. Pugna can help break down the map. You start taking the early towers, you go for the siphoning ward, which when the Never Ward does damage to enemies from casting spells, it actually heals the Pugna. So Sweden Strong naturally can be a little bit stronger in the fights, tanking up a little bit more, but it really kind of forces 1W to play just on the map. Don't try and sit back. I want to see them go.
Pugna 4?
Yes.
Okay.
From right now, I see Monkey mid, Winona carry, Pugna 4, Clock 5, and they're looking for the offlane as their last pick. But I respect the fact that 1W have come into this series, picking Pugna, first time in the tournament. No other team's done it. Like, they've just said, this is our strategy. We're confident in what we want to do, and I respect that. We'll see if it comes to light, because they are playing up against a very formidable team and draft.
Yeah, because they have not played Monkey or Clockwork this road to the International yet either, and Wind Ranger only once, which was earlier today. So they're coming in with a fairly fresh idea for them.
The buff up as well, like if you life drain a Windrunner who's throwing out the Whirlwind, we've seen Satanic be purchased by Windrunner. If you don't need to buy Satanic now because your HP is coming from your support and you're protected by the aggression of Clock and Monkey King, then it could mean your Windrunner goes for a slightly more fragile build. Like, sure, you get BKB, but you get damage items even quicker. Like, I can see the concept, but to get there, it's like time. You need to hit your timings, you need to hit your items, and that can always fail when you're against Falcons.
Yeah, we're heading the final bans. We, for 1W, should be looking for a hero for Cloud. There's still quite a few offline heroes in the pool that he likes playing. Primal Beast probably one of his staples still in. Early today played Brewmaster, Beastmaster, both still in the pool as well. For the side of Team Falcons, to be honest, they still have flexibility on who's going where. But normally, in the normal sense, we are expecting a mid hero to be picked up, so Melreen still lacking a hero there. As we have Puck and Storm banned out, so it seems like 1W is on board with that as well. We do know he's also a Grandmaster Batrider, and if he has the chance to play Batrider, he really likes it, so he will ask for it if he thinks it's good.
This could be a really good Batrider game if this
he
monkey
goes mid?
Yeah, if this monkey is gonna be mid Wind Ranger, because I don't see
they don't
1W flexing. That's true, but I don't see 1W flexing this Monkey King to be played with Clockwork in the safe lane. You could put Wind Ranger in the mid lane. It's not the strongest safe lane, so they do have something. I could also see, some casual Razor that could come out for Team Falcons. Great against the Monkey King, of course. We've seen what the hero can do. Early BKB buyer, you get in there and you just like soak up the damage, set up for your own team.
Visage is the final ban for Falcons.
Speaking of soaking up the damage as Razor, this team really does it well. When Skeeter was playing it, he has the most damage taken so far at the road to the TI. Like, you remember the game when he goes in, run like alone.
Yeah.
I guess that's why. He wanted to break some records.
Yeah, but he didn't win that game. But he did break a record.
He was very, very, very deep, as the casters called it.
Let's see if he will get his hands on that, although he's probably the one playing the Weaver here, isn't he? We got Snapfire overall last pick coming out for Falcons, so that will be... Actually, there's still some flex potential.
There is, but I love this Batrider mid from Malrine. I mean, we did see this Batrider mid be flexed by Team Spirit to Laurel, but if there is one player in the world that I trust on this mid Batrider flex after all of his nerfs and after he's become lackluster, it is Malrine. He is a Grandmaster at this hero. He does cool builds before anyone else thinks of it, and he's not really threatened by anything as a core Batrider. Whereas now you have a Snapfire who's an excellent replacement for the Bat. She has incredible amounts of damage and can easily pressure the Wind Ranger in a way that Bat also could have.
I think, unfortunately for 1W, the creativity of their draft has now been forced by the Bat Rider, and they might need to simplify it by picking like the offlaner that just facilitates the fight, like the Mars, any hero in this capacity, because I'm not seeing them flexing them like a Monkey King to offlane, and they go for Beastmaster, sure. Enigma was banned out earlier by Falcons. I was liking that a lot, but it was taken out very early on. The Visage as well was a respect towards 1W's kind of overall strategy of pacing. I think Beastmaster is a little bit slower than what a Visage can do, but still fundamentally will be rally behind me and take the fight.
This gives them the tempo to play off of that they lacked before. Like you mentioned, he's similar to the Visage, but I also just don't think it gives them enough, unfortunately. I really wanted to see some kind of hero that enables Pugna. Beastmaster, in a sense, can, like him standing there with his Ags, getting the life drain up on him. But now that you have this mid Bat Rider who's gonna get a BKB, he's gonna handle this Pugna every fight, easily. And the rest of his team should be able to play into the Wind Ranger because her lane does not look that advantageous for reasons that we mentioned. Clockwork does not play well into Kunkka plus Snap.
It will be Wind Ranger playing in the mid lane.
That's what they needed to do, as we said. Like, this matchup is unplayable for Monkey King in the mid lane, so now you have two melee heroes in the top lane against Kunkka, and also crit on the Snapfire, so I think that lane is going to be much better for Team Falcons than they expected it to be. They put a lot of pressure by picking up this position for Snapfire in the end. Bat Rider is not going to have that good of a time from a mid lane, but this is going to be a very difficult game for 1W.
Difficult, but also I can see the world where their team fights become, you know, they're potentially unkillable. Like if you don't catch the Pugna on the backline, Beastmaster's got auras, and then you have two hyper-scaling Monkey King and Wind Runner. Like these are heroes that we've praised as like cores of the tournament. Like if they get online, they are going to be very scary. So that's where Falcons need to break the map, use the Bat, use the Weaver and whatnot. So yeah, I'm excited. It's a good game.
If they get online.
Yeah, Dota though.
It's Dota. Let's see who gets online in this game. I know someone who's online right now. It's Pyrian. No, it's Nomad actually, and AY2000.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Aoi. Some viewers might not be too familiar with 1W team, maybe thinking that this might be a bit of a stomp, but I want to hear from you, Aoi. You know, what's your opinions on this 1W team?
Honestly, I think they looked pretty good. They play like sort of how like OG used to play, I think, like very heavy on 5-man, and I think it can lead to them running over teams. Hopefully, like we think we're aware of this, so hopefully we don't get run over, but you know, sometimes these teams can surprise you.
Excellent, so you're very well prepared for this matchup, very well studied. What about this mid lane matchup? Were you expecting the pivot with the Wind Ranger going to mid in answer to your Bat Rider?
Yeah, I think we knew it was going to be, like, they're not going to put Monkey mid versus Bat Rider, unless, I mean, I don't know, maybe they will, but it'd be probably pretty bad. But we think that the matchup's not too bad for Bat, and, like, he'll be able to, like, just sort of farm jungle, and I don't think, like, mid Wind Ranger has been looking the best as a hero. But, you know, again, you never know. So we'll see.
We'll see, indeed. All right, last from me. How do you guys deal with being in the low bracket and the kind of blow to your confidence that might have?
I mean, I think we identified the things that we have been doing sort of poorly all tournament, honestly. Like, we had a couple of good talks. For our confidence, I think, like, we have a lot of history to believe in with this team. And I think it's very easy for these players to look at each other and understand that they can trust each other. So I don't think we're going in with any, like, blow to our confidence or anything.
Awesome, Aoi, thank you very, very much. And that means we can get into game number 1 with our incredible commentary duo of Odie and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, here we go. Another exciting matchup down in the lower bracket. 1W up against Team Falcons. And yeah, let's see if 1W have it in them, because on paper, Fog, this could be quite the challenge for them.
Yeah, oh, and he's got Focus Fire. I feel like we don't even see this.
What year is
it? It's not Whirlwind.
Yeah,
well, he is playing mid, so that's going to be interesting how he ends up doing, because he doesn't want to be as farm heavy. He wants to be more playmaking, I'd imagine so, but you heard it from Aoi. Unsure about how this mid Wind Ranger can do it because it's not been the best in this tournament. But let's see how these things go down, because it's kind of interesting what 1W did. It's down their style. Like, nobody's played Pugna really at all. It's only Swedenstrong who's played it. It's been some time for him as well too, but they're looking to just play their own style, and we'll see if that does end up working with versus Falcons, which has a lot of comfort heroes pretty much across the board.
No, absolutely. Some very scary stuff coming out from Falcons. I mean, 1W, do you like the way that they kind of close things up, right? They get the Beastmaster in, and as you say, you know, have to make this adaptation with the way that they lane the Wind Ranger, the Monkey King. You know, how tough is that for them, or is this workable?
I think it's nice because it matches tempo that they're trying to do to speed the game up, and I think they're trying to find something that synergizes with that Pugna. And that's, I think, exactly what the Beast kind of can do. It's not easy by any means. I think there's going to be a lot of ifs they can get stuff out of these lanes, if they can get to the scaling, because I would say Falcons has a bit of an advantage coming out of the draft, but I think it does fit what they wanted out of it. Then they can play fast, not super cooldown reliant, look to do that 5-man that Aoi was kind of talking about to just catch teams off guard. But Falcons, so we heard it from him there. He was already prepared for that type of pressure that this team can provide.
And talk to me about the Pugner, as you mentioned, something we're not seeing first pick of the tournament. And as you say, Sweden strong. He's done it before, not for a while.
7 months, by the way.
Yeah. And in terms of the hero and where it is at the moment right now in this patch, what are the strengths, and also what are the reasons why we don't see it?
I mean, it's unexplored. That's one thing for sure. It lacks disable completely. You have literally nothing to be able to disable heroes, but you're a cool save that maybe versus a lot of these gigantic physical burst heroes could catch people off guard. We haven't seen it in some time, but I mean, I think to most people who used to see it, Jerax from the old times comes around, just how much you can actually do in a fight if you're forgotten. They're killing all of these boars, Owen. Every single time Cloud does summon one, they just pop the drinking buddies and both hit it right away.
Got to be a bit more careful with that, giving away that extra bit of a bonus to the safe lane duo of Falcons.
And the other thing to point out, we did see, I mean, we've seen a variety of which facet people are taking, but Amar this time, he has gone for the damage one. He has gone down the high tide rather than going for the grog. Pretty cool, and I imagine that's probably because he's playing versus this double melee lane. Or he just wants to be able to do more damage because it's Amar, but either way, definitely cool to be able to have that versus double melee.
Looking at these lanes as well, I mean, it's where's the biggest kill potential? Who's at most threat during these early moments?
Man, top is a scary one because they've got the drinking buddies plus the bugs, right? The amount of damage you can do with double the Geminate attack, with drinking buddies, with bugs. They've already hit 3 on the Weaver, so I think that's the lane that I'm looking at where there could be a kill almost immediately. Bottom I would say is kind of volatile too. I think either side could look for a kill if they get a type of lane advantage.
Oh, there we go.
And Amar is saying that he loves Monkey King because, I mean, he is playing the Kunkka versus Monkey King matchup. Which
no, and he's also saying it because he's having that bug, I think, where, you can't click on him or something.
Is that what happened?
That's what people get sometimes, right? There's something about the Monkey King where targeting gets messed up at the start when you're loading. But as Amar says, he loves it, so don't fix it. A quick reconnect always fixes it.
Yeah. The Monkey King has used to traditionally be like this counter versus the Kunkka. Just I think the Snapfire is what changes how this matchup is going to go. Top.
Oh, he's in trouble. Caught in the shards here. Sweden strong. Can they bring him down? They can. Skeeter's in with the Shikuchi, and that'll be first blood for the duo up top on Falcons.
A massive XP advantage up here because of these boar zone. I have to be honest, like they're both level 3 before that kill almost went out. Pretty absurd that they're able to get it just because I think they killed, I don't know, I didn't get to see. I think they
we might be able to get the
4
stat on
boars.
That.
And another one.
Sometimes we have the stat on that. We'll see if we can get a number on the boar casualties we've had so far this game, because we don't. Okay. We'll make up a number. There were 6 boars.
I believe it had been at least 4 that I saw, and that's quite significant. You're already seeing Skater's level 4, Snaking is 3.5, Sweden Strong is 2 and change, and Cloud's 3 and change. So yes, the kill, of course, makes a difference there, but pretty crazy.
Yeah, this Weaver's going to be pretty terrifying. And with this start and with these early advantage on this, it's going to make it very easy for Skeeter to go for those rotations. We saw already on the stats how crazy the amount of kills that he's been finding across the board in his games. Very active carry.
Oh, very cool from Crit. Goes for the 1-1-1 skill point so he can kill the cogs.
Indeed, and Crit, he will die, but indeed they're able to make sure they get the kill first here from Amar as he takes down Respect.
Getting kills in this lane with a snap Kunkka is good because they're playing versus that Monkey King lane. And yeah, he goes 1-1-1. Very interesting there from Crit. Get that cog money, be able to get himself out as well. All these little things do add up. Looking at mid, Chira, he's doing great, as expected in this matchup. The Wind Ranger versus the Bat Rider, doing excellent. But Aoi was talking about it also, that Malrine, you just go jungle at some point with this Bat. You can catch up with these early points in Firefly.
Yeah, I guess this little shredder on Crit's going to be pretty useful also against the Pugner right in the mid game. Taking out that ward.
Oh, bottom again, Respect. Trying to get aggro onto Amar.
And Amar is not afraid to stand his ground really against
him. Nice dodge from Munkushi. Dodges the blast, we'll be able to get that Jingu, and that's the level 2 Jingu too, so it's a very potent one.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting close to the point where, Munkushi should be pretty tough to bully out of the lane, right?
He should be pretty okay down here. Until rotation, maybe we'll see something like that from Weaver, like you said. Crit!
They're going to try and go for him. Yes, a fantastic torrent, though, from Amar. Heading onto the 2 of them and making sure that they cannot continue to chase down Crit.
Nice dodges. I mean, that's like 3 or 4 times I've seen Munkushi either dodge the Tidebringer or dodge the Scatter Blast, so keeping himself nicely sustained in this lane. Top again.
Now going for Cloud. And with the bugs upon him, he's looking pretty dead, and they may even be able to threaten Sweden Strong a little bit. Now they just throw the snowball out. Skeeter, he'll focus his way back onto farming. Continued success here being found by Falcon's safe lane.
You know, I actually thought there was a potential chance that he was going to get the decrep at level 2. I saw that he had skilled the ward right away, and then maybe even at 3 I thought he might take it, so they can't just use the drinking buddies and the bugs to that success.
Because there's a lot of damage physical that could be stopped.
Yeah, and usually what you do see versus some of these like high potent, I mean, most of these safe laners nowadays, you're having like some type of disable as Mark.
Wait, he caught him a noob. What did he do? Wait, what did Munkushi do? I don't even know.
I didn't even see.
I mean, maybe he didn't do something. That's why he got called a noob.
Maybe because he didn't dodge the Tidebringer? I don't know.
I think you're absolutely bang on it. Because he's been dodging everything else. I bet he finally didn't dodge something, so Amar gave him a little friendly banter there.
I'll keep an eye on that later.
I think you're right. Because he has, as you said, he's been mischiefing everything else.
Yep. But top again. Cloud.
Oh, that's
nice
a lovely
shackle
there for Chira Jr. And the power shot to follow. Oh, that's going to be Snaky taken out. Well, there you go. I mean, Cloud needed that. He'd been having a tough time up top, same time down bottom. They're chasing down Amar. They're just going to, just like, oh my goodness. A little bit of a pause. I feel like...
I mean, after he calls you a noob, you want to pause it on him, especially if you're diving him.
I wonder if Amar's going to have something to say about this one.
We'll see in a second. No,
Let's see.
he doesn't.
No.
Well, he's going down.
He's definitely
What
going
a move. That was really cool.
Yeah, just Chira Jr. turns up out of nowhere, Shackle with the setup, and then they're able to get the 2 kills for Cloud. He really needed that, because that top lane, they were giving away a lot to the Weaver. Cloud's just got a huge boost back into the game.
100%. And those are some beautiful skill shots. That's the thing, too. It's the power shot down when they were kind of stunned, but the blast hits and then the axes afterwards. Ooh.
I like this as well. We're going to get some Battle Fury action this game from Munkushi on his item build.
Oh, that is interesting. I mean, it's a much slower type of style
It's fantastic, Fog.
Yeah, I mean, you love that.
This man knows what he's doing.
Bit slower, though. It definitely can be, but I guess that's the type of the game that he wants to play. He wants to be able to slow down, play super farm-heavy. Interesting. I've only seen the Gleipnirs and the Echo Saber, I think, so far on the Monkey. Maybe I missed a game or 2 of the Battle Fury, but at this tournament, obviously.
No, definitely in the ones we've covered. We've not seen any Battle Fury Monkey King.
I mean, that kind of fixed their lanes completely. Oh, I got to be honest with you.
That was a huge move, Tom. It really did. You know, you're looking at the numbers right now. Pretty much dead even across the board.
Yep.
And if anything, maybe you're feeling a bit more comfortable for 1W.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, Cloud, he's going to be able to go back. He has some stacks to go back to. It fixed everything there. Skitter is still very, very high level, of course, because of all these board kills, but he's same net with as that Monkey King, who has that nice matchup for Skunka now.
I imagine both teams calm things down a little bit now. No need to push for kills. 1W after making that play top. They're happy with the fact that they've sort of leveled the playing ground.
Yeah, and overall, like making that aggressive move sometimes up top, you have to catch these stuns, especially on the Tusk as well too, because you have to watch out for some type of snowball save into that time lapse as well too. So if you do that type of play, you kind of have to land like this double shackle that he did get, or control the Tusk during it. And so far, Chira, even with the rotation, he didn't get any damage onto his mid tower, because I've seen a few times when Malreen's playing versus these heroes that leave the mid lane, he'll kill the mid tower by 10 minutes on the bat. This tower is almost full HP mid.
Oh, bottom.
Boots of travel with the glyph.
That's a very nice aggressive move there from Falcons, getting in under the tower. I mean, Munkushi will be able to turn the balance. I mean, they didn't quite kill him. And in fact, with the backup coming in, he's going to get away. He's able to get out to the trees, get away from this. Backups come in. I mean, Skeeter's also turned up. Falcons desperately trying to find a kill out of this, but 1W, they've got the numbers. Crit coming in, looking towards Respect. They'll have to probably just settle for the clockwork. The life drain's coming in, though. Sweden Strong trying to keep his clock alive. He'll self-decrepify himself to try and retreat also, but with the 4 heroes from Falcons, they will finally get the 2 support kills that they were looking for.
But Munkushi gets out.
He does. What an escape.
What was it, the cog that kind of like pushed them back for a second? Little mini shackle that just stops them? Nicely done. They do lose their supports for it and might end up losing this tower, but a nice move to at least protect the Monkey King to get that farm going. And on the meanwhile, Cloud, up top, 2 points toward that Aghanim is already finished up after what started like a rough lane. So, very nice stuff. He has to be, I'm gonna say quite a bit this game, he has to be a little careful with his roar usage, just because of the snowball that's gonna be coming into play throughout the majority of this game.
Oh, check this move again. Good aggression, of course, using that fortification to make sure that the creep stays alive, allowing Mallory to TP in.
Mallory got greedy and didn't use lasso, so that was actually a
And that GA had it.
I thought he didn't skill it at first, but I checked to always see the replay.
Back in the river, back in the live action there. Chiro Jr. gets caught. Maybe respect as well. Have they got any catch for him? No, not quite. He'll manage to live.
Well, now because he didn't use the lasso bottom, it was up in mid, and they're going to be able to get the kill out of that one, so there you go.
Mallory, he's planning for the future.
Yeah, there you go. Something like that.
Yeah, 0-1 for him now.
And very cool to see that he's gone just very immediately boots of travel. Just really wants to play active on the map.
I mean, they're so active, right? You got bots on the Batrider, you got Skeeter playing as Weaver. These two cores, they're not going to be missing out on any of the action that Falcons look to bring.
No, and if you do see Munkushi's going for Battle Fury as well too, that's going to be let's go time, right? We're going to play super aggressive because it's hard to get involved as much with the Battle Fury compared to anything like a Gleipnir, obviously. So they could definitely look to take advantage of the fact that he is going very, very greedy on this Monkey King.
Just really trusting in the rest of his teammates to be able to match the action that Falcons bring, giving him the space to excel with that AFK farming with the Battle Fury.
I'm surprised Amar is actually able to stand down bottom here. They're giving, I mean, Respect is giving him quite a bit of respect that he's got backup, and yeah, Skitter, he's making the move down now. That's why he's playing so aggressive forward there. He knows he's got backup.
See what Skitter can find. I mean, he can start to tease around with the Monkey King here.
It's quite a bit of damage.
It's a lot. Skitter going pretty deep for this, right up to the tier 2. They're going to sell with the X-Mark combo on a Respect. Respect's able to get the cogs down. See if he can get out of this. Caught by the Torrent and the Shards. He'll have to hook shot over towards Munkushi. Marine's waiting to dive to tier 2. He goes in with the lasso, catches Munkushi. They bring down the Monkey King. Jackal shot and a power shot's going to be completely off the mark as Falcons. They get in, get the kill, and get out with no casualties on their side.
I bet during this downtime, Chiro Jr. is being a little sad that he has Focus Fire, not Whirlwind, I have to be honest, though. You definitely want to be able to try to keep this farm going up. So I'm definitely going to be trying to keep tabs of that one. Because I haven't seen Focus Fire really at all in this tournament. Makes you a lot weaker to be able to do that spread damage and join inside these fights earlier. And right now, things starting to accelerate a bit here for Falcons.
Absolutely big stuff here, taking the tier 1 bottom. Almar able to use the X-Mark to allow Skeeter to get that quick reset back to base and get straight back out on the map. That's the Blade Mail done for Amar.
I mean, Cloud's going to have his Aghanims pretty soon, but I feel like they're going to have to play around him very nicely just to be able to make some good moves because the rest of them are falling. They're starting to become pretty weak because of this Battle Fury build too. Him getting involved is going to be pretty dangerous. Because on top of not having extra disables with the Gleipnir, you're more fragile because the Battle Fury doesn't give stats. Stop.
They'll drop a hook shot in a raw.
They got him. Died to the ward. And should be able to just easy take this tower with the blasts.
Big stacks though here.
Amar.
That Amar's able to start dealing with.
And he is, I mean, at the moment is queuing up the Aghanims. We've been seeing people kind of straying away from it a little bit, especially as that second item. More so seeing the pipe, so if Amar, if he feels like he can go for it being this greedy, so be it. 3K lead now for Falcons.
And that lead's only going to continue until over in the river. They've got the setup.
Maureen's got the blink and the bots. He's going to be everywhere, and they always have, they have kill threat on pretty much anybody they go on. Some worries coming in for 1W. These next few moments, they have to be prepared and they have to have the Beastmaster
Skeeter
in most of these fights. And Munkushi,
he's found Munkushi. I mean, one more Shikuchi, he's going to be in for this one. The Cogs, oh, they're going to hold him back, but the right click's there. Skeeter had the range to take the kill. Time lapses out of the Cogs. He's perfectly fine. It could be a painful game for the Monkey King.
Feels
for
like
Munkushi.
It's starting to be, yeah, very quickly here. Pace of the game is starting to accelerate, and he does not have space to farm a Battle Fury. I don't know, and this is definitely, I think, too greedy in this current meta.
I mean, just the item in general, right?
Item.
At this international, how many wins have there been with the Battle Fury carry?
I don't know how to do that. I'm not smart enough to find those
But
stats,
I feel like
but someone can give it to us.
But do you recall watching any games where someone won with the Battle Fury? I remember a game where the PA tried to build one. It went horribly wrong.
Yeah, I mean, who builds Battle Fury nowadays? It's PA and Ursa, and I guess Monkey King in this game, but in particular, not many. There's not really many of those melee carries. And if they are melee carries, they're still going Gleipnir, it feels like, so. Yeah, we'll see if that pays off. 5K lead. Malreen's got Lasso again. He used Lasso under Arcane.
They're just charging at them.
So it's up again. Cloud.
Ooh,
Let's get
okay.
the roar off.
He
Got
does
the
indeed.
Axe.
And the snowball's going to be there, though, allowing them to continue to stay on top of Cloud. They're in with a punch. Sweet and Strong's going to try his best to help fight back. They're able to bring down Malrine.
Big damage from Cloud.
Across them, giving the run buff. Amar keeping them strong against Cloud, but not strong enough to keep Snaking alive as they're taken out too. This move from Falcons going horribly wrong as 1W able to turn up and hold the fight. And I think it was sort of the attempt at the initiation from Malrine and what he immediately gets landed upon by a Hawk. Right?
Yep. That was, I mean, I don't think they respected Cloud having this Axe time.
No.
Just able to stand and pretty much withstand everything that's coming in. They've got the Pugna heal too. Very cool stuff. Respect.
So he's got any way to play his way out of this. He has got a hook shot if he can find the angle.
Does he have a creep wave? He does, but they're kind of blocking him.
He's going to try. Oh, nice effort. Did make the connection, but was already dead before his body could get pulled over to the creep.
So that's cool. I didn't know that I didn't know that's how it worked though. The stun connects, but if your body doesn't connect, the damage doesn't connect from the clockwork. So very random little mechanic. But. All right, well, 1W, they get a bit of signs of life, that's for sure, at least from the Beastmaster. But yeah, the concern still is there for me for the Monkey King of how much is he going to be able to do, and is he actually going to be able to get the time to be able to farm? I know T, especially on the panel, was saying a lot of ifs. If they can get to these items, if they can make it to those later stages, then perhaps, but let's see if they can't delay enough for this Monkey King.
And the Battle Fury's nearly there, right?
Nearly.
He's got it.
Got it.
Okay, Battle Fury online.
All right.
Here we go. Let's see if that 4K gold lead that Falcons has right now starts to dwindle a little bit. That's Falcons. Ready to keep the pressure on down bottom here around the tier 2. 1W, they're setting up. The smoke's there from Chiro Jr., Cloud, and Sweden Strong. They're happy to look for a fight.
This is definitely how they need to be doing these type of approaches. Just bring the Beastmaster. He is, I mean, he's probably one of, if not the strongest hero on the map currently at the moment, so. Enable Cloud. Skitter, Gleipnir is already finished up though, so never mind. He's probably, him and Cloud are probably the two strongest on the map at the moment. The boat gets casted early.
It's just a precaution, right? Maybe someone's going to be coming through the twin gate. You never know. Amar just kind of, you know, keeping things secure.
That's kind of weird.
It's a low cooldown.
I mean, yeah,
sometimes a boat's got,
relatively.
yeah, a boat's got a boat, you know.
A little juke play from 1W, of course, dodging it out, making them think they're going through. Malrine, the Arsonist, building up on the tower. There goes another one. 3 tier 1's taken. They have potential to just go for Roshan if they'd like to, but maybe they want to find a kill first out of the lasso, because they do kill it very fast on the side of Falcons. Definitely not the easiest, I would say, for 1W to contest that up there at the moment.
See what they want to go for next. Yeah. All tier 1's taken. They've got their options open here, Falcons.
They've got a ward here up on the high ground. If they can catch Skeeter here, it would be huge.
Oh, he's going to get the jump, though. Ooh, power shot. Now Skeeter's going to know that they're onto him, so...
Too elusive. Unlikely
that they're able to do anything more with this. Skeeter's out.
Might need a blink on Cloud. I mean, he's got BKB pretty soon, but I think they need that extra form of catch for this Weaver.
I mean, he's farming pretty quickly.
He is.
And as long as, you know, Falcons start to slow things down and don't go running for tier 2s, that 1W probably will have the time to get kind of that BKB blink done on the Beastmaster. And at this pace as well, also very likely to have that BKB very soon for Munkushus. Getting a lot of space with the Battle Fury.
Can they contest this first Roche, though? That's going to be the question, because it does feel like, I mean, I would imagine it's time for Falcons pretty soon to look for it, but Amar wants a kill. Won't be able to find it. He's got an Axe, though, so for that next fight, a lot stronger in terms of offensive capabilities. But yeah, not going for that Roche. They're giving the respect, at least for the moment, still.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now they will. Now the whole team's coming up, so... Can't contest this one on 1W. Got to sack it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be any signs of them heading over. They just want to maximize the efficiency once they have their half of the map to themselves.
Yep.
They have to let Falcons get this. Problem is, though, Falcons probably going to go for some pretty heavy push off the back of having the Aegis. They're going to be very hungry for a fight, knowing how strong they are with this lead, Falcons.
And they've got this very easy form of initiation to catch pretty much any target they choose if they see them. You know, Malrine with this Blink Lasso. A lot easier for them to start the fight in comparison to the side of 1W, who has to kind of play around a ward until they have the blink on Cloud to get a blink roar. Chira Jr. does have Gleipnir finished, but remember, just gonna keep reiterating, he's got Focus Fire, not the Whirlwind, so one target can get taken down, but...
Falcons.
They're ready to hit.
The smoke's there, they're charging straight down the bottom lane. 1W, will they choose to try and tackle a fight around the tier 2 or just let it go?
I think Mikushi needs BKB to be able to fight. Beastmaster's got his, so maybe he can look to get involved. Smoke coming out, Amar scouts it.
This is very difficult for 1W to try and enter into. Falcons, they have the favorable position on the high ground.
I mean, Mikushi has to join the fight very late, or he just dies because no BKB. So let's see what angle that they can get with the roar.
1W, they really want to try and do this, but it's risky.
Which target do you go for? Because there's a lot of saves. There's cookies, there's force stabs, there's snowballs.
And now fighting into this part below the lane is very tricky. They're going to know for sure that Falcons have this vision set up. They don't want to try and fight into
this. They're cutting the wave. They blasted the wave out, so there's no extra creep wave that Falcons has to push forward here. They'll finish the tower in time. And yeah, they'll back away. Mikushi probably saying, guys, I'm getting pretty close to BKB. Wait till we have that before we take a head-on fight. Especially into Aegis.
Now 1W will make the move all the way over to be able to
sneaky
take away a Wisdom Rune from Falcons, so a little bit of something found with that.
Yeah, that's pretty nice, right? They get the double Wisdom, some good experience, and they'll be able to claim their own Tormentor. Nice move when you're playing against that Aegis and don't want to take a fight. And yeah, 700 until the BKB on Munkushi.
With these group moves that Falcons are making, and Munkushi getting a bit of time to hit creeps, he will begin to catch up.
He will.
Still needs a fair bit more time.
Yep.
Skeeter still having quite the lead this game on his Weaver.
And I'm wondering like how effective a Battle Fury is in comparison to Gleipnir too, because just in these team fights, having extra lockdown and all this versus Weaver when your lineup is lackluster in lockdown. I don't know, man. We'll have to see.
Skeeter. Trying to get some sort of reaction. It's going to allow them to have the vision to set up for the combo onto Sweden Strong. The Pugner caught in the combo of Amar. Lasso dropped down on the Cloud. He's going to have to get the BKB off. Tried to tell the Rob, but he gets interrupted here by the punch-up. He's to find the Raw onto Malrine. They lay down the Wukong's command. They've killed off the Bat, and Cloud, he survives. Hook shot over to the side. They're going to see if they can turn this into more 1W. They've got the control on Amar. Shackle out onto the two of them. Falcons, they've still got the numbers, and 1W, they don't quite have the damage to push on for those kills. Now Falcons, they can maybe get more themselves. They look for the setup on the Respect. They catch him in the torrent. Snowball over to Chira Jr. as they take out Respect on the Clockwork.
She's got BKB.
He's getting turned upon, but Chira Jr. will go down. Buyback comes out now from Respect. 1W trying to find more from this Skeeter, getting incredibly low, but even if they take him out, he of course still has that Aegis. The cookie heal's there though, and Skeeter, he's not even going to lose that. Keeps the Aegis safe, gets out of there. Crit, he'll get caught in the trees though. Munkushi jumps forward, boundless strike, puts a stop to Crit's escape.
Okay, alrighty. Nice moves forward. It does, Respect does use a buyback, and it is a pretty deep dive that's coming out from Falcons, but they keep Cloud alive during all of it. Little Pavis thrown onto him, I think, at the last minute, gives him that extra bit of barrier. Good fights. And now Munkushi, he's got the BKB, so he can start getting involved.
I mean, we'll see this again. It was a pretty aggressive move from Falcons with this Aegis.
But he's able to get the BKB up before the whole chain stun kind of comes into play, so very nicely done to keep that Beastmaster alive as long as possible.
And Cloud, indeed, as you say, getting his spells off, able to survive.
I think he had a, what was it, like a 20 stick or something it looked like at least, plus maybe something else. Something healed him quite a lot right when he popped that BKB, so. Oh, Cloud.
He's going to have to roar and run away from Skeeter. Should do it, unless Falcons want to try and go for another tier 2 dive. Skeeter in the same position as he was before, but not going to look to get in under the tower this time round. So 1W, they'll stay safe, and as indeed the moments continue. Munkushi on that Monkey King, the net worth is rising. The gap between between him and Skeeter slowly start to close.
And the one cool thing about Battle Fury in comparison to something like Gleipnir, it's just straight physical damage, right? So you get that 65 rather than, what, 30, I believe, that Gleipnir gives. So, yeah, with the damage that progresses when he's got Jingu stacks and all, with the Boundless, it's quite a bit of damage.
Yeah. And we've seen it a few times now with the farm that Cloud's got on the Beastmaster and the fact that he is having a good game. And Skeeter's not really able to go for him in these solo kill potentials. No. He doesn't at the moment have the damage to take down this Beastmaster. Cloud, as you say, progressing with the items, Blink Online.
Another beautiful Shackle.
And with the damage coming in with the back of a Munkushi, that's Malorine gone. Jump forward as well. They can try and chase for crit. I mean, Snake King and Skeeter have turned up to try and fight back. They'll look over towards Munkushi, got his what the BKB, and now Snake King's kind of trapped in with him. He turns, starts to put up Jingu, who's able to break the distance between the two of them. They've lost their Wind Ranger, and Munkushi this time will fall. Skeeter able to chase him out. The final bit of damage coming in from crit. Amar turns, cuts down Sweden Strong. Cloud, he has to go for the BKB TP out. They got the physical to kill him off. They don't. Cloud, he'll live. But 1W, a painful couple of losses, few losses in that team fight there, specifically that of Chira Jr. and Munkushi both going down. This time Falcons, they get the big kills.
This time they strike back. I think they got a little overzealous. They get the kill on the bat and they're like, oh, we can get more out of this. But nope, all the Falcons turns up, they bring the numbers, they get the wraparound. So a nice attempt there from 1W, but yeah, maybe just a little bit too excited after they get that first one. Cloud wasn't there until pretty much the end of the fight, too. They do need this Beastmaster if they want to keep going for some of those.
Malorine.
Cloud.
Seeing if you can close the gap there on Cloud, but Cloud, he's out.
Pipe's finished up now for Amar. So on top of that Aghanims, now he's got that extra survivability for his team to be able to go for those crazy type of dive plays. And the lead has, I mean, just after that one fight, it did swing pretty big. It stopped at, what, 3K for a second, up to 7. They've all finished up a full secondary set of items. And Chira almost having BKB. He really needs it, because it feels like he's just a free kill if they lasso him.
Oh, talking about a free kill, he has been found. Irrespect's going to try and help out. Comes in with the cogs, but there's no saving the Wind Ranger. Chira Jr. dead again.
He's just too susceptible to this magical burst. If he gets caught in any type of he's just dead. They will have the follow-up. 5 times now they've been able to find this Wind Ranger. He's found some good shackles, but they've been able to find the better grabs just to be able to finish him off. And they have this ward bottom. They saw Cloud, I believe, for a second, but he's able to at least get to high ground.
Gleipnir setup. Diving the tier 3, maybe a bit too risky, and indeed, especially with the backup of Sweden Strong.
They're trying to pop BKB.
Kisses, though. And yep, Cloud feels pressure to put the BKB with the kisses coming in from crit, so he has to BKB and walk it off.
That's a pretty smart usage there of the kisses. Now they're kind of trapped in their base, no BKB up on their strongest hero. And they're kind of trapped. All the lanes are shoved in onto their side too. How can 1W get out on the map now? Things are looking more and more complicated in just a quick matter of seconds there.
Falcons, they're going to be very close to having the strength to approach the high ground with the auras coming online. You know, the pipe's already done on Amar, and he's well on the way towards the Crimson.
And Skeeter just, I mean, I swear he was like 14,000 net worth about 4 minutes ago or something. I think he's farmed like 4,000 gold in 4 minutes or less. He's got a full BKB on. Full BKB, and he finds the Vindicator's Axe, which is probably the best neutral item you can get versus a Beastmaster Monkey King Wind Ranger lineup. They stun him, he's going to have plus 20 armor. And he's got the amp damage in the bottle for the next potential push, and 1W kind of stuck in their base. Chira needs to find space to be able to finish his BKB.
Falcons, they can take their time. They can look for Roshan.
Yep. They've got, I mean, they've got, what, 75+% map control now at the moment. And Roche, it is back up. Chira still doesn't have the BKB, so fighting into that Roche area, it would just be suicide for the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I don't think they can contest this. Nope. You know, Falcons get themselves in position to take down Roche. They'll do it at a speed that 1W won't even have the choice to get over there in time.
Man, the first 20 to 25 minutes or so was kind of close in that front. Like Falcons having a lead, but just one fight really exploded everything. This deficit is enormous now. Like you said, full sets of items, almost 2 full items on each core. Amar with the Crimson and a pipe. And the progression for 1W, it's completely stopped. Cloud's got a plate mail, but ways away from a Shiva's guard. Chira. They see him again. This is right before the BKB.
I mean, just sort of the kisses alone here from Chris. So much damage. The life drain will come in to survive. Keep him alive, but the lasso's going to be there as they tear to the side. Munkushi, bring him away from the rest of his team. He's going to go for the BKB TP out. That will save him, but of course, in the midst of it all, Chira Jr. still goes down. Sweden Strong into the trees, tries for a TP out. They've got the X mark in time. Beautiful catch there from Amaz. I believe the vision was given to him by the player there from Snake King. And that means still, they're getting the kill. Sure, they're not killing the Monkey King, but we're seeing 1W having to use the BKBs on their cores just to escape.
It's high ground
at this
time.
point, indeed, when the push comes through, what do 1W do?
I don't know how they defend these Raxes. I mean, they've got the glyph at the least, but look at Amar. He's already planting the flag, going past the towers. Level 20 hit on top of all these auras. No BKB on Wind Ranger. I don't know if he's even going to get to finish it before this one looks to close out, but Falcons, it looks like they have. Looks like they've done at least the majority of it to take this game.
Yeah, they can
Raxes
take a
going
lot
down.
in. There's no real reason for them to
I think they can stay.
need to back off anytime soon with the strength that they have.
Yep, they've
Everything.
got the wave.
It's another set here. They've got everyone back up 1W.
I'm watching you, Amar. Be careful what you're drawing with that X.
Wait, what was he drawing?
I don't know, but
What was it?
I was a little worried for a second. Catapult wave. And yeah, Wind Ranger has to sell an item to finish the BKB, and this is potentially the last hurrah. See what they can get. The long wraparound.
I mean, I guess you got to go on Snake King, right?
Have to stop him from Snowball.
Exactly. The Snowball's just going to save anyone else.
But the boat and the Crimson and the pipe, I mean, at this point. Oh, that's not one way to do it.
Oh, no. Well, let's pretend we didn't hear that hook shot. It never happened. But that was not the way to try and start the final fight, potentially the game. Never mind, they still have a chance here with the Wukong's command laid down. No, they don't. He got pushed out of it. So the Wukong's command gets put to a stop. They've got the shackle on a Snake King. He's pretty tanky.
They're
with all these
taking
auras
zero
being
damage.
kicked out by Amar. I mean, they're just not doing anything at all.
They're not doing anything.
They've just got to run. They're getting picked apart one by one. It's all too much here for 1W at this point. Falcons, they'll kill off the four of them, respect the last one left alive.
GG.
He'll live alive long enough to call GG. This one's over. Falcons taking game one, Fogged.
Yeah, like I said, first 20-25 minutes was pretty decent, I would say. I mean, they went for Focus Fire on the Wind Ranger, which I think also slows down his momentum and his growth overall. You could see that Chira's farm was pretty stagnated, I feel like, and he was like desperate to find kills to be able to get that farm going, which he did get some cool shackles, but this game exploded very quick. 20-25 minutes decently close, one team fight that goes poorly, game's kind of over.
It certainly felt like that. That was a tough one. But you got to imagine looking back on this, one of the reasons why this did play out to be a bit of a struggle was, I feel, because of the draft, right?
Yes.
The hand got forced 1W into a way where they had to make these changes. They had to do this adaptation of putting the Wind Ranger in the mid. Maybe indeed the Beastmaster was not their ideal choice of heroes, even though Cloud for the most part had a pretty good early to mid game. They were forced into a tough spot.
Yeah, I think like opening up with these two heroes that are cores, then you pick these two supports which aren't the most potent, especially not the Pugna in a way. You kind of revealed so much of your hand early, so I think Falcons, they knew how to play around it, and we saw, especially as the game progressed, they knew exactly how to play around it.
They did. Falcons looking excellent as always as they'll get this first win against 1W.
In very convincing fashion as well. And this was game one of a best of three elimination series. It's the second time today we're seeing 1W. They earlier were able to take out Team Zero. And if they want to have a chance of moving further, they do have to eliminate Falcons here, which I know is a tough ask, especially after seeing that game one.
Whew, yeah, no, there's going to be a big bounce back required for 1W to, muscle up against a team like Team Falcons. And in this game, you got to give props like Skidder on the Weaver. Like, he leaves his top lane, he occupies the bottom side of the map very early on, he keeps just applying pressure. And that was also kind of the theme of everyone on Team Falcons. Like, oh, look, we're starting the highlight. Guess who's diving to tier 2? I think this was, of course, we're kind of 20 minutes deep and it kind of feels like good. But before this highlight as well, it just kept happening and over again. So, yeah, 1W, maybe you could say a little bit too much reliance on items to play this game. And you can't do that against this pace.
And also the flex to mid from Wind Ranger made it so that the Wind Ranger had to go Gleipnir first to have presence on the map, because you want your Wind Ranger to be able to move around and fight into the enemies. And because of that, the BKB timing was incredibly delayed. By the time that Falcons got the second Roche, Windranger was still farming up that BKB. They go through the gate afterwards, kill Windranger again before she finishes the BKB. And at that point, you're only playing, when Falcons get that strong, you're only playing on one BKB, on your Monkey King. So Monkey King would have to commit it. Maybe they get a kill on the Batrider, but while that's happening, you're getting all of this range damage from Weaver. You have this Kunkka bot that you're worried about. And I gotta say, Weaver, Skater, he really popped off. He played an incredible game.
Yeah, and we talked about how, like so many times, we do mention how much damage can you do in the laning stage, in the mid game. Talking about hero combinations, this might also be one of the best ones I've seen, because Weaver with Tusk Weaver, you have drinking buddies, you have Shikuchi to get on top of the hero, you have double attack, so all that extra damage that you're getting from drinking buddies feels really nice, and pretty much a perfect game from Skeeter. He did die only one time, he was all over the place, and there's a big difference in itemization between two carries, where you have Munkushi going for Battle Fury. I had to double check. This is the only Battle Fury purchase on a position 1 Monkey King, which feels really bad. We're in a fast meta, so you need to be able to come online as soon as possible, compared to Weaver, who's buying into Gleipnir, buying into Power Treads, into these small items. So he's going to be ready to take the fight extremely well early on, and there isn't that much lockdown. There isn't like he's not going to get focused down from 100 to 0. There's going to be a snowball save, some boat, any kind of help he can get from the team, and it felt really nice. This had to be one of the freest Weaver games I've seen so far.
It also feels like there's been miscommunication in 1W, right? Like they flex Winner into mid, and like personally, if I have Winner on my team and I see Kunkka or Snapfire, like it needs to be Martian BKB. You can't go for the Gleipnir. Even if you can argue, sure, it gives you a bit more lockdown to play the fight, like if you cannot enter the fight with confidence, then you're not doing anything for your team. And then you have the Battle Fury on the Monkey King. You basically put your position 1 and 2 to be vulnerable to any early game damage, to not fight into Falcons. And it's like, I don't think they were ready for this type of flex, because I think if this is Winner and carry, he's going for a BKB. But on the mid lane, his mindset's completely different, because like, I need to find kills, I need to be active. It's like, maybe the BKB on Winner with a slightly more aggressive build from Monkey would have changed everything. But during the game, to call for that takes a lot of discipline, and I just don't think they had it in this game.
No, I kind of also feel like at some point later on, it felt like Shira Jr., if he was just struggling a lot, he was found a lot by Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons never really let up. Even though we did see them get killed a few times around the map, they still kept barreling down whichever lane. And they saw the itemization coming out from 1W's heroes. They saw that Windranger didn't have this BKB, and there was nothing really to defend him from anything. So they kept running into him over and over again. There were so many tools at their disposal, with the Mortimer's Kisses, with the X, with the Lasso. It was not a safe game for Windranger to step up. And again, we talk about the BKB, but you're going to regret not making it in a game like that, because it made it so that you were unable to fight. And here we can see Amar's stats come up. I mean, Kunkka as a hero, look at this itemization. The Crimson Guard, the Pipe, the Mech, the Ags. Even when you think you have some signs of life because your Beastmaster gets such an early Ags, you have this offlaner who's building so much damage mitigation, never making that Beastmaster Ags a threat.
Yeah, and a cool thing, at least for Amar, you have multiple options for your facet. Collapse and most other offlaners want to go for Grog Blossom, which gives you the run buff on your X mark, but he's going for High Tide because he's in a lane where he can utilize the cooldown reduction against the melee heroes, able to apply that pressure to keep whittling down his opponent. But I'm pretty sure if the matchup was different, then he goes for another facet, and that is kind of the beauty of what facets are. Like Amar, he thinks about it, he's changing it up based on his lane, and again, maybe in the future all heroes will have the ability to choose other facets and not just only pick one. But yeah,
lanes are so important. Like this was the big part of the bottom lane going well, but also top lane. Sweden Strong, he did not have the Cripify until level 4, which was a bit of a mistake there. I think you need to have that maybe even at level 2, because you're playing against most physical damage, drinking buddies, you have Weaver getting on top of you. So you need some kind of a defensive tool to be able to punch back, and they didn't have any. Also, you're playing against Beastmaster. That's a really good matchup for Weaver, because you can dodge the axes, you can kill these boars easily, and they snowballed out of the lanes. There were some really good mid-game team fights that 1W did take, some really nice shackles coming out from Chiro Jr., but other than that, they had their number, and also seeing Malrine play one of his Siggies playing this Batrider also shows that Team Falcons, they're not afraid to experiment, pick a really strong hero when it's a good game for it.
Yeah, and I also do want to highlight that a big part of Falcon Snowball did come from Weaver. Like, after the laning stage, Weaver... After the laning stage...
Continue.
please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Skeeter goes through the gate very early on because Malrian made a rotation to shut down Munkishu's Monkey King. He actually got away, and at that point he was doing pretty well on that lane. So Skeeter made it his job to shut down the enemy carry. He did not stay on his lane very long. He went through the gate, he got a kill on Monkey King, and he stayed. He kept farming the enemy jungle, and then we saw Skeeter diving that tier 2 really early on in the game, also killing the Monkey King, bringing hero TPs to that lane. Like, he felt like a one-man show after the laning stage at some point.
Skeeter is the only player in Dota 2 that has his own facet. That's how good he is on this hero. He has Skeeter step. Just want to point that out.
It's a very fair point.
Have you been sitting on that one for a while?
Yeah, the first time when I saw it, I'm like, it's going to be a perfect time to say thanks for the production, for bringing this up on screen.
No, he did play great. His whole team played great. And it makes me wonder, we mentioned all these things that Falcons did well and that 1W was just basically one step behind in the draft, as well as in items, as well as in gameplay. And it makes me wonder where they should focus T in game number 2 to have a better showing, because we said the only time that they could do well in the previous game was if they stretched out the game very long, which is a tough ask to do against a team of Falcons caliber.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because draft-wise, if Pugna gets decrep before level 4 or whatever, and actually can delay the tag team damage, top lane can go better. If they can then do that, then they play behind Beastmaster. If Winona buys a BKB, they can maybe take a fight. I think we don't really need to harp on the draft too much in this game, because I think there are so many small decisions made by individual players that prevented them from actually showing what 1W can do in the competition and what they've done so before, that it's kind of hard to really find excuses elsewhere. So yeah, I think individually they just need to have a better read on the game, because if they don't, then yeah, Falcons are looking to potentially 2-0 this one.
Ooh,
Just play better is what T says, basically.
Yeah, that's always the case. But looking at top 3 offlane combos, I knew Konka Snapfire, we did mention it multiple times, is super strong, but the win rate is really up there. These 2 heroes, because you have a way of setting things up, you have quite a lot of damage, you have sustain in this lane, you have so much damage mitigation. You have Cookie with the shard, extra healing that comes out, and also Mirana. And
I think that's only Cloud9.
Okay,
that must only be Cloud9.
Because I've been trying to remember which team did play it. We've seen, a lot of Team Spirit bringing out this Snapfire plus Konka combo. Worked really well for them. But this one is also... I see a lot of Snapfire, though. This hero is really good because she can keep the distance. You can build pretty much anything that you want from position 4. And you're never going to lack damage with this hero, no matter what.
Very true. You want to see some other combinations?
I do.
For example, some safe lane combos that have been doing really well at this international so far. It's not surprising to see the cat ladies with the tree in there, surely.
No, not at all. I mean, it's the standard high damage range DPS carry plus big strong melee position 5. I am surprised the Mirana plus Treant combo is at a 33% win rate, because Mirana is the highest win rate carry at the moment, I believe, with an 80% win rate. I have not verified the stats exactly, but I do believe she is winning most of her games and is respected as the OP hero at the moment from either support or safe lane. So maybe the teams that have run the Mirana plus Treant have pushed it down a little bit, but
the only time teams ban out the Mirana or the Treant for that matter is when they let them through, is when people know that they can counter it. They have a plan catered towards it, which is probably why that doesn't win as much.
Yeah, Mirana has a 64% win rate so far in the tournament, and yeah, I think it's just a hero that's been played so much by everyone that the stats will be skewed by some of the teams who are already eliminated, trying to play what the better teams are doing.
do you have the stats from Carrie? Because I think at the start of the show today, the first panel brought it up.
Going deeper, please. Give me a second.
It's also because we saw the win rate of the
yes,
Mars
my apologies. Let me develop this stat further. Yes, 63% overall. Yes. Core offlane, 100%. Core safe lane, 47%. 4 position, 80%.
That's
that's where the 80%.
So the Saxons of the world are inflating these stats a little bit. There we go.
Because she seemed to be the carry that comes online slightly later compared to some of these other carries like Luna and especially Windranger. Because Mirana, she hits like really hard, but you need to get that level 15 talent, you need a shard. Your other big power spike is once you hit that level 20, but there are other heroes that counter her, I would say, more compared to some of these other carries who can stand the ground, like Wind Ranger, and also Luna, which has been pretty much the hero of the tournament when it comes down from position 1.
I do want to point out that in the game we just watched, game 1 of the series, Mirana was ignored.
Mar is laughing at something so hard, he started crying. He has something really spicy coming up for the second game.
Or he has spicy stuff in his eyes.
I hope not.
Have you ever done that?
Hope not either.
Where you like cooked food and then put it into your eyes?
I think I did, but I thought I washed it off, and then you know
It
how you
happens
sometimes
again.
like you wanna like you think you washed your hands, but you didn't do it well enough.
I'm still pondering the stats that we talked about, because I remember the first panel talking about Mirana's stats, and I heard 80%, and having it be played from 4, it has gone ignored, and there was a Kunkka in the last game, and Falcons opted for the Weaver instead, and they showed us why. It looked so good. It was played to perfection by a speeder, but teams have seemed to kind of look at Mirana as a finesse hero. I feel like she's a lot more individualistic for player styles than these Wind Rangers and Lunas that have been played for multiple months. Because Mirana has recently emerged as the hero of the tournament. So similarly to Sand King at Riyadh, who a lot of teams didn't play before and started playing then, I think Mirana is also in that situation, which could be why her safe lane win rate is lower than you would expect.
That being said, in Falcons, we got Snaking Mirana, Crit Mirana. They're both very strong.
They are. I'm just looking at the draft, which is pretty much the same openers, but...
When you say pretty much, you mean like 100%?
100% yes. I don't want to see Wind Ranger being picked up for one dub team after, because they reveal too much. These two heroes are physical damage cores. There is some mixed damage, of course, with the Wind Ranger, but I would say that they reveal too much when it comes down picking up your position 1 and position 2 immediately. Sure, there's some flex to it, but they didn't flex it in the end, and I feel like you need a different approach, especially when you play against Falcons.
And they could hit them with the Batman too on 1W if they want to potentially rerun something similar, because that is the hero that threw their draft into turmoil.
1W might also just go, if we ban Weaver and let them have Luna, that feels better for them, because they... No way can a Luna play that deep into your map than the Weaver did, right? So strategically, if you need a little bit more time to come online, Luna, you play from lane back to the jungle. You might help take a 10-minute tower, but after that, you retreat to your jungle. So this could just be a do the same draft, ban the Weaver this time. If they want Luna, they get Luna, but at least we're going to have, at least opportunities to find our rhythm into the game.
It's Falcons that make the first change. They ban out Batrider.
They could be looking at Wind Ranger for themselves. That's a potential option.
Yeah. They're kind of reminding 1W that if you want to go down you ban this here, then suddenly you're opening up more opportunities for us to punish you elsewhere. So the Batrider kind of makes them second guess the ban a little bit.
Let's see where they go with this. As we said previous time, they banned out Luna and picked up Wind Runner. Will they do the same thing? Or will they kind of almost have to ban out Wind Runner if they don't want to pick it up. Wind Ranger.
Don't have to.
It's not necessary. I mean, you can go for Kunkka yourself and play off of that.
True.
It would be a hero that simplifies 1W's gameplay for sure.
But what if you... Well, then you have to pick Kunkka out of the face. So then you give also potentially Luna.
That could be fine, because if you're not taking Kunkka for yourself or banning it out, you're giving Falcons a Kunkka run back, which they would be more than happy to.
True. They ban out Weaver. That's the problem from last game. So step 1. We still have all the heroes we mentioned, Luna, Kunkka, and Wind Ranger in the pool.
I mean, with the Bat band as well, they might still go for the Windrunner, knowing it's like, okay, we know what mistakes we made, they can't bat to mid, we don't have to do this like weird flex. So due to the Falcons ban, we could just see a repeat of the previous game.
Could. It's a better one for sure, because there's no Weaver, there's no Bat that you said, and they would have a better entry to the team fight. But this is also fine. This also means that this Monkey most likely going to be played from the mid lane. So far, we haven't seen Monkey being switched to position 4. I don't remember seeing a game, because the value that you lose, I would say, is too much. And also the recent nerfs to his tree jumping, you receive any kind of damage nowadays, it's going to go on cooldown, so you're not going to be as effective as you were a patch ago.
Fun fact. Skeeter hasn't played Wind Ranger at all this international.
That's quite a Skidder thing to do, though. To enter a tournament, not to play the most popular hero of the tournament.
We're going back to Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
And his heroes have worked for him, though. That's the one thing about Falcons is it always seems like Skeeter's had a slightly different hero pool than all other carries. You know, running Weaver when it wasn't popular, running Wraith King consistently when it fell out of favor.
Yeah,
So,
when he came into the scene, this guy was playing CK back in, I don't know when that was, 2016, 17, playing for Penta Esports, making the start of his career, playing CK when nobody else wanted to touch that hero, and that was one of his Siggies, still is to the day, because he really likes to play it, and he really plays it well.
Yeah, Falcons here in this position. I kind of expect the 4 again. The Snapfire, the Mirana, all these heroes that we're mentioning before. Any good laning setup for Kunkka? Yeah, it doesn't really complicate your draft too much. You know it's going to be a strong lane, can play into most matchups. You still have the last pick for your carry. And there it is.
it would be surprising if it went ignored again with another Kunkka, with it being such a classic combo of X into Arrow. But the flex is still open. We talked about Skeeter's slightly hipster hero pool, but this could still be a 1 or a 4.
Very true. It's something that 1W will have to speculate on as well, as they need some support for themselves. Previously, they went for Clockwork Kunkka. This time around, they get the Beefy Boy. That's the one we just saw.
Big team fights, a lot of circles, Twin Protector with Monkey King. Very easy to execute. Throw in Luna's damage from the Eclipse. You have a very easy team fight. You don't have to, necessarily hit any of these spells like, wow, I need to hit X mark into arrow combo, snowball save. This type of a draft is relatively easy to play from 1W.
And we saw the win rate of these two heroes as a safe lane pairing. It's the highest of the tournament for any safe lane pairing. But also, if this Mirana was being considered in the carry role, Trian is a solution to her, because you can just overgrowth, stop her leaps, stop her attacks, with all of that immense damage from Solar Flare.
And 1W is a team that can still play the Monkey support. We already mentioned that we don't see it, but Sweden Strong, he was the first Monkey King player when the new map got released, with the trees on top of the... So, do you know how big the map is? There used to be trees on the extremes of the map. He was the player, the first pro, to jump on those trees, making it untargetable, and actually getting it patched out within 24 hours. But yeah, he likes playing position for Monkey King, and that flex to the very end could enable the draft a little bit more, because Tree Luna doesn't need help. Beastmaster, after some waves, could be independent to some degree, and then you can play on the map, so something to consider.
And we talked about the Skeeter hipster hero pool. Gyro was also one of the heroes that he was consistently playing, even without an IO, as part of the Falcons' identity. It has strong lane presence and a strong map presence early on, but this hero is not popular at all in this patch. We saw the stats come up just now on the screen. 1 pick this entire tournament. It didn't win. It's been banned 4 times. This hero is not considered very good, so it's not on the radar of many teams.
But it's filthy right now due to drinking buddies. You thought Flak was annoying in lane? You gotta do now is drinking buddies to your gyrocopter. He gets free damage, flaks. No more tag team on the hero. You can flak everything. Creep waves, neutrals, heroes. It's a very spooky lane.
This does to a lane, especially if this monkey is gonna be played from position 4. The team mentioned. I think you need to take an L and play this monkey mid.
Yes, you
find
have to,
another position 4. Again, we're going back to Snapfire to break the comp. She's banned, never mind. Some other position 4, because this lane, the way you play out this lane with Gyrocopter and Tusk, you shove out the wave, you have sentries on your Tusk, and then you have pretty much both pools open, because you can't get close to this, because damage is too high. Your boars, your hawks are not gonna do anything. You're gonna kill that off almost immediately.
And not just that, because the lane is constantly pushed into Beastmaster's tower, that allows for early triangle access if Gyro wins this lane. Like, he is one of the carries that can walk into a stack, take it very quickly, and walk out with the help of his support +1.
Falcons just do a very good job in the draft where they identify a flex or something that 1W are leaning on, and then they remove it. Like the bat to take away the monkey flex, the gyrocopter to take away like the monkey king. It's like, it really complicates it, and you see from the bans as well, 1W protecting the monkey mid now with a Huskar ban, a Storm ban.
You might need some like casual Rubik thrown in here for 1W team. There are good spells to steal. X mark to break the enemy X mark, Snowball. Against Gyrocopter, it's not as good. Stuff from Mirana is okay-ish.
I also like Jakiro. We haven't seen him that much, but it's a lot of, ranged poke for the gyro, lots of combo break with the ice path. Could potentially disrupt some X's, some snowballs.
Together with Beastmaster, so far they've only played Bat and Pugna, and obviously Bat is out of the pool. Pugna is still in though. Yay.
If he levels Decrep, sure.
That sounded very enthusiastic. So you're excited for some more Pugna.
It was meant sarcastically. But
I mean, who isn't excited for a little skeleton man? No, my issue with Pugna as a hero is with the changes to facets, he didn't necessarily develop a playstyle that feels very strong in what it does. Both of his facets are a bit meh. The one that you play off of the Nether Ward is what people take, but it doesn't feel as impactful as it should. There aren't that many spellcasters in this meta. The other issue is that the one with however many towers you take, you get damage amp. That one's quite useless.
Falcons are so mean. 1W, the strategy's simple. Farm, push. Now they're going to be running into shrapnels and drinking buddy flat cannons, tidebringers. Falcons can keep this game going as long as they need to. They have plenty of wave clear and ways to just punish objective focused teams, and it kind of feels like that's what 1W has, but it's a little bit greed, not really a map play pick from Falcons, so that does give an opportunity for 1W to overwhelm them with their last pick.
But how do you overwhelm the sniper? Because he's picked to beat up Monkey King on lane, but you look at the heroes that are being played.
Ooh, Primal Beast. That's kind of was their bread and butter.
Fully sack the offlane, go
sack
primal.
the offlane, win the safe lane, win the mid lane. This matchup, it looks like you're winning. First, level 2, level 3 on Sniper, you're doing a good job, hoo hoo ha ha. Then suddenly Primal Beast charges in on top of you. You could easily feed. This is a really tough matchup for Snipey.
Yeah, Beastmaster can play behind tower and just soak waves. So the whole flat cannon that we're talking about, if you just keep dragging waves and ignore it, then you can sack it in a way that you aren't just fully deleting your offlane. So yeah, I could see 1W having that ability to find the mid hero.
You're proposing the Monkey King flex to 4.
If Chira Jr. right now in the draft says, give me this mid hero, I will win you the game. As a drafter, I give him that hero. But it doesn't happen.
No. I think the issue with the Monkey King flex to 4 is that it would lose so hard, not only on lane, but in map play, because it's playing into all of this ground damage from the side of Falcons with the shrapnel, the call down, the X in the boat. It can't have any impact in teamfights, so it would have to have been so strong of a mid.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were kind of saying. If it was a confident pick, we go for it. If not, back to the 4 as expected, Monkey to mid. Their draft is on paper, plays lanes, pushes, but it will eventually struggle when pushing because of shrapnel and flak cannon and tide and all this stuff. So
yeah, I think it's a shame that melee 4s like Earth Spirit don't really exist anymore, because you have nothing to jump the mid sniper. The only hero that jumps mid sniper is Monkey King, who's going to lose mid to the mid sniper, and your supports can't really rotate on him or kill him early after the laning stage after one Hurricane Pike. There's going to be a problem with sniper here.
You have so much protection as well coming out with the anything that Kunkka buys, the boat buff as well, snowball save. Your natural item build is going to be, you're going to get your Hurricane Pike so you can keep him away, Blood Grenade as well, because you don't have to play as greedy as, let's say, when you're playing position 1 sniper or whatever. But this feels, again, another outdraft from Team Falcons, and they're going to have a really hard time battling them once they get to this 1.5, 2 item timings on Falcons.
Okay, we've painted a very grim picture here for 1W. Effie, could you give me one thing that you feel like if 1W does this one thing, Falcons will hate them?
Click on this link.
Wow. Follow these 3 guys.
I think if they can get just enough off of their lanes and get an early ags on Beastmaster, then instead of having to worry about Sniper later on in the game, they can maybe just play for tempo of their own while Luna farms an item or 2, and then hopefully they can run down a lane and get something out of it. It looks tough, but that's their recipe to maybe success.
That's their window for forcing out potentially a 3rd game. Let's see if they can do it before we head into game number 2, though. First, some words from Coach Achilles.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed. So, game 1 was a little bit rough. What have you changed for game number 2?
Первая игра была достаточно сложной, что поменяли ко второй?
Ну, в первую очередь, немножечко драфты поменяли, вот, чуть сделать себе комфортную игру. Ну и в целом, как бы можно было первый выигрывать, но чутка нас переиграли по движению.
So we changed the draft a bit and, well, made it more comfortable for ourselves. We could have won the first one, but some things were outplayed by our opponents.
Absolutely. I mean, Falcons, very good opponents indeed. So, when you prepared for today, did you prepare for both series equally, or were you most focused on one series over the other?
Когда вы к сегодняшнему дню готовились, вы готовились ко всей серии серьезно, ну, ко всей серии или готовились к какой-то определенной игре?
Мы готовились и сразу, то есть и к Team Zero, и к Team Falcon, то есть мы сразу готовы были играть сегодня целый день.
So they were prepared to play against Team Falcon and Team Zero, so they were ready to play the whole day.
All right, very well prepared for this one. Let's see how it goes with Odie and Fogged.
Thank you. Yes, let's find out indeed if 1W have what it takes to be able to try and push this series to a game 3 and hold on here in the lower bracket against Falcons. Game 1 was pretty rough for them.
It was.
This game 2, looking at what we've got on the drafts, is there anything that could give them a bit of a better hope this time round, Fogged?
I think their draft overall looks easier to play, that's for sure. I mean, Pugna is definitely a risky hero, and this one it's a lot easier to make aggressive moves. They try to go for this early first blood onto Amar, won't be able to quite get it. Falcons will get the 3 bounties, but overall, yeah, I'd say their draft just looks more cohesive this time around. You know, the Pugna clockwork for me were a bit weird. That being said, though, they still have this first pick Monkey King that now is put into a pretty tough matchup, and he is, as Miro was saying, this is the hero that has to be the gap close versus that sniper. So let's see what Shira Jr. looks to do with his build and with his play overall, because I've seen a lot of different item builds lately on these Monkey Kings. It's about like getting these shards potentially earlier, which could be a cool option to be that extra gap close on Malrine, but yeah, we'll have to see how the lane in particular goes. As
I think it's probably the Monkey King bug again.
Again, that thing.
Yeah, Amar, he's indeed, it's just the Monkey King interest. I don't actually know what it is. I guess it only happens in lobbies. Or sometimes
I haven't had that happen to me.
I think sometimes when you load in and you can't
click him. Okay, that was an old one. That must have come back.
I think that's maybe what still the issue sometimes here at the start when they load in.
All right. Well, looks like they're fixing that really quickly.
Definitely something Monkey King related, as Amar is able to confirm for us.
But yeah, overall, I would say that their draft overall it looks more comfortable for me. They have multiple forms of disables. They have a BKB piercing from the 5 position as well, on top of with the Beastmaster. So for me, the draft looks better from 1W by a lot compared to the last one. But Falcons, they've got a bit of a interesting kind of approach with their gyrocopter, because the team that played gyro at this tournament, it was 1W versus that Enigma. If you remember, of course, there was some lane switching, but he wasn't amplified much. He had an IO to boost him. This gyrocopter has drinking buddies, solar flare especially, and of course there's like solar crest. But the drinking buddies and solar flare, the damage that's gonna give and the speed that you can chunk out your flak from the solar flare sounds like a fun combo, to be honest. So
and Skeeter, you know, in the previous patches and just the history of his performances as a carry, he's always been one of the solid gyro players.
Oh, that's cool. Look at Snite using the drinking buddies on the creep just to be able to push forward and get that. That sometimes is the disadvantage of drinking buddies when you're a solo Tusk. You want your tag team, but he had a creep there for him, so that was actually kind of cool. Snae's been very good at this Tusk. And looks like he is going to be providing some very nice laning, in particular for the gyro. So 2 lanes that do look like they're going to be pretty successful overall for the side of Falcons. I'm just wondering how Chira is going to be able to do versus that sniper matchup.
And how easy does it look for Munkushi to get to play his game on the Luna? Because this hero, of course, it's been seeing a lot of wins in this tournament.
The Falcons' playstyle of collapsing with Skeeter, I think, is something that can be complicated for some of these like sit back and farm safe laners. But overall, I mean, they have one of the best safe lanes in the game right now, right? They have Tree, they have Luna, so overall, that lane should, in theory, do well.
Yeah, I think one of the stats actually before the game of the series, it was what, about 83% win rate, I think, with that duo.
Well, Luna has like an 80% win rate on her own,
flat
right?
out, yeah. But it's that little bit higher when there's a Treant in the game with it.
For sure.
It's that good right now.
But yeah, bottom, we're already seeing difficulties, especially for the Beast, just because of this drinking buddies, and they can just kill if there's any creeps or anything, so he can't actually play his lane too well.
So far, CS on this top lane. 10 last hits from Amar, 12 and 2 from Munkushi, so having that slight edge. But as to be expected for, indeed, I believe as the stats say, probably one of, if not the strongest safe lane duo in this tournament right now that we're seeing.
Absolutely.
in that mid lane. 17 for 3 against the 13 for 2. I mean, it's obviously a little bit of a lead here for the sniper, but things considered, would you say this is pretty good stuff from Chira Jr. that he's not getting that far behind on the early levels?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. I just think that he's going to get bullied out of lane really soon. You can't play around Jingu. There is no way to get Jingu stacks ever, so your sustain war versus a sniper, you just lose the sustain. So the longer you sit in the lane, unless you get like a rotation, it becomes hard. And I imagine Malreen's just going to play as bullying as possible. He just pops the glyph for the boundless there. So yeah, he's going to really look to push this issue now at the level 4. And Chira has to be careful. Could just go down.
There's so much damage here, these shrapnels with that asset, and indeed he completely underestimated that. Just the speed that the damage comes out once the levels are there on shrapnel, and with this crazy facet on sniper, you're just dead.
And oh gosh, we're gonna have to see what he does to recover, because now it's like going back to the mid lane is scary. So the 3 lanes already looking good. Top, of course, the Luna's doing well, but these other 2 lanes, this sniper lane is devastating. They're gonna have some big time sniper issues this game. Does he already have treads coming? He already has the treads coming, so treads with the Wraith Band and extra stats.
And with this sort of start that Malreen's had, it feels like that lane is not really somewhere you can bring a +1 in to try and dive in, because if it goes even a little bit wrong, you could very easily feed away a double kill to this sniper.
I feel like Chira might have to just kind of like start roaming or something. This looks really sad because Malreen's just sitting on his hill. He's denying almost every single one of these creeps now. I don't know. Do you move Sweden? I feel like you got to do something because bottom's going pretty poorly as well.
But I think, as I say, even if you can bring Sweden over to the mid, I don't know if you're killing Malreen. I think he's killing you.
That's fair. I don't know. This just it just looks sad for me. I'm just watching Chiri's level 4. Sniper's getting every single one of the last hits. And Beast, it's not like, I don't know how much the Hoodwink's helping for Cloud down here. So I mean, he's helping, but I don't know. We'll have to see. Well, I'm just watching Chira. Let's see where he goes. I think you got to roam. And it looks like he's going to do that.
That's the only option.
It feels like it.
But it's, against a Mirana, not really something you're going to get. Maybe you could try for a mark. The Boundless, the Lucent Beam. 3 of them chasing him down.
26.
The stick charges.
Malreen's here.
Indeed, he's got backup coming in. Amar's able to walk away as he holds Chira Jr. back with the X mark. Malreen turning up with the TP. He's cleaned up a double. Assassinate's coming in. The arrows there into the Assassinate. Triple kill for Malreen.
Oh, man.
Well,
we had hopes for game 3, but Falcons is not really making it look like it's likely. 3,000 or more gold lead already. Malreen makes it look easy. He's like, oh, okay, he's roaming top. I'll just TP slowly.
What do you do? If you're this Monkey King, if you're Chira Jr., you've had this terrible time mid, you've tried to make a rotation happen, it's just gone horribly wrong.
It's so sad at 6 minutes that it's a 4,000 gold lead. Malreen, Haste Rune, and he's got backup as well, Chira.
I mean, Malreen knew that Chira was going to jump for the wave there, gets the shrapnel in preparation. He's dead again.
They'll get a trade.
At least they get snaking. There you go. But this sniper, my goodness.
It's devastating. It truly is. I mean, this was such a good type of little pivot there from Falcons to be able to have this matchup. They knew this monkey's going mid, and Chira is bottom 4 net worth already at this point. Great play from Amar, baiting them, of course, with the 21 when that whole play happens top, but oh boy. Recovery outlet time already. It's kind of sad. You have to like kind of play around getting stacks, but Crit with a haste, looking to steal the rune.
Oh yeah, he wants that wisdom.
They can't allow
Crit
this
can
to
get
happen.
it. I mean, see if Sweden Strong can mess with him. Crit, if he can get a little arrow in, might give him the time to pick it up, and indeed the arrow's out. Crit's able to get the pickup. May die for this.
He's got the leap.
That's true. In fact, a couple of leaps and a TP. Is he going to get out as well? He is. Gets the wisdom rune, gets out of there. Things continue to look up and up and up here for Falcons in this game too.
Level 5 Monkey King, level 8 Sniper. I mean, Malreen has played it to perfection in the lane, and with that one little rotation, I mean, it's 7 minutes, but a pretty commanding lead that they've got already. And so far, Skeeter, he's been able to get the free farm, and just, I mean, they shut down everybody. Luna is farming okay, but it's not like the Luna dominated the lane by any means.
No. Amar was still able to find quite a bit out of that top lane. I mean, as you can see on the numbers, just as much as the Luna did. So Amar doing perfectly fine against what, as I say on the stats, has been the strongest duo in this tournament. The Treant and the Luna didn't bother Amar one bit.
No. And getting to Maureen at this point, very difficult. He's just taking out pretty much the entire mid tower. Javelin's done. This could be one of the quicker Maelstroms, at least you see on a mid sniper.
I think it has to be. We should be able to get the art. Once he's got the Maelstrom, we'll be able to check the art and timing on that.
Unless they can somehow kill him, but I don't know how they kill and rotate onto him without, like, it's like Monkushi has to do something, but you can't pull your Luna out of this situation. Luna has to just jungle. Feels like Monkey King has to jungle, and Beastmaster is also one of those that kind of has to jungle too, so it's kind of sad. So just trying to see what they can actually do to fix this bit of an early game that's just absolutely devastating because of the mid lane. Level 6 on the Kunkka too. So yeah, kill threat in all lanes on the side of Falcons if anybody shows, because they've got just such high levels and such high gold already from stealing the wisdoms and dominating those lanes. 6,000.
And they can dive for Cloud.
They glyph it.
They've got the snowball, they've got the cooldown, they've got the everything.
Artillery from above.
Bringing in the big guns here, Falcons.
And even Crit able to play confident at the tier 2 mid because of how far behind 1W is. He can even do stuff like this to just force reactions and movements and get reads of the map. They can play so free. So for a 1W, I mean, at this point right now, you have to get your levels somehow, but everybody is pretty under-leveled. Even the Beastmaster, not quite 6. Last game, at least, he had an kind of okay start. This one, it's just, nobody has a game.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
I guess the good news for 1W was that at least game 1 wasn't as one-sided as this one. That's not great news.
It's
but
not.
It's not good.
I guess that they were more comfortable with the Pugna and stuff, but I mean, the devastation really is just this mid.
Yeah.
More so than anything. Yes, the other lanes, of course, were problematic, but they have no mid laner. And his one rotation they tried actually got Maui to triple kill, so. It's lingering around top. Munkushi. He's got the Eclipse.
They might have a chance to take down Amar. Drinking Buddies pulls him out to the side though. Snaking trying to save him. Drops down the shards, but the bushwhack is there. They'll be able to drag back Amar. They get the kill, but Maureen's turned up, and Falcons, they're ready to get some kills in return. Jira Jr. The Assassinate's coming in. Bam! That's the Monkey King gone.
At least they'll get Amar. They're going to be smiling about that one.
The Snaking.
He wants more.
Indeed, maybe seeing if he can get a further catch. He's got the shards up in a second.
Kushi, you gotta be careful how he sticks around here. Okay, he'll back away. But they have to commit a lot to be able to bring down the Kunkka, and they're still gonna lose their tower out of it. We'll be able to finish up that Mask of Madness, and at the least with that too, Cloud gets like a little bit of breathing room to be like, okay, at least I see Falcons playing topside and they're not stealing my Ancients. So he's able to, small little gains, of course, silver linings with how horrendous this early game has gone for them.
See what Falcons want to take next.
World is their oyster.
Tier 1's all gone. Blade Mail for Amar, so next time round, if they do go on in a similar fashion, it's highly likely that, I mean, especially with the difference and just how far behind they are, they'll kill themselves pretty quickly on the Blade Mail damage. They're going to have to be careful about how they try and tackle this Kunkka.
I actually feel like they don't really have damage without Eclipse. I think that's by far their only way to really kill people at this point. And if they don't get the full burst onto him like pre-Braum or pre-Boat, he probably just lives. Or gets Snowball saved since Snake is pretty much always there to get those type of saves. And yeah, there's that Maelstrom. So Tread's Maelstrom with 2 wands and a bunch of stat items. I mean, maybe not the absolute fastest, but
indeed, might not be the fastest Maelstrom, because we've definitely seen some rushed. But indeed, if you take into account his full inventory, definitely one of the higher GPMs we've had on a sniper at 12 minutes in.
They're looking to make a move on Amar, but he's so tanky, and it's on Munkushi instead.
It's the boat connection.
All right, off the mark.
And Munkushi should have the chance to run from this. Off to the side, Respect's going to get shot down very quickly by Malorine.
Amar is still chasing.
Munkushi should be fine. He has enough backup to get underneath the safety of the tier 2 tower, so we'll be able to continue farming.
Falcons bring in the entire squad. Crit now at this point has surpassed the mid laner, poor Chira Jr. Just trying to get the farm up with the Primal Springs, but yeah, he's starting to get surpassed by these supports as well. Just can't make any type of move successful. Just feels like if he jumps in, he's just gonna die or potentially set up for a disastrous move. They just have to try to get farm on this Munkushi, on this Luna. But Falcons not really giving them much breathing room. 4 heroes playing inside the enemy jungle.
And even if they do catch eyes on Amar here, very hard to do anything about him.
They have a ward on Malrine right now. Snae's just going aggressive, but they've got the stun.
They do. They have the control on Malrine. They're going to be able to burst through. That's a big kill for Munkushi to find.
Huge.
They're going to be able to take down Snake King as well by the looks of it. Snake King also caught out a double kill going to Munkushi on the carry.
The most important one that can get these kills, that ward that they placed on the high ground, it saw them split up.
Quite a bit of something there.
I mean, he needs. Give him every single kill at this point. Like it is essentially. It's pretty much a full 4 protect 1 at this point. So, all about Munkushi.
Well, they want the 14-minute Wisdom Rune, Falcons, and they're going to get it. They may just get some kills out of it as well. Amar very quick there. Actually, no, was it Skeeter? I believe who cut the tree. One of them cut the tree.
But Sweden survives.
Okay. Yep. Combo not going to fully connect, and with the TPs coming in, they'll start to back off.
How the hell did he live? Did he get, was it a healing Lotus or something that pumped him up? Because he looked like he was dying to the burst. Either a big stick or a Lotus as well. I didn't actually quite see, but all right. Does survive. But doesn't get their wisdom.
Now 1W. 1,000 gold away from Cloud having his Aghanims.
A little bit of something at the least.
Slowing it down a bit. You know, sure, the 7k lead is still pretty huge.
It's massive.
The Falcons have, but they did have that a few minutes ago. Hasn't gotten any bigger.
It is also the experience, though, right? Because they've gotten these wisdom runes, too. So besides having that massive gold lead, they also have a pretty significant XP lead. Over 6 levels in advantage with that. And Crit is literally a core. He's, level 10, wow.
And we've certainly seen how ridiculous some of these support Miranas get when they get a bit of farm under them.
Absolutely. I mean, the physical burst that you can do, even extra catch, because he almost has an Atos, so...
Oh, Snake King. He's on the hunt for Munkushi. Won't be able to get the shard trap on him.
Falcon's just playing super aggressive. Look, everybody's just kind of making their own moves, doing whatever it feels like they want to do, because 1W's options of making moves is just kind of non-existent. They need to have like a 5-man with an Eclipse in order to make those moves, it feels like, still at this point, when they have this big deficit. So Falcons just, move around the map however they please. Jira does have a Maelstrom, so at least does have one of those damage items, but very fragile. Now even starting to deny a bit of these Ancients away, so more gold being lost. The 1W can't quite contest right now. But that Aghanims for the Beastmaster, it is about to be finished, so could be a time for them maybe to group up and look for one of these kind of 5-man fights, but still could be problematic because you're playing into this boat and this, of course, 9,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, we did see some good fights around the Aghs timing last game, and Cloud was able to pick that up.
It was Falcons that ran into him a bit in that last one. They gave him a couple kills, but
they are also kind of running into them this game. You know, we've already seen what they'll play up top where Snake King and Malrine get caught off guard. If anything, though, with that already happening, unlikely, I feel, for those two to make that mistake again. Malrine now having a full Gleipnir, so that extra bit of control to hold them back if they do start to head his way in the team fight.
I think for me, the difference in this game is that if the lead is massive, don't get me wrong, but this one, it's like, it's not, Skeeter's not playing this Weaver hero that can just dive past and get these kills, but he is playing this hero that can super farm and super carry, right? Weaver can too, but Weaver more kind of dives past and is always limiting you from getting even more farm. So we are seeing them getting a little bit here on the Luna at the least.
Oh, here we go with the smoke. They'll settle for Crit.
The boat's
They'll
coming
drop
out.
The roar, they've got the bushwhack. Have they got the burst? They have, and he's able to get the leap off. Get away from this attempt from 1W. Boundless Strike comes in onto Crit. Jira Jr. trying to finish up the job. I mean, looks like even he can't do that as well as Crit's still able to step away. 1W just not having the damage to take him down, and now the backup comes in from Falcon. Skeeter's in with the flat cannon. The Wukong's command gets knocked down. Finally, they'll kill off Crit, and in fact, with a double from Malrine in return, they'll get killed, but overall, it's 1W getting the 3 of them and only losing the 2.
Can they get away here?
There's a Gleipnir back up from Malrine. It's got the opening. Let's see if they have the control here. Mark. X mark up in a second. Can't quite get in range or vision of Cloud.
Their 5-man is still quite strong.
They get to walk away from that They kill off 3 heroes, they only lose 2 themselves, and they get the big one. You know, Skeeter goes down.
Yep, very good overgrowth. Prevents the extra attacks from Skeeter, and then Munkushi's actually able to close the gap with that Eclipse. So that is their strength with this lineup.
Yeah.
It is fighting around just as a 5-man.
That's huge stuff. I mean, that looked very close as well to Skeeter being able to get into prime position to destroy them all with a flak. And 1W able to deal with it.
Yeah, beautiful overgrowth.
Closing that lead just a little bit. It's starting to fall a little bit. Not by much, still around that 7K. But again, they're holding on and making sure, as you can see, that things are starting to flatline a bit.
Just a little bit. If they can get this type of, if they can do their ulti synergy in a really good manner, then you can definitely see possibilities. If they can keep Munkushi alive as long as possible, he now has pretty much the same net worth as those other cores, so have to time this overgrowth pretty much with the flat cannon.
They're going to go straight for a mark. They remember the burst. Drinky Buddies from Snake. He pushes him out to the side. He's
Oh,
going to
the
get
stun!
the turn straight away to burst Chura Jr. down. Chura Jr. is still alive. He'll get the Juku Mastery up. Can he survive with his life steal? He's still alive finally. The arrow gets him, but again, Falcons, they lost 2 heroes for that.
1W making these moves happen.
They really are.
He has sacrificed himself at least there a bit, but he survived so long.
He really did. He nearly survived completely. I mean, it's lucky for Falcons that Crit had that arrow coming in and finish off the job. I mean, respect. He's going to get spotted. Can he set anything up here for Munkushi? He can't. Gets shredded too quickly there by Crit and Skeeter.
Did they have I guess they have a sentry on the south side. He didn't expect that one just below, so only about 20 seconds left on it, but it does end up getting the catch there. And now Cloud shows himself bottom.
Shambles there with the setup. Marion's got a lot of damage for this. Crit's in as well. I don't know if there's any way he can dance out of this.
Nice hawk.
Okay, the hawk did block the arrow. Doesn't matter. They still get the kill. Falcons able to take down Cloud.
As soon as they start splitting up, it's difficult to always be like a 5-man unit. You never really want to do that either, but 1W has to be cautious when they do split up. When they're 5, they're strong. When they're not, they're quite weak. And that 7K deficit still continuing to show. As Roche, probably on the menu, I'd say, here for Falcons, switching down toward bottom.
Amar. See if he can catch Sweden Strong. TP's at the ready if Sweden Strong wants to juke and go for a TP with the Torrent already used. There's no further chance for Amar to go hunting into the trees, so Sweden Strong escapes, but space is there. Roshan is claimed. Aegis going to be going into the hands of Skeeter.
And Skeeter now does have the full Aghanims. So before that last fight, he just kind of had components and everything. Now he's got it finished up. So damage has accelerated massively for him too, on top of Solar Flare and all these drinking buddies and stuff too.
Here comes the push.
Yep.
Falcons feeling strong with the Aegis.
And it still is really, it's mostly just this Luna who is farmed. As a 5-man, as we said, 1W, they can maybe take some of these fights. It's still complicated, but
This is that rough time as well, 21 minutes, the Wisdom Rune's going to spawn, they should be able to grab that, and if they want to with this tier 2 taken, could consider going for the Tormentor. See how strong that they feel that they are, or how safe they want to play. Looks like they're going to start pulling back. Same time, 1W able to move over to Falcon's side of the map, claim their Wisdom.
I'm going to be clicking on Skeeter quite a lot just to see the overwhelming damage now at this point. Because look at with Drinking Buddies, it's 270. With a full Solar Flare, it's going to be doing well over 300 damage. That's flacking out as well, and it comes fast because of the Solar Flare attack speed too.
So I guess it's what, all pretty much on
the overgrowth.
The overgrowth or the roar. Something's got to be thrown down onto this gyro. If Skeeter's able to hit in the team fights, there's going to be a lot of pain and suffering for 1W.
Yeah, everybody will be shredded, so they have to, how far are they from Blink? Very far still for Respect, but he can sneak in invisible to try to get some of these stops for it, but
Sweden strong. This time they'll find him. Another kill for Mallory. 10-1 and 2 on the sniper. Over towards the top. 1W may have lost their Tormentor to Falcons, but in return 1W will be able to take Falcons Tormentor away from them.
That's pretty nice. At least get something out of the map, because you can't actually go back toward your side at the moment here. And how's Munkushi's farm for the BKB looking? He's got it done.
It's good, yeah. His farm, you can see, stand level really with the cause of Falcons. And we have seen Luna do some spectacular stuff in this patch. This hero is very, very strong.
Absolutely. He just doesn't have the buffs that Skeeter has. Skeeter just has overwhelming amount of buffs. He's just going to have, like, a Solar Crest. And maybe, I guess, like, some of that attack speed from the Beast. But yeah, we'll see. Munkushi, level 16. The 20 talents is really once that Luna starts powering up the most.
2.5 minutes left to play with the Aegis on Skeeter. I think the Falcons will at the least look for the tier 2 top, try and clean out the last remaining outer tower that 1W have standing. Hurricane Pike for Skeeter as well, so it's going to be even easier for him to get into position in these fights to get the damage done with the flat cannon. As you say, it's going to be heavy pressure on 1W to find some sort of way to lock down this gyro.
It's Cloud or Respect, right? It's got to be one of these two. You either have to roar him or root him, isolate him somehow. Do not let him get these flat hits off.
Absolutely.
But he's not the only one who's doing damage either. We have to remember Malrine is a very big.
It's true.
As well.
It's true. Oh, Amar!
They're
going to find him. They catch him with the roar. He's going to get pulled to the side with the drinking buddies into the snowball. There's going to be bailout here front snaking. Wukong's command has got laid down. Have they got the damage to take these two out? Yeah, corner of the Wukongs, they're falling down low.
But Skeeter's doing damage.
Go down first. Skeeter indeed bringing in the damage alongside Malrine. Double kill for Skeeter. Malrine's able to take down the kills. Sweden Strong also likely to fall as the Squirrel desperately tries to retreat. The torrent won't catch him, but the Starstorm, it will. The right click's coming through from Skeeter's final hits. He picks up the triple, and Falcons get the team wipe.
They got baited so hard. Amari's just like giving them, he's like, please go on me. Snaking comes in. We've seen him do amazing things on his Tusk, on his Oracle. Save comes in. I think they even use Root on these two heroes as well, so Skeeter just comes in and really just crushes them from above.
Oh, there we go. And up to the high ground now with the team wipe into their hands here, Falcons. I believe we're also going to be able to listen in to see what Falcons had to say in the comms during that last bit of action.
Just keep it going the whole time.
Well, there we go. I think he's still going now. He's not stopped since the beginning of the game when he got that kill under the tower with his shrapnel. Malrine is having a blast here on the sniper.
Yeah, I mean, he did also do, what, 3,000 damage or so in that fight, so he is just being able to, 11-1 and 6. Pretty much flawless performance from him, except for that one kill they got on him up top. And he really did ruin poor Chira Jr.
He did. Chiro Jr.'s had a rough one this series, really. I guess the first game being sort of given a position where it's like, hey, take the Wind Ranger mid. We need someone to play it. And then this game, too, having to play a matchup in which Malrine completely dominated him in.
I mean, he had his number, it seems like, the whole series, right? Even on the Bat Rider, yeah, Chiro was, like, getting some farm, but he was getting lassoed in every single fight and just getting demolished. So, yeah, Malrine bringing it to his counterpart. 16,000 gold lead. Another set of full items coming out for everybody, even Crit starting to get some more scaling, level 15 for him. Now he's starting to do some big damage also. And for 1W, I mean, that kind of was their big fight of a lot of their timing items coming in. That was the Luna BKB and everything that they've been waiting for, but...
Snaking.
Falcons is too strong.
He's going to find Cloud. He's got him caught in the shards. Cloud, he's going to go for the raw TP. Is there anything to put a stop to it? There is the double snipe coming in with the Assassinate and the arrow. Not a chance for Cloud. Shot down outside the base. Now Falcons, they can certainly look to start approaching the high ground.
Look at all the buffs.
What do 1W do? They're out on the map right now. They're going to have to get back if they want to put a stop to these racks going down.
But these type of, I mean, we've seen these a lot. If you're not immediately wrapping, the teams usually know you're going to go for this type of wrap play. So let's see if Falcons does expect it. Because nobody's shown inside the base, so they're probably, are they going to flank on us?
Let's have a look.
Let's
I'm
see.
choosing it. He's got that BKB, can stand his ground for a little bit. If he gets the Wukong's command out, still it's going to be an overwhelming amount of physical damage coming through.
Look at how much they're flanking around.
If they find Malrine,
sees him.
That's going to be pretty big if they can start the fight on towards the sniper. They will. They'll drop down the ward. They'll try to get the Wukong's, but his tree is being cut. Chira Jr. tries for the setup, but it gets caught as the tree gets cut down. He'll get the BKB off, but he's taken out. They surround Munkushi. Munkushi trying to stand his ground against the four of them, but the damage is too much. Munkushi falls. They'll look over towards Sweden Strong as a missile heads his way to bring down the hood.
And the arrow!
He connects again. Crit. He just don't miss. As Cloud's been found, they're running out of buybacks. Respect trying to get back into the action here with Sweden Strong, but none of the cores have buyback available.
Well, they got the one. They got Malrine. Problem is, there's a whole lot of heavy hitters on this squad. They get brought down, and they have to use buybacks, and the towers are falling. The final racks.
Falcons
Making it look pretty easy
They
this time
certainly
around.
are. Game 1 was pretty one-sided, but Game 2, Falcons, they stepped it up.
Oh, yeah.
And this is sort of the level of win that you expect from this squad.
Getting this sniper mid really did feel like the beginning of that nail in the coffin, and after that first 4 minutes or so, Maureen just put too much pressure. That's it. That's the Megas.
Up against the Mega Creeps, 1W. Of course, they'll play on. This is the lower bracket. They lose this, they're going home. 2%.
I mean, Munkushi tells them, push the throne. This is the classic
And that's
EU
true, that's
bait, right?
the strat
Go
using
end.
pubs.
Go end. We're AFK.
Crapper. Amar, no. He knows. He's seen this before, the end mid.
But they've got a ward in the base. They see everybody on 1W. They might just jump him anyway.
Here we go. Skeeter, it's straight in. They get the connection on towards Cloud. He's gone. Respect shot down by Maureen, and into the base they go once more. Falcons chasing down Sweden Strong. He's into the trees. The cooldown, it's coming for him though, as he gets pushed back by the tidal wave into the cooldown. Chira Jr. is watching Maureen from the trees, but can't really reveal himself. At the least, maybe he can start cutting some creep waves, but the top's already moving in. They're on towards the throne. As Falcons take the tier 4s onto the Ancient. 1W, they'll have one more fight here with the two of them. Chira Jr. is able to BKB, does get the Wukong's command off. Munkushi steps up, and Chira Jr. gets shot down by Maureen. Munkushi's out. GG well played is called. Falcons, they'll be moving on in the lower bracket here, taking the series 2-0, knocking 1W out.
Just a tough matchup, really, in particular. You could tell Falcons just a skill level ahead of 1W, really, today. In these lanes, in the draft, and just across the board with the way that they played. Just super confident, super aggressive, and yeah, it's sad. Sad for 1W, of course. You know, we've seen them kind of growing and everything, but this was one of the hardest matchups you can get put.
Oh, it was. This is a terrifying team to run into in the lower bracket, especially when they've got the level of preparation that they showed off today here. Just completely thwarting any sort of thing, any plan that 1W tried to put together from the drafting phase onwards against them. Falcons, they'll be moving on 2-0 here, knocking 1W out.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fogged, and congratulations to Falcons to making it to the Royal Arena and securing top 8 with that series. We're going to break it all down here. Tikov, this game, we already knew it was going to be hard. We painted one potential road where 1W could do it, but it would have been a very difficult one.
No, they pretty much lost all their lanes, right? You got the Gyrocopter just pushed out the Beastmaster, then you had Sniper slaughter the mid lane, and not only that, when you see the Monkey King rotate to top, and then Maureen follows him, gets a triple kill, Amar lives on a sliver of HP, able to run it off, even do a little bit of ult chat, like that was the kind of the beginning of the end, and yeah. This is where it's like, now with this deep into the road of International, the International so close, like teams need to be a little bit kind of smarter with how they approach drafts, because the top teams, the tier 1 teams, they'll find ways to exploit the current meta, and that's exactly what Falcons did here. You know, the Bat pick in the previous game, the Gyrocopter pick in this game, with the Sniper as well. Like, you cannot be so, you know, static like 1W was, and yeah, Falcons, incredible stuff, now progressing through the lower bracket.
Yeah, Falcons just brought 2 simple solutions to the Monkey King that 1W just brought out in very early on in the draft. They had that Bat Rider flex in game 1. In this game, they had this pocket pick mid sniper, which is funny to say about sniper because we've seen him a lot, but for Falcons, it does feel out of pocket. And because of this sniper pick, Monkey King never really could get off to the start. T mentioned the rotation that Maureen matched on Chira Jr. top. That really was where they lost the game, honestly, because Monkey King needed to get whatever you could out of the map early on, and matching a rotation there, following him to the mid lane, with the 2 supports of Falcons, killing him again, only getting the return kill on Tusk. All of these things made it so that if Chira Jr. were to come back into the game, it would be off of throws. And that's what we saw. Falcon did, die alone a few times, 2 heroes playing versus 4, playing without vision, but even that wasn't enough to stop the tempo of the Skeeter Gyro.
Well, nothing went wrong for them. Like, this is one of those snowbally ones where your XP 7 minutes in gets stolen, everybody is on your side of the map, post 5 minutes, mid lane, unplayable matchup, not much more to say about it, especially since the addition of the facet for the sniper with the scatter shot, where you deal insane amount of damage over 1 second. You just don't have ways to play the game. We saw that rotation, getting a triple kill, very difficult to come back. They had some okay mid-game-ish fights, but they were so far ahead. And we've been theory crafting how to deal damage, how to deal as much damage as possible in shortest period of time. Gyro with the Tusk, with the Flak Cannon. Look at his neutral item. I believe that's Paladin Sword, but he did have the, the splashy one, the tier 2 neutral one, where you're actually attacking more targets. Solar Flare on top of that. Your Flak Cannon, it goes out in a matter of seconds with that Solar Flare as well. Throwing Solar Crest, he had so many buffs, and big smiles from Skeeter for a good reason.
Yep, he loves his Gyro. I mean, this is one of the heroes that Falcons played even when other teams didn't want to. They did the same thing here at TI. This is the second Gyro pick and the first win, so hats off to them for that. But this game overall, it felt like Falcons were never really in danger of losing, because even the fights, even the deaths that they gave away, they were just foolish fights, right? There was this one time where Sniper plus Tusk think they can fight on no vision, 4 heroes from 1W rotate and kill them. Another fight, the one that looked good for 1W, was also just because Sniper wasn't there. Like, all of these fights didn't make it look back and forthy. It just kind of called for Falcons to finally group up, finally get that Aegis, and just play together to finish it.
Yeah, and they did it, and it was the overall last big Sniper that definitely helped them do that. And with mention of Malrine, why not hear some words from Malrine himself?
Shiva, yes, indeed. I am here with Malrine, and we're going to have a chat about that series. I mean, firstly, looked very convincing, looked very, very strong. How did you find it to play?
I feel like we just have the conversation about our losing in the previous series, and we just came up with some ideas, and now we're gonna look at it all right now. So we just realized it in the next matches, and we'll see in the next matches too against Bad Boom.
Already looking forward then. Well, did just want to talk about the series a little bit. I mean, it like you guys were having a lot of fun, a lot of old chat, a lot of banter. One way, is this a team which you kind of joke around with a lot in scrims and such?
Personally, I was not even chatting. I was like spamming the voice lines that it doesn't even count, But probably was Amara only one who was spamming some chat wheels, like spamming in the chat. And I don't think he has some beefs. He's just making the fun for the community. So we don't have the beefs. We're just having fun.
Awesome. I mean, it certainly looked like you guys were having a great time there. When you picked the Sniper, were you kind of expecting the game to go this way? Even in the draft, I said, guys, Monkey King gonna have a rough time, so I was not expecting it's gonna be that hard for them to play, but that's how it goes. The guy was not expecting this. They certainly were not. You got the better of them there. So, heading now to the international main stage. What's it going to be like to play in that arena and play in front of a crowd on TI main stage for you?
I mean, obviously for me, it's going to be excited to play in the first my TI, but to be honest, I'm not really feel that much excited, because it's just about my work, and I need to perform as much as I can. So I don't want to put me in the nervous and exciting that I'm playing the TI. Wow, God bless, I'm playing here. So I just need to do my work.
Go to work, do business. I love that attitude, Marion. Thank you very much for coming to talk to me. We'll go back to Shiva and the gang in the studio.
I think that's a very good attitude to have, Lacoste, to make sure, eyes on the prize, don't get distracted, just play well.
Yeah, focusing on the right thing in the back of your head, it's probably going to be there, but, anxiety performance can pretty much kick in anytime. And Malrine, I would say he had some when he first came into the scene, but he shook it off almost immediately. And this guy, he feels fully ready to show what he's made of. His first TI, he's been dominating this year pretty much throughout the whole year. And it's always love to see him play, because this guy is very young and he has like 5-6 heroes that are level 30 and always plays extremely well.
He really does play extremely well. Yeah. And of course, having won multiple titles this year, it makes it easy to already have the experience of dealing with the nerves.
And you can see the combination between these players, the synergy. Amar, he goes in, he's the one who's gonna be the bait, has 21 charges, and he TPs in with Malrine. Sniper gets a triple kill pretty much, and that's pretty much also the start of the end for how the next 10-15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about 1W. They were the only team here with everybody, including their coach, being their first timer, and they only qualified for 3 events in the whole year. As 1W. Before that, they were Clemsania, and they definitely qualified for a few more. But this year has been 3 events, but only one, other than this one, that they could attend. So they didn't have a lot of experience to back this run off of. Effie, how do you feel? How do you feel like we should be looking back on their run here?
And I do think that the way they played during this tournament was slightly disappointing, just based off of the last tournament they played. I believe they got second place, and a lot of people were linking them as an up-and-comer team, but they showed a lot of signs of potential brilliance in moments where, like even in that last game where they got stomped, they were able to have some turnaround fights. They're able to be confident and play the way they want to, even against these huge teams that they don't have the experience of.
Yeah, they can definitely look back and be proud on their performance and their ability to attempt to stand up against Falcons. Definitely one of the more formidable opponents in this lower bracket. For some final words of 1W, we head over to Period, who's standing by with Sweden Strong.
Thank you, Shiva. Yes, I am here with Sweden Strong of 1W. First of all, we're very, very sorry to see you guys go out of the tournament, but of all the teams to bump into in the lower bracket, Falcons was probably one of the harder ones you could have drawn.
I mean, in our situation, we had to win against everyone. Against Falcons, we couldn't win. I mean, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah.
So this is the first time at TI for your entire team, and indeed, as the panel was saying, not a huge amount of LAN experience amongst you guys. Do you think you've learned a lot here at this TI?
I mean, definitely. I mean, any tournament for us is like a learning opportunity, and we get better after every tournament. We learned, valuable lessons for sure about like how we prepare for the tournament, how we interact with each other, and what we do like during the tournament. So yeah, I think the tournament helped us a lot for sure.
Fantastic. And I suppose I'd also like to know what your plans are for next year. What are you guys hoping to achieve to grow on this experience?
I mean, hopefully we will stick together, and we will for sure come stronger, guys. We will come back, and we will come stronger. We plan to play in every tournament and win them all, yes, if it's possible, yeah.
Fantastic. And just finally, have you got a word for your fans who've obviously had to see you go out today, but maybe you could give them a sort of a thank you or something?
Of course, yes, guys. Thanks for cheering for us. Thanks for supporting our team and watching our games. The support feels amazing, like reading comments and seeing you guys, yeah. Thank you all for supporting us. We will come back stronger. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, Sweden Strong, for entertaining us at this international. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye. But you've been fantastic to watch, and thank you very much. And Shiva, back to you in the panel.
Thank you very much. And Tigav, I don't think we've seen the last of 1W here, the way they performed. This is still a very young team.
Yeah, and from, again, another exit interview. Exit interview, and the same kind of vibes. It's like, we didn't do very well, but we feel like we're improving, and we hope to stick together. Like, if you rewind the Dota clock multiple years, you don't have that level of like, it's like, yep, we lost, I can't wait to kick the guy when I get to the pub, you know, like it's very different nowadays. So I do hope for some of these teams, like Nouns, like 1W, that like the core structure and the ideas get to, live longer than this one run, because you can see there's moments of brilliance, but they just doesn't have like the time to really push them towards like the top teams.
Yeah, it's about learning with everything you do. We learn every day as well, and we're gonna learn right now as well with Purge.
Thank you, Shiva. What I want to talk about is Sniper, because we saw a complete ransacking that game, and the reason is because of the new facet, okay? The regular Sniper shrapnel spell, you've all seen it, does some light peppering of damage for 10 seconds, slows appropriately, but this other one changes it. It makes the damage more upfront, but it doesn't do as much over time. So the difference is that you can dump a lot more damage out in a short period of time, but over like 10 seconds, it's less, right? So the other shrapnel that you're used to, if they stand in for 4 seconds, it does the exact same amount of damage, but this one does it all in a 1 second burst. So that means that if you put all 3 charges down, within 3 seconds, you can do up to like 900 damage just with shrapnel. Those are bonkers numbers, and that's why pro players are picking this hero so much right now, because from a support position, no other hero really can do that much damage that early at such a low level. So what Malrine basically does in the mid lane is he's monkey kinging the Monkey King. The guy doesn't get to get close to the creep wave, and he's basically trying to get him low enough that when he's got 2 charges of shrapnel, he can dump both charges and get a kill. In fact, I actually did miss it, excuse me. Get him low, get him low, get him low, get him low, and then when he's got 2 charges again, that's when things start getting really dangerous for the Monkey King. He gets to basically run him down slowly over time with shrapnel damage, and that's what ends up producing the first kill. I was wrong, I'm sorry, it's on this clip, so sorry.
He was doing it so many times.
So many times, there it is. First one, second one. That's it. He didn't even get close to the creep wave. He just kills him. Gets a solo kill, then he TPs top, same thing. 3 charges are ready to go. Right clicks down the Luna, puts one over on the tree, saves the shrapnel charge against the Monkey King, and this is just like an insanely big advantage. So anytime that his enemies fight sort of near his tower, he gets to use this huge range to just dump a stupid amount of damage into one guy, plus assassinate. So really big impact from Malrine here. Keep in mind though, with everything I just said, this hero's got a 32% win rate. It's just the fact that his skill is so unique and how much damage it does that pros they're just baited into it. They're like, well, obviously I want to win like crazy in the early game. It just doesn't always transition, but it looks good early.
It looks good early, and maybe it looked also good, especially in this game, because it was one of the later picks, last pick coming out. So that, that sets the hero a little bit more up for success, and we've seen it a lot of supports as well.
Yeah, I mean, as a support, it kind of fills the role of Snapfire in what we've seen, provides a lot of damage on the laning stage, where you have a offlaner like Kunkka who maybe doesn't do the damage, but gives you the CC, and it's just been, very efficient in how it fits into the meta. But I did want to comment that there's something that always happens in Dota when a hero is really broken in one way, and that way gets nerfed. People forget about it for a while, but then there's a facet that's slowly getting buffed under the radar, and someone tries it, someone plays it, and they think to themselves, holy crap, this is overpowered. And then everybody starts to do it too. So Sniper lost all of his attack range, which was why he was first pick 6 months ago in almost every tournament. And then instead he gets a facet that gives him almost 900 damage at level 1.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Means your support's a griefing Sniper. 30% win rate on support Sniper. Core Sniper, 50%. There it is. Pick it in the mid lane, viable. Pick it in the support, probably booking yourself some early ticket
got a
home.
hater on
That's
the
all I'm
panel.
saying. All right, back to you, Shiva.
It's all good. I feel like every panel has got a Sniper hater. I believe in the mornings, Jenkins is right there with
It's the chair. Oh,
same
no.
chair as well, I was going to say. Speaking of mornings, we had one today. We have one every day.
We'll have one tomorrow.
We'll have one tomorrow as well. But first, let's talk about the one that we had today, because we started the day, Effie, in a very exciting fashion.
Yeah, this Talon BB Team series, I did not expect it to go to 3 games, but Talon had such a beautiful comeback in that game too. I highly recommend watching the series if you didn't. They had to find one of 2 opportunities they had to win the game, and they won it spectacularly with no buybacks from BB Team in that game too. But BB closed it out, They're going through their training arc in the lower bracket. We saw it today. In the end, they pulled through.
Yeah, 1 dub against Team Zero. I kind of expected more from Team Zero, to be honest, but 1 dub, they showed what they're made of in that series, but after they were playing against Team Falcons, they kind of hit the wall. This was a bit too much for them, too big of a meal to take on, and the last series was...
BB Team Nouns.
BB Team Nouns as well. Nouns slightly figured out as a team. They showed some great performance, knocking down Team Spirit, but other than that, I feel like the preparation for this series, it was all on BB's side, because they were so ready with the picks and how they played it out, showing that they were a better team today. And also the matchup between these 2 teams, definitely favoring BB Team.
Yeah, I wonder if we have such a situation in tomorrow's games as well. Well, speaking about tomorrow's games, we've got 4 series in the lower bracket that are not yet played out. We are having 6 teams right now in the Royal Arena, and we want 8. 2 more teams need to join them, T, and it's spicy.
Yes. Tomorrow. Yes. Oh, we've lost it. It's fine. Don't worry.
No.
We've zoomed in on it.
Yes, we did.
Even better. Yes, the bottom half of this bracket is basically everyone who doesn't want to watch Western European Dota. This is what you care about. The Beast Coast, the Heroic, the Spirit, the G2IG, the Extreme Gaming, and the Aurora. You want these guys to do well, to make a deep run, so that our grand finals isn't going to be a repeat, of GAMIN and Liquid. Therefore, this part of the bracket, they're the curveballs, the ones that bring the spice, the oomph, the memories. So tomorrow is going to be the most important day, because if they don't show up, then we probably are expecting Western Europe to probably dominate this TI. So tomorrow is everything other than Western Europe.
Yeah, I also want to quickly look at it. We already see one of the lower bracket matches in Royal Arena between BB Team and Falcons, and I happen to know that Falcons and BB Team face each other 25 games in 2024. 20-5 in favor of Falcons, so hopefully BB Team will do their homework in that series as well. But the teams that are going to play tomorrow better have done their homework as well, because I want some exciting, spicy matches. And I know we say it every time, Effie, that we have an interregional matchup with Beast Coast and Heroic, and we're seeing them again. it's going to be sad either way, I feel.
It is going to be sad, but it's also going to light a fire in both of these teams to, at the very least, prove that they are the best South American team right now. And that does mean something to them. So I expect that it will be a bloodbath. No team is going to concede easily. They're going to bring their best drafting. And even if that's as far as they go, to say that they're the best South American team in the world is an award.
Final thoughts of the day, Lacoste. What do you think how today went, and what do you expect for tomorrow?
Kind of as expected. The only matchup that we didn't cover is Team Spirit against G2IG, which is going to be a tough one for G2IG, without a doubt. Team Spirit, choosing their own fate. They need to make this lower bracket run after they chose Nouns to be brought down by them, and now they have a long run in this lower bracket.
Or a very short one.
Or a very short one, you can end it, but if you want to defend the title, you need to be able to win 6 BO3s and a BO5, which is pretty insane to think about, but if there is a team that can do it, that's definitely Team Spirit.
They are so tilted. Like, they have to, not tilted, but angry at themselves.
Okay.
Not for choosing Nouns, but for not preparing the way that they should have for them, because their series versus Nouns is what basically left them exposed and wide open to the other two teams that they played, GAMIN Gladiators and BB Team. They had the research of Team Spirit's mistakes, so Team Spirit gave it to other teams and didn't have it for themselves. They're angry tomorrow. They have to be.
Just a potential grand finals that we could have envisioned is now a lower bracket round 2. That's still, I can't even think about it existing.
He's
But we'll see
talking
it
about
tomorrow.
Extreme versus Spirit, which we might see tomorrow.
Like I said, guys, it's going to happen tomorrow.
No, tomorrow is going to be very exciting. Tomorrow is going to be very spicy. Another 4 best-of-3s in the lower bracket, and is the final series we have before we move on to the Royal Arena. We'll be live again, 10 a.m. sharp. Of course, we're live a little bit before that with a wonderful panel. Make sure you tune in for that, and make sure you tune in for all the Dota that's going to happen right here on this very stream. So see you tomorrow for more Dota 2 and the Road to the International.